4 of our match with Derbyshire in the Rothesay County Championship. Our umpires are Mark Newell and Simon Woodard. Morning, gents. In the field at the start of this last day of the match, the Derbyshire side captained by number 77, Wayne Madsen, and resuming for Gloucestershire, their fourth wicket pair. Captain Cameron Bancroft, number 1, sponsored by Pace, and Graham Van Buren, number 12, sponsored by Trotter. And to open the bowling for Derbyshire from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 32, Zach Chappell.
Very good morning to you. Welcome to Bristol.
Good morning to you too.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Well, that's thrown me off, hasn't it? Gloucestershire 364 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 153 runs. And this monster partnership between Cameron Bancroft and Graham Van Buren will resume. That sounds very quiet out there, but that's because it is very quiet out there. Zach Chappell will bowl the first ball of the morning from the pavilion end. Around the wicket in now to Bancroft, who lets the ball go down the leg side. There's no run. Play to resume at 11 o'clock, and it has resumed at 11 o'clock. Just like that. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher with you on the BBC Sport website throughout the day. I say throughout the day. Fletcher's off immediately for an update, I hope. Yeah, Gloucestershire by 153, so where can this game possibly go? In comes Chappell to Bancroft, another bouncer which Bancroft has nothing to do with as he watches it go through to the wicket keeper. And well, Gloucestershire are obviously going to have to bat for it's very hard to see how they can accelerate so that there are enough runs that they would be happy with anything before lunch, really. And the problem is, by the time you get there, you know, maximum, what's it going to be, 65 overs to bowl Darbshire out. Might happen. I suppose you've got to give yourself a chance as Chappell bowls again, and Bancroft is just allowing that one to pass down the leg side once more. So yeah, it feels as though we've been here a few times this season when it comes to, is there really enough time remaining in the game? And you know, what is the philosophy at this point? There are still 6 matches to go after this, as Chappell is in, and a bouncer that doesn't get up a huge amount, and Bancroft ducks it again. 6 matches to go. The gap between these two sides, Derbyshire were 20 points ahead coming in. They've picked up 3 more bonus points than Gloucestershire, so would still be within a maximum point win, although even if Derbyshire were to lose their next match and Gloucestershire were to win it, pretty likely that Derbyshire would still be ahead of them, as Chappell is in, and a repeat dose as again Bancroft has to get down very low to duck underneath that, and Chappell's been rather used to this. Bowling to Bancroft in this innings, he's not really interested, Bancroft, in very much when it comes to the short stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Do Gloucestershire feel as though they've got to make a move here? The problem is if you make the move and lose, then, well, huge gap to make up as Chappell bowls, and again Bancroft watches it as it goes over his head. So a maiden over, and it's 364 for 3. It didn't really expect Bancroft and Van Buren to come out all guns blazing this morning, because realistically Gloucestershire are still in a position where if they start losing quick wickets, if you lose 2 or 3 wickets for even 30 runs or so, all of a sudden you're effectively 180 odd for 6, and I think you definitely have your money on the chasing side, chasing 250 from what we've seen over the last couple of days. So they do still have to be a little bit cognizant of the fact that actually, you know, they've worked their way into a position that I don't think they'd have, well, not thought possible, but they've worked their way into a far stronger position than they could have hoped for at the start of yesterday, but it's still there to be thrown away.
Pat Brown appears to have come out with either his boots on the wrong feet or the wrong boots, as he's putting some new boots on. Just readjusted his sock, presumably. And while he's doing that, players ground to a halt. For the first time today, players ground to a halt. It's going to be Jack Morley from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling initially to Graham Van Buren, facing his first ball of the day. And he fiddles it into the offside backward square, and there's no run. I don't think, no matter how much you turn the effects microphone up, we're not going to hear anything. Then all of a sudden a seagull will land, or a gull rather, will land rather close to it, and we'll be deafened. Here comes Morley again, balls down the leg side, wide called, and they're going to go through for an extra run as well. So 2 more to the total and an extra delivery. 366 for 3. The lead 155. Yes, we'll know by lunch whether Derbyshire can win this game, because they have to bowl Gloucestershire out by lunch. Unless there's a declaration at lunch, in which case it would be very exciting, but I can't see that happening as Bancroft pushes the next ball from Morley out into the offside. Alex Thompson fields. There is no run. Mention of Pat Brown, he's on the field for David Lloyd again today. David Lloyd with that pulled hamstring, unable to take the field. Listen to that. The ball is pushed out into the offside by Van Buren for a single. 369. 8 for 3. That one beat me.
I just about heard the noise of bat on ball there,
just.
so we're doing okay.
No, then he's padded this one away. If he'd have left it, he probably would have been called wide. I think I'd have preferred that as a batter. The pictures that I can see make it look like it's gloriously sunny out there, but it isn't. It is overcast. It feels like a bowling day, which isn't good news. The next delivery from Morley is pushed by Bancroft straight towards him. You can see the clouds on the stream now.
Yeah, I'm not sure any day with the Kookaburra balls.
No, that is true.
Yes,
this
I know
ball's
what you mean.
This ball's in its 40th over as Bancroft pushes it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Ben Aitchison, and there is no run. So the end of the over, 368 for 3. Yes, Pat Brown's on as a substitute. 368 for 3, which means the lead is 157. Alex Hughes has just been on to deliver something. Unsurprisingly, Blair Tickner is in his whites and getting ready to come on. I told him yesterday when he came down the steps and had a chat. We were on Tickner watch. I think he was on the field almost as much as anybody. And now he's retreating back to the dugouts. The problem is that Gloucestershire have got themselves into this terrific position from a really desperately poor position. They're not going to then throw it away, are they?
Exactly, and as Chapel bowls to Van Buren, it's a sharp bouncer this time, and Van Buren has that whistle past him to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, I was saying when you were off on the update, the points table is as such that if Gloucestershire don't set something up, they're just about within striking distance. But if they set something up and then lose, then effectively
it's a blow, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a huge gamble.
Do you really want to scupper your promotion chances with 6 games to go?
Feels like a risk reward kind of situation.
Yes. Chapel bowls and there's a short ball, and Van Buren again is not drawn into a shot. Well, I didn't ask the question, but the question was asked of Cameron Bancroft about that sort of thing, and as he rightly said, well, yes, that's the conundrum with these declarations, isn't it?
And
as though he was going to get an answer on that.
And Wayne Madsen merely said it could be an exciting day's cricket, but left it at that because it's not in Derbyshire's hands, really.
Chapel Bowlesbury's finally had a go at one, and just about over the top of the gloves and through to the keeper. Okay, we can hear a gull now. You were right.
I thought we'd hear one. As expected, Lancashire have declared overnight. So Kent are 265 runs behind at Blackpool. Lancashire have got all day to bowl them out. Kent probably have to bat them. Well, they do have to bat all day.
I think you'd have to say, given...
They made 374 and then Lancashire made 639 for 9, so the chances of batting all day are reasonable, aren't they?
And also there's actually only, despite the huge difference in runs, there's only, under 20 overs difference in the number of overs that they batted. Chapel runs in, bowls a fuller ball, that strikes Van Buren on the glove, I think, and goes behind square on the leg side. They'll take a single. But Chapel causing a couple of issues last couple of balls, 369 for 3. I'm sure they got on very well, Van Buren and Chapel, and it looked as though Van Buren was trying to draw Chapel into a conversation there and grinned at him, but Chapel's got the sort of weary trudge of a fast bowler that thinks, well, what's the point of this?
He does look weary, doesn't he? To say that we're at 10 past 11.
Yes.
A mid-wicket cordon that Martin Anderson joined and therefore tossed his helmet to Brooke Guest, but now he's going to wear his helmet again, so Brooke Guest has to go and retrieve the helmet and toss it back to him.
Yes, could be
a
a long one. Chapel in a fuller delivery, and Bancroft turns it leg side to one of the 2 short mid-wickets. There's no run. 96 overs, of course, final day, lunch at 1 and tea at 3:40 fixed.
Gotta be. We were swapping anecdotes next door before. We could perhaps come up with 1 or 2 of those during the course of the day. We may never
1 or 2.
We may never broadcast again. I have got a stat for you from David Griffin now.
Chapel in now, and Bancroft plays that one slightly awkwardly up onto his toes, but straight down into the ground, and Chapel throws the ball away in disgust to Caleb Jewell, and the end of the over, 369 for 3.
This is Derbyshire's 2,889th first-class match, which is ludicrous, isn't it?
How many of those has Griff seen?
I think it's only missed about 3. And there have only been 13 out of 2,889 in which Derbyshire and their opponents have produced partnerships of 200 plus. That includes this one, of course. And twice in those 13 occasions have been against Gloucestershire, and they've been this year and last year.
And they both involved Graham Van Buren.
And they both involved Graham Van Buren as Morley bowls, and he's pulled into the leg side by Van Buren for 4. The first boundary of the day is scored, and Gloucestershire moved to 373 for 3 as Van Buren moves on to 111. The lead 162. That was the other thing that was slightly disappointing was of the 13 matches, actually 12 plus this one. Only 3 have ended in a positive result.
You need the sort of game that Gloucestershire had at Cheltenham last year, where you have 2 incredibly low scores followed by 2 incredibly high scores. Yeah. Either that or like Derbyshire's innings, where the double century partnership is pretty much the whole innings. Well, pretty much, but a high proportion.
Oh no, it's a huge proportion. Morley's in, he goes back and tries to cut it, chops it into the offside. Van Buren picks up another singles. It's fielded there by Aitchison. Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Even put it on my video this morning. Here's the email address, should you still be awake and wish to get in touch with us. I'd forgive you if you didn't. As Morley's next delivery is turned into the leg side by the Gloucestershire skipper Cameron Bancroft. It's early to be having a blank. Bancroft waits. That one is swept around the corner. More work for Pat Brown here, and he gets around and does it really well. Throws the ball back in. They get back for 2 though. Good running, good fielding, nice shot. Poor delivery. And Pat Brown looks like he's just tweaked something down there. Looks to the sky and grimaces. But when he was left out to the side, he probably didn't. He's just flexing his knees as well. Didn't expect to be fielding for 2 days.
No, I mean I suppose you can get injured fielding at any time as a fast bowler, but when you are on as a substitute, that sort of hits differently.
Morley in again. That one is pushed into the offside, bounces, and then into the hands of Martin Anderson and Sillimadoff. And Aaron Donald, in that first game of the season, wasn't it, up at Derby against Gloucestershire, went for the ball as a substitute fielder near the players' pavilion. Right. Didn't see him again until the start of the T20.
Right, I'd forgotten about that, yeah.
His collarbone came away for its moorings, as that one is defended by Bancroft.
Yes, it didn't look good.
No, he looked in a lot of pain, didn't he? That's the end of the over. Ali, the physio, is just coming out to make sure Pat's okay. Yeah, he's made of tough stuff, is Pat Brown. 376 for 3 at the end of the over. 173 to Bancroft, 112 to Van Buren. The lead is 165, which clearly still isn't enough. The Middlesex conundrum remains. They've got a lead of 202 now. They're 3 down in their second innings at Wantage Road in Northampton. Again, 413 and 435, the first innings scores.
How can you leave aside something? But then they are both in the position where they've got a lot of ground to make up, and may decide that it is time that they've got to start trying.
Well, you have to sort of look around. Derbyshire would take 14 points from this game, which is ludicrous, and Gloucestershire would take 11. But 14 points isn't too far off what some teams get when they win.
Chappell in, and Van Buren defends into the onside with a hop. There's no run. So both Northamptonshire and Middlesex, well, let's give you the exact numbers going in, 36 and 38 points behind Derbyshire, and it'll be basically a stalemate as far as this round goes if they just draw it. You know, you've then got 6 games left. It'll take 2 of them just to make that deficit up, and then you've got to try and go ahead. Chappell bowls short ball pulled in the air, 2, 3, 4 bounces down to long leg, and they will take 1. Van Buren on to 113, 377 for 3. So, yeah, the numbers not really in either Northamptonshire or Middlesex's favour, and it only seems like there's 16 points between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire, but 16 points makes quite a difference to sides thinking at this stage, you'd imagine. Chappell to Bancroft, who works at leg side, and it's fielded by, again, one of those 2 short mid-wickets.
And the other game at Grace Road, Glamorgan are 3 down, but they still trail by 82. 3 down in their second innings. They still trail by 82, so Leicestershire are probably favourites there unless Glamorgan. They have got, I shouldn't have started that, Colin Ingram and Sam North East together, who were probably their best batters.
Chappell over the wicket to Bancroft, loops over his head.
Sam North East made 400, didn't he, at Grace Road not so long ago?
He did, yes, and then they won the game on the final day. I can't imagine they're going to do the same there, but yeah, presumably Ben Kellaway is still to come as well. He's having a terrific season. He always seemed to score runs against Gloucestershire, but now he's scoring runs against everybody.
Asa Tribe and Chris Cook, who's a decent bat as well, isn't he?
Well, Asa Tribe's been on good form.
Yeah.
Of course, because Mason Crane opened the batting rather than Tribe.
Yeah.
Chappell bowls down the leg side. Bancroft thinks about it and can't make contact as Guest takes down low.
So it's really 2 down.
Yeah, so, well, I can see Glamorgan surviving
could
that.
survive that.
And really, well, particularly Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, 31 behind Leicestershire coming in. Derbyshire can still think in terms of topping the table, but Gloucestershire, realistically, they're probably at the point where you're looking at that one spot of second, so they would really quite like Glamorgan to lose that one, especially as they're playing Glamorgan next. This is pulled in controlled fashion round the corner, work to do for Fine Leg. Has to go into a tumble because it's so short down there. The throw gets over the head of Brooke Guest, but it's backed up. It's so short down there, there's not even a chance of a 2, so single to Bancroft. He's moved his score on by 4. Van Buren's added 8 runs this morning, and as expected, there were never going to be any fireworks, I don't think, in the first, well, half hour definitely, but hour, I suspect. Gloucestershire will want this lead. Well, if I were out there, you'd want it over 200 before you really started to think too much about pushing on. Unless,
I think even closer to 250,
yes,
300,
yeah.
Really.
Well, 250, and then you might push on and think, well, there's batting to come, so we ought to get to 320 at least. But
by which time? How much time are you leaving?
Are you going to bowl the side out in 60 overs on this?
Derbyshire did it, but that was a long, long time ago. It seems to me. Thank you to Stuart, who's just reminded me it'll soon be pork pie time in Chesterfield, so something to look forward to on Sunday with the pork pie. Already paid for, I hasten to add. Jack Morley is going to be bowling to Cameron Bancroft, who gets one that turns into him. He's going over the wicket, and that one turns towards the offside, and he plays it back to the bowler. Pat Brown's just been checked out. He's okay. As Morley bowls, and that's pulled into the leg side by Bancroft. Again, the batters almost run into each other.
How many times?
It must be dozens of times they've almost run into each other, the amount of singles they've taken. But Bancroft's sort of looking where he's hit the ball, and Van Buren's looking where the ball's going to see if he can come back for a ridiculous second. And they're just not looking at each other, which is terrific. As Morley bowls, that one squirts off the edge of the bat out into the offside. There isn't anybody at backward point. Kame comes in off the boundary, but Anderson beats him to the ball in his fielding pads. I think Kame had a greater distance to cover.
I really want a compilation of Van Buren's running in this innings. Please make it happen.
380 for 3 as that one is defended by Bancroft out into the offside. Bancroft's got 175 now, Van Buren 114. And we're about to see a second successive double century on this ground in back-to-back matches between these sides, as Bancroft doesn't look like he's going anywhere fast. Never has really. He's been very watchful. It was the innings that the match situation required, and he has produced it, and then some. As he waits for Morley to come in again, and clips that one into the leg side. There'll be another single here as it goes to the right of Jewell out towards Dull. Another single to Bancroft, who moves on to 176 and pinches the strike. Van Buren has 114. 381 for 3. The lead is 170.
Yeah, I mean, when he got to 100 even, he felt, yeah, Gloucestershire still need more. He got to 150. He thought, well, Gloucestershire could probably still do with more.
He's not changed the way he's batted throughout the entire... Quite often somebody, as the two Derbyshire Centurions did, they both sort of... When Madsen went for the reverse and got caught, which sort of started the first innings collapse, but they changed the way they were batting, and it's difficult to be ultra aggressive on this pitch.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing that makes setting up a game very tricky, as Bancroft plays into the onside on the bounce, well fielded at short leg by Anderson, who was certainly kept busy yesterday, whether that be having balls smacked into him or jumping out of the way or fielding the odd delivery. But yeah, you just feel as soon as a side probably decides to set up shop and just block on this, you know, Derbyshire feel like the only team that could win a game in a lot of situations where you set up a chase, pushed into the offside, going for a single, then they're not. Rightly so. That time it was Bancroft, I think, actually, who forced Van Buren to scurry down the pitch and then back again. But it was a good call and actually good understanding as they aborted what wasn't a run, partly because it was Anuj Dal who was running in. Yeah, it just feels very tricky.
Feels very 5 o'clock to me.
Maybe even 10 to 5.
Well, if we're lucky.
But probably 5 o'clock as Chappell bowls and Bancroft ducks underneath it, because, you know, I could see Gloucestershire still doing something similar to what they did at Canterbury, where they gave themselves 41 overs to see if the unthinkable would happen. Kent lost 6 wickets, but I don't think they could have done a huge amount more. But, you know...
That might have been the one I was listening to.
It might have been, because it was the last game that was
might have been
remaining that round.
It. Yeah. It's a very excitable commentary. Not from you.
I think I get quite excitable. Chappell bowls! Oh, he's gone through him! He's bowled him! Bancroft's out, and that does change things. The lead is 170. Gloucestershire have lost a 4th wicket, and Zach Chappell, who's been banging pretty much every delivery in short, has gone, I think, between bat and pad there. Yeah, past his inside edge and off stump uprooted. Caleb Jewell, nice to see that going up and shaking the hand of Cameron Bancroft. It's been a fantastic innings, and that has cut back in off the pitch, that one.
That's of concern, isn't it, for everybody? That's a terrific innings, though, from Cameron Bancroft. And for the 3rd time in the last 4 sessions, including this one, a wicket has gone relatively early, and in the 2 others that we saw, we didn't see a wicket between tea and the close yesterday. Not another wicket fell. Just sort of put that out there.
No, well, he may not go on to get a big score, but in this position, I'm not sure James Bracey's the man that Derbyshire would be most pleased to see walking to the crease, because I mean, he has been Gloucestershire's most consistent batter over the last season and a half, and of course this was the partnership that was together for that innings last year. However, they've now got themselves again just a little opening, and I mean, one of the few dismissals in the match where you'd say, yeah, well, that's just it's been undone by a great piece of bowling, and you felt it was going to take something like that to get rid of Bancroft. And I think, I mean, certainly the replay I saw, it looked as if it was pitching just outside off stump, and it's cut back through the gate and hit off stump. Let's have another look here. Yeah, I mean that maybe there's a bit of inside. Is there a bit of inside edge? I'm not sure. I think it's just maybe just gone straight through. But you don't play that easily, whether you've got 176 or naught. So, is there just a little spot there? I don't know, but that
Bang,
does
bang,
make
bang,
things
bang,
interesting.
bang, bang, and it's an interesting game now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's I've said before, it's bangers, bang, bang,
Yes.
bang. James Bracey, 2 balls left in this over, and he's off the mark straight away, just touching that one through a vacant cover point and picking up his first run, first ball. 282 for 4. So the lead is 171, and again underlines why Gloucestershire can't get too far ahead of themselves. You lose Van Buren, and it might have a feel just a little bit like Derbyshire's innings, where they lost their last 8 wickets for 90 odd, I think it was, as Chappell bowls. He's gone back to bowling full now, and Van Buren does keep that one out, but just gets in your mind, I suppose, as if you've been the non-striker and Graham Van Buren, and you've just seen that ball go through Bancroft. There might be one that does that to me as well. And so end of the over as Gloucestershire have that 171 lead. The numbers on Bancroft's innings: he made 176 from 366 balls. He was out there for 467 minutes, and his innings included 16 fours. So just a remarkable vigil and exercise and concentration. And it was, well, it depends, because I still don't know whether that ball to Martin Anderson carried when Bancroft, I think, was in the 70s. That was the closest that Derbyshire came to getting him out, so I don't know whether to say it was completely chanceless or not, but in any case, it was certainly pretty much chanceless, and it would have been an amazing catch from Anderson if he had managed to scoop it up. It was just a fingertip job, really, trying to get those, what are they called, metacarpals underneath the ball. So Jack Morley has now got a left-hander to bowl at again, which could allow him the opportunity to try and spin one through the gate out of the rough, and Bracey's got to be careful there. He turns it round the corner, he takes a single. It's gone off the glove of Brooke Guest. The throw, that is, from Alex Thompson. Backing up done by Jewell. So Bracey gets off strike, 383 for 4. And thinking back to when Hammond was out there in the first innings, it's just so noticeable how much tougher it was for him. And at certain points it almost felt like Bancroft was quite happy to farm quite a lot of this, not farm it, but take quite a lot of the bowling of Morley, as he's into Van Buren, and that's worked leg side for no run, because Van Buren, he doesn't have to play that delivery. He could have kicked that one away if he'd wanted to, because it's pitching way outside leg stump. Left arm over from Morley. Bancroft, Van Buren, I get so used to saying Bancroft, he's been out there he's been out there so long. Van Buren goes back and cuts it late, backward of square on the offside, and coming through for a single. I don't think Derbyshire will be massively disappointed with, because they get to bowl at the new batter and the left-hander Bracey. 384 for 4. Bracey in the first innings made 47, but you felt that there were a lot more runs in that innings, but he ran out of partners, tried to take on Jack Morley in a way that he certainly wouldn't do in a normal innings, and was caught out in the deep. But looked in good form. And once again, things have ground to a halt. At 32 minutes, we've had 7.5 overs, albeit with a spinner bowling the whole time. It's not as though it's been deadly slow, but Derbyshire, I'm sure, are keen not to bowl extra overs at this point. Bracey sweeps. There's another delivery that whacks into Martin Anderson. He's gone off for a wander towards mid-wicket. Try and stamp out the pain, maybe. Take one. Ricochets off into the onside. 384 for 4. Bracey to 3. And I'm sure with some relief, Anderson's told he can go and field at short extra cover, albeit still with a helmet in the shin pads. Morley bowls, it's down the leg side, that will be wided. There's still a few gasps from in close. Madsen's got his hands clasped behind his head, thinking it might have bowled Van Buren round his legs as he tried to paddle sweep, but because he missed it and didn't really move, it is wided. It's 386 for 4. Morley bowls a full toss, driven past the bowler. It was a slightly tired effort, and he's in his 39th over of the innings, but it was a slightly tired move from Morley to his left and his follow-through after the ball. And one of those rare full tosses in this game as a whole that's been put away. It was beautifully done by Van Buren, a stylish straight drive to the offside of straight. And the score moves to 390 for 4. So this has been a good over for Gloucestershire, with 8 runs coming from it. And 1 ball to go in it. Morley bowls, and 8 will be the total as Van Buren plays in defence to Anderson under the helmet at extra cover. And 390 for 4. Van Buren on 119. The key for Gloucestershire for a little while. And Ben Charlesworth will be due in next with that reshuffle that Gloucestershire have made to their lineup, given that Cameron Green was the overseas player for their previous championship match, which feels like an awfully long time ago at Northampton. Somebody was going to need to go in at 5. Wondered whether Joe Phillips would just slot in at 5. He's batted already in several positions in his Gloucestershire career, but Phillips opening, and Van Buren going in at 5, Charlesworth dropping down to 7. Zach Chappell looking for his 2nd wicket of the morning. He bowls, it's edged by Bracey, but it's going down towards the boundary. It's going quickly and done very well there as Morley. He looked a little bit slow off his own bowling, trying to stop that drive, but there was nothing slow about that because the edge was flying quickly. Certainly wasn't catchable, way short of where a slip would be, so there's absolutely no reason to suggest that Derbyshire should put a slip fielder in. 47th over of a Kookaburra ball on a Bristol pitch that does tend to get slower and slower. Little you can do about that. Bracey took a single, and Van Buren back on strike, and those fiddly defensive shots that Van Buren plays out into the covers. And there is no run. The sun's come out for the first time, I think, this morning. Certainly the first time I've noticed it anyway. Yeah. Weather seems set pretty similar, with hefty grey clouds above, but apparently no possibility, probably shouldn't put it that way, no chance of rain. Chappell bowls short and down the leg side. Van Buren tries to swat it away, misses it, and then rehearses a shot that would probably have helped the ball straight into the hands of fine leg, so might be for the best that that one's put away as far as he's concerned. I think the weather for Cardiff, at least now, that being Gloucestershire's next stop on the road show, looks to be fairly similar. Mid-20s, bit of sunshine, but quite a lot of cloud. Chappell bowls and takes pace off that one. That's the off-cutting slower ball. Thinking about 2 as it's dabbed wide of deep third, but they settle for 1. And Van Buren moves his score on to 120 and 392 for 4. So Bracey has scored off every ball, I think. 4 from 4, I can't remember it 2. See whether that can continue. They are actually going to put a fielder in Martin Anderson. He's going to stand at silly slip. If that isn't a position, it should be. I don't think I've ever seen somebody stand at slip as close as Anderson is now. There's a gully as well as Chappell over pitches. He's driven through the covers. Excellent stop from Harry Kane. That would have been a boundary because they've not got protection. Protection out there. So Bracey, sorry, has scored off every ball so far, 393 for 4. The reason I'm laughing is because Harry came from about 35 yards away, has slung the ball in on 2 bounces to the wicketkeeper, which it does just show what Derbyshire think of this ball. And after he's done that, the umpire has had it shown to him by Wayne Madsen. I think if I were Madsen, I might have just waited a couple of balls to show the ball to the umpire. As Chappell bowls short ball and Van Buren ducks underneath it as it's 393 for 4. I think after one of your fielders has just thrown the ball in on 2 bounces from 35 yards, the umpires might not be in quite the frame of mind to say, let's change it, than...
You're only ruining it for yourself, really, aren't you?
And unsurprisingly, he was thrown the ball pretty much straight back by umpire Widdop.
Zach Chappell looks like he's absolutely spent out there, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl another over. He was down with his hands on his knees as Wayne Madsen was talking to him. He often is.
Well, he's produced one of the balls of the match to get rid of Bancroft,
which is a real worry. Yes. It was a Glastonbury quiz today, so I can't remember any of it. It was bands that were appearing, or are they real or not? No, I'm not. Modern music's not my thing, really.
I don't think I'd have anything to go on with that.
There's a lot of bands there, isn't there? Bad Smell are one of them. They're not there, but as this one is swept into the ground by Bracey and claimed by Wayne Madsen. They are at Bloodstock, which is in Derbyshire. And so I said I vaguely heard of them, but there was just like lots of words as far as I was concerned. Really, 394, 3 for 4, 182 the lead, and Jack Morley bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Then to Bracey, who clips that one up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Chappell, and there's no run.
Where do they come up with these ideas? I'm not an ideas person. The cricket is in front of me. I don't need ideas.
No, we don't need to think about anything, really. No. The big gulls, or the big seagulls were one of them, so I admonished them for that. Okay. As that one's pushed out into the offside by Bracey, because of course there's no such thing as a seagull, as we all know. And comes Morley again. And bowls reverse sweep comes down, it loops up into the air off something and bounces before Martin Anderson can get there. There wasn't too much consternation from the bowler, certainly. There was a little bit from Wayne Madsen, but there often is.
It looked like it bounced over the top of his attempt.
Yeah.
Reverse sweeping it.
As Bracey waits, and this time it's a conventional sweep, but straight into Martin Anderson.
Just another one.
Another bruise for Martin.
So he put his arms in front of his chest there.
He looks like he's enjoying himself.
To protect his chest guard.
As Morley bowls, that's turned into the leg side in between Anderson and Madsen, and goes out to the man at backward square leg, who is Alex Thompson. It's a maiden over from Jack Morley, the third maiden over he's bowled in his 40 overs. I didn't. I said hello to a lot of cricketers last night as they came down the steps. Jack, who is very amiable. All right, Fletch, how you doing? I said, I'm all right. How are you? He said, yeah. Difference between day 1 and day 3, eh? And he's absolutely right. It was chalk and cheese. We're going to get spin from both ends.
Yeah, well, as we've always said, really, far easier to bowl spin in the first innings than in the second.
That's the convention, certainly.
Yeah, Alex Thompson returns. Both spinners pretty similar figures. Both have bowled 40-odd overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 wicket and gone for A few runs.
A few runs, yeah. If you average the number of runs they'd gone for each, it would be 130. Which in 40 overs is perfectly acceptable, but it just doesn't look great, does it? When you've got the one next to it. If it's 5 for 130, then that's all right. As we were talking next door, cricket is all about the bad days, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty much everybody's gone for roughly the innings run rate. Zach Chappell has only gone for 52 from his 23 overs. As Thompson bowls and Van Buren defends into the offside for the easiest of his 121 runs in his innings.
Thompson went a long way to fetch that ball, didn't he? He's gone all the way out, what, 30 yards probably, even though Caleb Jewell was in the vicinity. That just needed to warm up a bit.
Gosh, I thought that gull was going to fly right into the window.
So did I.
That would make quite the noise. You'd like to hope that the window would survive, given that it's probably built to have cricket balls smash into it, but...
Is it, though?
Well, Thompson in now, and leaning forward to defend. There's Bracey. Yeah, well, I'm sure the RSPB's done an estimate on the number of bird strikes per year into windows. Thompson is in a loopy delivery, is worked into a vacant mid-wicket region and forces Zach Chappell to jog unwillingly after it. They'll take 395 for 4. Let's see if I can find an estimate for this now. I'm suddenly interested.
I'll give Zach Chappell 2 overs before he's replaced by Blair Tickner.
Thompson bowls, it's a full toss, and we're back to no runs for it.
You don't score from full tosses.
Hit one Jack Morley full toss straight down the ground for 4, and as soon as you try and hit it very hard, absolutely nothing for it, straight to mid-on. And that's, yeah, sort of how it's been all match, really. Thompson bowls, and Van Buren defends cautiously towards short leg. Well, I say cautiously, I mean, it wasn't as though it was a tentative shot, but it's just exercising caution with a ball that could have caused him trouble. Thompson, tall figure, was going to come in and bowl, but then mid-wicket was taking a few steps closer. Short leg, I mean, Anderson's just getting closer and closer there. As Van Buren goes back and plays a cheeky little dab down towards the boundary. It won't quite get there, as there's a tumble from Jewell, and 2 runs to Van Buren, who does like his cut shot, and played a late one there for 2. He's on to 123, 397 for 4.
But enough of the cricket.
Yes. The British Trust for Ornithology suggests that up to 100 million birds could be striking windows annually.
I thought I was going to say at any one time. 100 million?
Yeah.
Is that worldwide?
No. It says 16 and 42 million birds killed by window collisions, and a third of the total collisions it thinks could be fatalities.
Good heavens. That's no laughing matter then, really. Here's Morley bowling a full delivery that's clipped into the leg side. It sort of strikes one of Anderson's hands, and there's no run. The ones that you see, because they have quite dusty feathers quite often, don't they, birds, is the one where they hit and you get an impression of a bird like that. It's incredible, like they've realised what they're doing. That one's been pulled into the leg side by Bracey for a single out towards Came. So they'll come to a shuddering halt.
I'm not quite sure whether Anderson was practising his duck there, or whether he saw Brooke Guest winding up for a throw and suddenly thought, is he trying to hit me as well?
Well, he's gone out to extra cover now. And Alex Thompson has gone to backward point. And Pat Brown has gone to backward square leg. It's not, oh, no, he's more 45 now. There is an extra cover. No, there isn't. There's a mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary. There's a mid-on and a mid-off, and a cover on the boundary as well, as that one is turned to Jewell by Van Buren, who's on 123, 187 the lead. Morley around the wicket bowls, full toss. Doesn't score from it. Pushes it up to mid-off where it's fielded by Aitchison.
Kent, by the way, 19 for 2.
Ooh.
Blackpool.
Next delivery is really fired in by Morley, and Bracey goes back and chops it out to Kame on the cover boundary.
Would you like to have a guess at who's got the 2 wickets?
Has he?
No.
Oh, he
hasn't got any
hasn't?
of them. It's one to Bailey and one to Green.
Yeah, well, he's lost his powers, really. Now, Green has come on early in both innings, hasn't he? Chris Green.
I suppose he does like to bowl with the new white ball.
Yeah. Morley over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who uses his feet and then toe ends it up to wide mid-off. And there's no run. The over comes to an end. 399 for 4. We got near the. We're getting closer to the 1,000-run aggregate that David Griffin is excited about as well. It would be the. Did he say 7th or 5th? I can't remember. Successive match in which Derbyshire have played that has had an aggregate.
It might have been 7.
I think it was 7. That has got 1,000. Or has had 1,000 runs aggregate, and of course that may well end at Chesterfield, which tends not to be a 1,000 run aggregate kind of surface, but this spring and early summer has been completely different to most of them over the last 10 years. Certainly it's been particularly warm. So we wait and see what the Chesterfield surface is like on Sunday.
Do you sort of think outgrounds so often it's either very low or very high and nowhere in between? Cutting away, Van Buren to start this new Thompson over, and he beats Jewell at backward point and takes a boundary to bring up Gloucestershire's 400 for the innings. 403 for 4. As Van Buren's on to 128, and Thompson trying to get some bounce, but the issue with that bounce when you've got somebody who's not the tallest in Van Buren, who does like to be quick on his feet and play the cut shot, is that he's going to profit from it as he did there. So Thompson switches to round the wicket with a short leg and a leg slip. No conventional slip. Thompson bowls, turned round the corner, nudged irritatingly between the two close fielders for a single. 404 for 4. And one of the Kent wickets, by the way, was Matt Parkinson, who opened the batting, which is slightly curious given the fact that that's not a night watchman.
Yeah.
Kent starting their innings today.
I know how to deal with Jimmy, he said in the changing rooms.
Cut away. he did. He just got out to Green and instead cut away by Bracey for 1 out to deep cover.
Well, his bowling figures yesterday were astonishing, weren't they?
He improved them a little bit by taking a couple of later wickets. Jack Leaning ended up with,
But they were horrible too, weren't
remarkable 28 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 146. Thompson, whose figures now read 1 for 146.
Oh, there we go. Horrible.
Van Buren defends into the offside, but his has come from 42.4 overs. I don't know whether that makes it better. It probably does, but
slightly.
But then it means you've just bowled more deliveries that then haven't. I don't know. Let's not go there. Going back is Bracey to defend into the covers.
Well, he's bowled the same number of wicket-taking deliveries as Leaning in far more deliveries, but he hasn't. He's bowled. He's bowled more
far
tightly.
more accurate.
Yeah.
Thompson in Bracey reaching for a drive. He'll steer it through point for another run, so that's 8 runs from the over. The lead is on to 196, 407 for 4. And actually the other thing, looking at that Kent innings at Blackpool, where Lancashire had 3 Centurions, is that, again, the 6th and 7th bowlers, which feels like it's similar to here really. That Everson 21 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 61, because of course you can't bowl medium pace with a Kookaburra ball. And then Jaden Denley 5 overs, 2 for 25.
Very strange. Jimmy clearly had enough after 4 overs this morning. Not bowling with that. Here comes Jack Morley. Attempted sweep by Bracey. Hits him somewhere on his left arm by the look of the way he's shaking it. Loops into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 10. I'll take myself off. That one's turned into the leg side. Save himself for Chesterfield. He's skipper in Lancashire in this game and the next. 407 for 4, but the lead is 196. That's the important number, really. As this one is, well, he attempts to whip it away. I think it comes off a pad, does it? And goes to slip. He sort of toppled forward. It didn't hit anything. How's it not hit anything? It's been given as a bye.
It's turned so far.
Yeah. It's just turned. He was out of his ground.
And Guess couldn't quite take it.
It almost
didn't have any sight of it, but yeah, it could have been a stumping. Then could have been a
potential run out,
yeah.
I suppose. You can't be stumped by first slip, can you? There's Morley bowls, and they did take a bye, so they've moved up to 408 for 4. That one is pushed into the offside by Van Buren, and there is no run.
Absolutely turned square out of the rough.
Yeah.
Which has turned way too much in the end.
As Morley bowls, that one is guided into the offside. Bracey sets off, but soon stops as it's fielded by Thompson. A few more people watching from the balconies today. Certainly away to the right. As Morley bowls, that one is pushed into the offside by Van Buren. It's picked up by Martin Anderson. He didn't even take his helmet off. And there is no run as the over comes to an end. Another maiden for Jack Morley, 42 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 127. And home side of 408 for 4, leading by 197.
Glamorgan's still 3 down at Grace Road, trailing by 54 in their second innings.
That's the big one, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the one of major interest to both of these sides.
Yeah.
Can Leicestershire beat Glamorgan, who are a much better side now than they were at the start of the season? They were absolutely dreadful, weren't they?
Well, I think it's the Andy Gorvin factor. He didn't play in the game here, and Gloucestershire just about got Glamorgan to follow on, but there was just no time for anything else. But really, Gloucestershire were the better side. I think it could be interesting to see how the sides shape up next round. 2 slips in place for Thompson to Bracey. It's very short and wide, and cracked away for a single to deep backward point by Bracey, who's into double figures, 409 for 4. So Sam North East really just getting going at Grace Road on 95, not out, and Colin Ingram 52, not out.
So they appear to hold the key, those two, don't they? They're 2 best batters by some distance.
Middlesex 282 for 4. Wantage Road lead of 260. Van Buren cuts that one off his stumps, but quick on his feet, good eye, seeing it well. He's on to 131 with backward point having to track back. So the lead moves to 199. Liam Guthrie took, was it 7 in the first innings? I think it was 7 for 94. He's got a couple of the Middlesex wickets, but something needs to start happening, I suppose, pretty quickly there. Bracey cuts. That'll be a single into the offside once again, and I think that will bring up the 200-run lead once the scoreboard recovers from its slumbers, because it's not Bracey on strike, he's just taken a single.
Yes, I think you might be right.
411 for
Glad
4.
it's not just me, it's trying to trip up now.
Thompson bowls, and Bracey just, Van Buren, thank you, just goes back and nudges it through backward square. Everybody claps because they think it's the 200-run lead, and then, oh, hang on.
They've just added another one. It's the applause for the 201 lead.
lead,
yeah.
Oh dear.
At least it didn't freeze it up at an important moment.
Bracey goes big down the ground. He's hit that one way back for 6. Just over pitched from Thompson, and Bracey launches it straight, and that, I think, is the first 6 that Gloucestershire have hit in the match. It is.
Yeah, Derbyshire only hit 1, didn't they?
They had 3.
Did they?
4, in fact,
4?
because I missed Jack Morley's one. Yeah, I remember that the
Jack
first
Morley,
3 batters
yes.
all hit 1.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'd forgotten Jack Morley's one. Thompson bowls! Oh, goodness me, how on earth has that missed? Bracey went back and tried to sort of cut it, sort of drive it. Off stump was there, and I have no idea how that has not taken the off stump. I don't think I'm even going to know from the replay. Good grief. Talk about coat of varnish. 418 for 4.
Yeah, that was close. Very close.
That's umpire's call.
For bold.
You should review that.
Umpire's call for bold.
Well, do you know what? That's the one thing I've always had, which is why, and nobody ever mentions it to do with umpire's call. It's always about, oh, if it's hitting the stumps, it should be out, or umpires should have the leeway. But actually, the stumps are not always straight.
No, but if it had been given out leg before wicket, if it had just flicked his pad, you wouldn't have said, well, that's a shocker decision, would you?
Yeah.
The 1,000-run aggregate has been completed, as that one is a new over from Jack Morley. First ball just guided down to backward point by Van Buren for a single.
Was that what they were applauding?
No, I don't think so. When they reached 416, it was 1,000. It's the 7th, as we said earlier. Thanks, Griff. First class match that Derbyshire have been involved in, with 1,000 or more. Equals the club record. As Morley set off and then lost something, so he goes into reverse and comes in again to bowl to Bracey, who gets the reverse out and misses it.
Yeah, that was an odd one. Did he maybe just get a tiny bit on that and then hit it into the keeper's pads? The finest of reverse sweeps, almost. I was looking at the monitor, I should say, and Fletcher was watching it live, so yeah.
And from behind. That one is turned into the leg side by Bracey. Now then, Van Buren's halfway down the track. The throw comes in from Thompson and misses. That'll go down as a dot. But it was in the air for a long time off James Bracey's bat into the leg side. The two fielders there at leg slip and short leg, Wayne Madsen and Martin Anderson, yelped as it went between them. As Morley comes in again, the reverse sweep comes out, and this one's successful. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Even MATCHDAY won't get to that. That was a nice shot into the ground. One for the purists. And underneath the covers it goes. So MATCHDAY has asked, it didn't quite go into the covers. One of the ground staff has thrown him the ball back, which is very kind of him.
Yeah, I think actually got another look at the previous reverse sweep. It just shot along the floor out of the rough, which I thought maybe he got some bat on it, but I think he certainly hit that one. That would have behaved very oddly out of the rough.
This one is a conventional sweep. It's gone a long way in front of square, and Harry Kame's not going to get to this one. It's back-to-back boundaries for James Bracey, who is rattling along here at 25 off 30, giving everybody a bit of hope that they might actually be trying to set something up.
Is it game on? Well, I think Bracey may have decided against Morley bowling into that rough that attack might be the best form of defence. Morley in, down the pitch, Bracey trying to turn it leg side, gets whacked on the pad, but he's halfway to the Gloucester Road outside the off stump, so he shouldn't be given out LBW. 427 for 4. So that lead on to 216. What's happening in the other division? Well, actually, I'll tell you that Middlesex have lost a 5th wicket at Wantage Road, where Ryan Higgins has been bowled by Calvin Harrison for 44, so Middlesex lead by 272. In Division 1, Somerset 164 for 5 at Edgbaston, so they've lost a few wickets this morning. As Thompson bowls around the wicket to Van Buren, who works at leg side, ricochets off short leg to mid-wicket, there's no run. Corey Roccaccioli has taken 3 wickets for 40. Somerset lead by 311. Could still be an interesting final day chase, that, as Van Buren defends into the short leg area, but by taking those wickets, Somerset have then had to slow down. Tom Abel 25 from 51 and Archie Vaughan 10 from 24. A not out pair at the moment, but they would have been thinking about attacking and really giving themselves the maximum amount of time to try and bowl the side out. Van Buren defends into the offside, slightly further up the bat than the middle. Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire, oh gosh, 487 plays 459 for 6. Van Buren goes back and plays a thrashing cut shot really through cover that isn't beautifully timed. He'll take a run for that. He's moved his score to 134. It's 428 for 4 here. Finn Bean was eventually dismissed for 224 in that game at Trent Bridge. So Surrey, who won yesterday, look as though they're going to be making up some ground in the title chase. This is played up to mid-on by Bracey for no run. Essex still in trouble at Chelmsford at 132 for 5. Still trailing Hampshire by 25. Liam Dawson has 4 for 35 from 25 overs. Thompson in. Bracey's hit that one firmly down the ground as well, and that's just going to be 1 bounce and 4. This time lands it on that bearer patch down there, and it skips over the rope, and the 50 partnership is up between Van Buren and Bracey, who continues to look as if he is in a belligerent mood.
For the first time that I can remember this match, we're having an official drinks break. Either that or Derbyshire have had enough. There's 1, 2,
Derbyshire have declared
3. Yes, 3 of their players have now left the field. Caleb Jewell bringing up the rear. 4 was it who went off in the end.
I hope their food was all right last night.
Yes, well I can smell gravy now. You smell a bit of gravy?
I thought I smelled a pasty
Are they
earlier, but now it's...
Is it pies?
Lunch is here.
Oh, they're pies. There are. Oh, that's not too bad. Meatballs, we'll take that.
Okay, with pasta. Yeah, well, I think we have to have pasta twice in 4-day this year. It does seem to be
I'm sure I think I'll be bunged up. I'm not used to this kind of thing.
We had well, I still mourn the enchiladas that we had last year. That was
lovely
the
animals though, aren't they? Beautiful, little furry things. Prefer them fried.
With the fur on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The batter can get in between the the hairs.
So do we think Bracey's... I mean, is this is the horrible phrase. This is the way he plays, James Bracey, or is he?
Not really.
No. So in that case, it feels like they've got a target in mind. The lead's 221, and there are 79 overs left. So it's still less than 3 and over, and you can't declare. With less than 3 and over required, they'd have to get it up to about 4 and over, wouldn't you? Which means that you'd need by lunch a lead of 200. Oh dear, which would be 68 overs by then, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it? No, 64 overs.
Depends how many they bowl in the morning session.
It very much depends on that. Yes, but it should be, shouldn't it? So 4 and over would be. Well, it wouldn't. It's not.
It's doable.
It is doable because. So it's interesting.
It looks as though what they've said is Van Buren, you're just going to continue batting the way you've been batting.
And everybody else can come in and... Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it, really?
And then we'll see what happens if
we'll see where we are at lunch.
Gets out. Yes, we will. And then we'll reconsider.
Yeah, we'll have a chat.
A bit of a meeting.
And then 10 minutes before the restart, we'll declare. throw everybody into chaos. Yeah, but it would be great if that happened, and I would tip my hat to Cameron Bancroft and everybody else who's involved in the decision, because that's what you want, isn't it? You want to try to get a result, and if Gloucestershire could get a result in this game, the winning result, that is, they'll get a result no matter what, then it pulls them right up behind Derbyshire, doesn't it? Right up behind them. So interesting. This is a huge opportunity. It's a huge opportunity for both sides, and that's what makes it even more exciting than it already is.
It's a delicate balance.
Very much, yeah.
You know, because
yeah.
goodness knows everybody will have their opinion on whatever declaration is made, and especially if it turns out that Gloucestershire make a declaration and then lose, it will be, you chucked away promotion, rather than, you know, looking at the opportunity.
Well, they quite often say, well, it's a bit early in the season, but later in the season we might think about something. No, it's halfway through. We're into the second half of the County Championship campaign. Just a couple of bits of minor interest. Burton Albion have made another signing. Jake Beasley's joined them from Blackpool. That's interesting. And there was a man in Chesterfield who cut his neck with a chainsaw, I heard on the news. He was taken to Chesterfield Hospital and is now fine. That one's turned too much from Jack Morley. I thought he was caught. It slipped for a minute. It's my over, and I was just basically waiting for you to describe it. He went forward. Now then, I think they're asking whether it carried here, the umpires. I thought it must have come off the bat. We're looking at a replay now. It's pitched and turned, and that's been caught, hasn't it, by Wayne Madsen? But no, obviously not. The umpires have had a chat, and they decided it wasn't caught.
I
can't see the ball.
Can tell with these
No,
when it's zoomed in.
I can't see the ball really. There it is, and
how on earth can you tell that? I don't know. Madsen didn't chuck it up in the air.
No, they didn't get excited,
delight,
did they?
So
They didn't get excited.
You sort of got to sell it to the umpires, really, haven't you?
Yes. There's Morley bowls. This one's pushed by Van Buren out into the offside.
Just another nearly, though. And well,
Everybody
could
loves
have put the
it.
cat among the pigeons if that had been.
Everybody loves a nearly.
caught.
This one is down the leg side. He tries to sweep it, hits Brooke Guest, and isn't signalled wide.
Of course, you can't bowl negatively from round the wicket.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But
You're right.
I mean, to start with, I wondered whether that would bowl him round his legs, and then whether it was going to be one of those dismissals that you do see sometimes with batters sweeping, where it hits the glove and then goes the other way.
Deflects in, yeah. Just hit the pads of the wicket keeper. This one's been pushed into the onside by Van Buren. And there's no run. He's on 134. 432 for 4, lead 2-2-1 with 78 overs to go. You do the maths, because I can't. They lose 2, of course, unless they declare at lunch. And this one is pushed, driven up to mid-off by Van Buren. There's no run. That's Ben Aitchison who fielded it there. He was warming up before, but I think more to show willing than anything else. There's plenty of blue sky here as well. Feels like a batting day. That one's been pushed out to the outside. It felt like a bowling day when they started because it was quite gloomy, or cloudy. No run off the final ball of the over. Made an over from Jack Morley, his 5th of the innings. And it is 432 for 4. Now this innings has been going on for 136 overs. Goodness sake. That's quite a long time. The lead is 221.
Yes, it's a long time to be in the field for, which
Yeah.
I never know. I mean, these days you see innings last this number of overs so regularly, it feels. So I don't actually know how much effect it does have on the fielding side. They sort of manage their way through it.
It wasn't just a show willing look. I thought I saw him warming up, Ben Aitchison. He's going to come on to bat. The youngster with his orange bat is here again. That's terrific. He's got a chair as a set of stumps now, but Grandad's not a particularly good bowler, I think it's fair to say. He's just missed the target.
Well, it's going to be thrown back.
He's the one with that. That's a good. That's a good throw for a little kid like that. think he wants the bin moving slightly squarer.
Slightly larger stumps to use, I think, if you were to use the bin as the stumps, which I can certainly remember doing as a child. But that particular bin, that doesn't leave you much margin for error.
No, you do want to be not out at the end of the day.
You can basically just throw it wide and all right, it's maybe you could use that water bottle. The picnic.
Here we go. There's the delivery.
And
nice shot.
Away into the leg side for 4.
Yeah, I think so. He didn't move. He didn't run for it.
No.
Save your legs. Save your legs.
You chase after that, Grandad.
Yes.
Right.
The over hasn't started, incidentally.
We still don't look anywhere near actually bowling the ball. Zach Chappell's been forced to run down to long off and then told to go back again. Aitchison bowls and Bracey defends into the covers.
Don't do that.
Did you look down at the wrong point? I thought I was getting excited.
I wasn't taking any notice of it at all.
Aitchison, 15 overs for 49 in the innings. And coming round the wicket to Bracey with a spread field, 4 back on the boundary. As Aitchison bowls, Bracey clips away, 2 short mid-wicket, there's no run. Is there any thought, if you're Wayne Madsen, of actually bringing the field up and thinking, actually, wouldn't mind a chase, let's just see if they want to set us something? But no is the right answer, because you can tell from Derbyshire's field that the answer to that is no.
Thank you.
Aitchison bowls to Bracey, who works it into the onside to mid-wicket. What I mean is that, I've said this before, that there is always the focus on the batting side, that the batting side are the only team that can do anything as far as setting a game up or manoeuvring a situation, which is actually wrong. A fielding side can manoeuvre the situation as well, but nobody does it. Probably because they'll fear social media clips and this is county cricket, etc. Short ball from Aitchison pulled away to deep forward square by Bracey. He is on to 30, 433 for 4. But actually, if you want a chase at all costs, you can probably make that happen.
Yes, we'll just let the ball go wherever. Yeah. And
you might get a wicket that way as well.
Force the opposition into batting aggressively.
There's Aitchison in now, a bit of bounce, and that hops over Van Buren, who was thinking about a late cut and then just held the bat there for the ball to hop over the top of it. Didn't carry through to Brooke Guest anyway, because even quicker deliveries are not exactly flying through.
I've just been asked what they'll set them. I don't think it'll be anything less than 300.
No.
By which time we'll be beyond lunch.
Aitchison in, short ball, pulled away, hammered into the gap, down at long leg for 4. They had 3 back on that leg side boundary, but now they've only got 2, and so Van Buren's hit it right where the other fielder was. So 437 for 4, not getting up a great deal, and rather sitting there asking to be hit, especially to a batter who was on 134. Zach Chappell is walking off the field as at the change of overs, with a minimum of 77 overs remaining in the day. The lead is at 226.
The over rate's at +8 and 45 minutes to go until lunch. They don't want to bowl too many overs before lunch, because that would leave them more overs after lunch in which to get any runs that they might be set should they think about going for them. So it's far too complicated for me to even work out, but I think they have to slow things down. Well, they already have, haven't they? Let's face it. How many overs have we had today?
In some ways, I think again it feels a bit like yesterday. I think we've had 19 overs, have we? If I've written that down right, I think it's 19.
Well, we've got 77 left today, and we had 96 at the start.
Yeah.
That'd be 19.
It's 19.
Yeah.
So actually, they have slowed it down, but
Yeah.
it feels almost slower than that because
It
they've
does.
got a spinner on. We've had at least one spinner on the
Yeah.
whole time, and then they're bowling an average number of overs an hour.
Bracey on strike as Jack Morley begins a new over, gets the sweep out, sweeps it straight into the ground, and to Wayne Madsen at leg slip. Yes, because they won't want to bowl more than 28 overs in the session, will they, if they bowl that many? As Morley is in, the reverse sweep comes out, and that hits his gloves and goes straight into the ground. Two unsuccessful sweeps at the start of the over. I just hit it straight back over his head, this ball. Or over the wicket-keeper's head, that'd be exciting. As Morley is in, he uses his legs and his stump. Does he? No, he's got his back foot back really quickly there because he was out of his ground momentarily. As James Bracey fired it in, he used his feet to advance towards his back foot. Yeah, it did. No, it didn't really come out of the ground, out of its ground, did it? Looking at the replay as Morley bowls, the sweep comes out, and this one has worked. There is a fielder down there. It's Alex Thompson, and they pick up a single. So it's been quite an exciting 4 deliveries for one in the grand scheme of things.
Yes, well, Bracey's still looking to get on with it.
Yeah.
He's not hit 1 off 4 for the lack of trying.
Van Buren, who hit the last boundary in the previous over, is fiddling at that one outside the off stump. Wayne Madsen's down on his knees.
That's a great delivery. I mean, that's pitched on what, off stump maybe, middle and off.
Really
turned.
fiddled at it, didn't he?
Wow,
Oh.
that has just turned beautifully.
As Morley's in again, that one is cut and cut a long way in front of square, and Harry Kane won't get there. That's 4 runs. Final ball of the over. How often does that happen? He moves on to 142. Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire 442 for 4 now. The lead is 231. 76 more overs left in the day, and 40 minutes to go until lunch. The other thing, and Gloucestershire can't take this into consideration, unfortunately. You sort of think they could, but they can't. But David Lloyd can't bat, certainly for 2 hours, because he'd probably be forced to come in at 7, wouldn't he? Having been off the field the entirety of yesterday. And when he does come on, he'll have a runner, and that will hamper him. Wayne Madsen looks okay today, but might have a slightly sore shoulder because of that dive yesterday that required a little bit of treatment. And there's no Lewis Rees, which means that the lower order starts slightly higher than it has done this season. So all these things will be thrown into a very large pot and stirred about. And somebody will come up with the right answer, but it won't be me.
Ben Aitchison to Bracey, and that's worked off the pads backward of square on the onside. And he went off with all sorts of intentions of a second, and then MATCHDAY gets quickly to the ball, whizzes the throw in. 443 for 4. Bracey onto 32. Yeah, I mean it may come into the equation in that you'd think whatever the score, Derbyshire will be going for it at the start. So if Gloucestershire could take the wickets of Jewell and maybe Kame and Madsen by trying to go for it, then they may get themselves in a position where they might think, actually, maybe we do have a chance to take the middle order wickets whilst they're still just batting for survival. There's a short ball, and that has been absolutely mullered by Van Buren through mid-wicket for 4. It was short in terms of where it pitched. I think it was about thigh high when it got to Graham Van Buren, and that's not much more than thigh high. That has been hit ferociously.
Well, thank you to my T20 part-time statistician Joe Shackett, who's just pointed out that the last 3 did add 62 combined in the first innings for Derbyshire. I still wouldn't want them still needing, well, shutting up shop. I'm not sure that would happen.
Aitchison bowls, thuds into the thigh pad and loops down to fine leg. And, well, Van Buren probably want to run for that. now, and in fact he might well get one. It sounded very thigh paddy to me, but let's see. Let's get my magnifying glass out. Actually, maybe it was off the gloves, was it? Or back of the bat, was it? Maybe that's.
Have you got a better screen there, James?
What is going on? I can barely see the ball on this.
I've got no idea where the ball is.
It's 448 for 4. Van Buren has 147, and Bracey will get him back on strike straight away as he turns it wide of mid-on. And 449 for 4. Lead is 238, so an outburst of scoring. About 40 minutes to go until lunch. Yeah, David Lloyd in at 7's an interesting one, in that what you'd have loved to have done, I suspect, is had Lloyd and Jewell open the batting, and then they take a huge chunk out of that requirement as Van Buren defends back to the bowler at a really good rate, and then make the lives of everybody else potentially easier. So it may yet have an effect in that respect, the fact that Lloyd is possibly going to have to.
Well, Harry Kane is the obvious candidate to move up one, because he opened last season with Lewis Rees, and he lost his place as an opener because Mickey Arthur wanted Lloyd to move up and join Jewell.
Aitchison bowls, low full toss on, driven by Van Buren. He'll sprint 1 and then have the ball almost thrown directly at him by Tickner. Of course it is. Who else will be fielding at mid-on? And that brings up the 450 for Gloucestershire, and 450 for 4 at the end of that over, with the lead sitting at 239, and they will be called into action, spectators, fairly soon. I can't say that any of them look particularly ready for action.
What kind of action?
Some clapping.
More clapping?
Might be.
Yeah?
Might be a bit of a workout. Van Buren has 148.
He does. He's on strike as well for the start of the next Jack Morley over. That'll be Jack Morley's 46th over on his 24th birthday. Jack Morley, 24 today, bowls to Van Buren, who pushes it up to mid-off. Morley picks it up, gives it to Anderson, and then Anderson gives it back to Morley. What was the point of that? Just took an extra few seconds out of the game as Morley is in. That one is heaved into the leg side for 4 runs by Van Buren, who gets to 150. 152 not out of 261 balls. That was his 20th 4. He's already shared in a stand of 222 with Cameron Bancroft. And this one is rattling towards 3 figures as well. It's moved up to 73 now, the partnership. In next to no time, really. 87 balls, and now, because what the left arm spinner needs is a bit of advice from the right arm quick. So he's getting it. I say, in fairness, that is what Tickner does when he's playing. He is very much the leader of the bowling attack. And when he's sub, he's the leader of the bowling attack. Still clapping about something. Morley is in, bowls to Van Buren, who defends straight back to the bowler. A no run. Lead 243. 74 overs left today. Getting into the territory where they might be in a position at lunchtime to declare. So that one is defended. Morley around the wicket once more. Bowls, and that one's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Van Buren for a single. 153 not out. 455 for 4.
Possibly shouldn't have chosen mid-over to try and work out how to operate this device. I was trying to get it to tell me something quite specific, which I was trying to remember and couldn't, but it's not doing so. I had a feeling that Graham van Buren didn't have 150 for Gloucestershire until last year, this fixture.
He's pulled that one, Bracey, into the leg side. Around the boundary goes Harry Kane. It's a terrific piece of fielding.
Stop.
Out on the mid-wicket boundary, sliding along, and the ball basically stuck in his hand.
That was like, he was like Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean fielding, you know, he sort of improbably steps off a giant spinning wheel and delivers the sort of flamboyant waving of the arms.
You clearly have the better of me on popular cultural references.
I don't think so. I don't think so. This is a rare one.
I'd heard of Jack Sparrow, but that was about it. End of the over, 456 for 4, the lead 245.
If Jack Sparrow were an outfielder, that's how he'd do it.
Excellent.
Everything would just be slightly improbably flamboyant, and just the timing of everything would be so perfect.
Finn Hudson-Prentice's nickname for a short while was Jack because he looked like a pirate.
Okay.
Apparently. He had long hair, and one of my favourite cricketers. I had to say goodbye to him for a second time at Edgbaston. I don't like that. Don't like that at all.
He might come back.
I don't think so.
You don't think he's going to come back even for T20?
I don't think there's any point.
Be a T20 specialist.
Well, no, because he could be, I suppose, but no, I don't think so. There's no point in Derbyshire bringing him back for the T20. They're not going to qualify.
I mean, for next year, to bring him back for the start.
Well, I'd like him back permanently, but that's not going to happen either. Sadly, I've just got to live with it.
Well, we all have these players around the county circuit who've gone over to the dark side.
I'm just glad he went to Sussex and not
true. Yes, that's
Warwickshire or Yorkshire. That
the usual suspects.
Softened the blow.
Leads 245. Aitchison bowls. Bracey drives gorgeously between short extra cover and mid off for 4, and that is probably at least the shot of the day so far. I think he's driven that pretty much on the up. Yeah, it wasn't a genuine half volley. It was a drive ball, probably, but still, there's basically no gaps on the offside. They've got it massively reinforced, and he still hit it through very comfortably. Lead 249, a wide delivery. Bracey goes after it and skews it into the onside and hits it to the only fielder in the end on that onside, saving 1. It's Caleb Jewell. There are only 2 fielders on the leg side. Jewell at mid-on, and then Thompson down at long leg?
Yes, I think so.
Looks like him anyway. Go with that. Aitchison bowls across his stumps. Bracey slashes at that one, misses it. Through to the keeper it goes.
He went underneath his bat.
Speaking of Sussex, 160 for 4 on the final day at Chesley Street. They lead Durham by 194 runs, so been a bad day for Sussex. It looks as though they might be about to subside in their second innings early on. Aitchison bowls. He's gone for this a sweep shot as James Bracey off the seamer, because there are only 2 fielders on the leg side. Got his pad outside the line of off stump, whacks off that down to the short third area, and they'll take a leg by. There we go. Need it for a single. 461 for 4. Somerset 6 down at Edgbaston now, leading by 352. A 4th wicket for Corey Roccaccioli. And, well, Middlesex 332 for 8. Now at Wantage Road, they seem to be sort of accelerating towards a declaration there. Darren Lehman managed to get Gloucestershire to agree to a declaration themselves. I think Gloucestershire may have had a hand in it as well. Aitchison bowls slashed away down to deep third for 4. In the end, there was a diving effort down on the boundary, but the ball was spinning away from the fielder, and there's just very little time to react because that boundary's so short. Wide ball, Van Buren through the kitchen sink at it. Didn't go where he meant it to, but still gets a boundary. 157, he's got 465 for 4, so 9 runs off this over. Aitchison bowls across his stumps, cutting away. Van Buren, sliding stop. Extra cover by Anderson. I did have to look at the number there because I've become so used to him being under the helmet.
He's a long way away from
suddenly, suddenly he's
pitch.
Away from proceedings, and a single ends the over, so 10 off that one. And even in that one, Van Buren actually looking as though he was looking to have a bit of a dart. 466 for 4. So actually Middlesex have just declared Wantage Road at 332 for 8. They've set Northamptonshire 311 to win, I'm assuming from about 70 odd overs. That feels, well, I'd say that feels quite good for Northamptonshire, really.
It's at least 73 if they haven't taken 2 off. It says minimum remaining 75. That's generous.
That is generous. First time head coach in Dane Villas versus Darren Lehman.
Yeah, grizzled.
I think I know who I would back in a negotiation between those two.
Hello, Darren. He's a top man. He came on with us. Did he come on with you?
Yes, he
yes.
did, yes.
It's
It
good.
was fantastic. He went to the Chelsea Flower Show, he was telling me. Had a great time.
What I liked about it was that, I mean, he came on and sat next to me, and I'm thinking, great, this is almost as terrifying as the first time I spoke to Jason Gillespie when he was at Yorkshire. And they're great.
Him as well a couple of
they're
years
great.
back.
They're great people. And I turned around to Radders and said, do you want to come on? He said, no. And afterwards he said, well, if you speak to him every match, you basically ask the same question, so it's probably better for the opposition commentator to just...
That's what he said to
you
me
may
as
well come up with an original... I didn't.
No, I don't think I did.
No, I didn't.
But actually, because he was far better than I was, he took the question to those sorts of areas.
Well,
Chelsea Flower Show.
He is a veteran broadcaster as well for the ABC. He's worked with my favourite commentator, Andrew Moore. He does a lot of NRL.
Fantastic commentator, Andrew Moore.
I love him. Game, set, bingo. Anyway, is it me?
Yes.
Thompson from the Ashley Down Road end. The first one, he tries to cut it as Van Buren chops it straight into the ground. Jack Morley was going to bowl. And then when Madsen changed his mind, now I wonder if the spinners are just going to swap ends. Ben Aitchison had been bowling, but he bowled some good deliveries as well, but he did take a bit of tap in that last over. This one's pushed up towards Aitchison. Understandable tap, I'm afraid, because that's just the situation of the game. And Buren moves to 159, 467 for 4. Thompson asks Morley to go back. He asks Pat Brown to come around a little bit. How far away from lunch? Oh, still 25 minutes. We'll probably get another over in. Madsen's a slip. Goal perilously close to the window. And Thompson bowls. That's one is pushed out into the offside. Pat Brown jogs around to get there because the batters were always going to get a single. Bracey moves on to 39. The lead 257. 72.5 overs left in the day. He's using his feet now. That one's gone up in the air. Anuj Dal is running around. So too is the fielder at long on. It lands in between the pair of them. And they get 2 runs. It was Zach Chappell who was running around from long on.
Perfectly placed.
Yeah, it was. And then it went so high that when it hit the ground, it just stopped. 2 more to Van Buren, who moves to 161, 470 for 4. Thompson is in again, and he goes back and just dabs this to short third man. There is no slip anymore. There's a whatever that position backward of square on the onside, 45 degrees to the stumps is where Wayne Madsen is, and he's more like a backward point really Jack Morley, as Thompson bowls, gives that plenty of air, and it's driven straight back to him by Van Buren. 4 off the over, and the batters are going to have a drink. Martin Anderson's going to leave the field. People are going to mill around generally as Gloucestershire reach 470 for 4 with the lead of 259. Jack Morley is going to replace Ben Aitchison. Just as he got to the boundary's edge there, Martin Anderson, as if he didn't have enough to carry with all those S's on his back, he's been called back by Brooke Guest and now is removing 2 helmets as well. I didn't see who replaced him, but I've got a fair idea who it might be.
No, I'm sorry, I just had a moment of triumph as I managed to finally find what it was that I was searching for.
It can only be one thing. There's an easy way of doing it. Well, for Gloucestershire, I suppose that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, I've done it.
Have you? Excellent. And were you proved right?
Well, no, I wasn't.
I would have mentioned it then.
I forgot an innings into that. Well, no, because other people would have done that and have gone, you are useless. So I have to mention it. Van Buren scored 172 not out in a game between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire at New Road, batting at 3 that time. Gloucestershire went on to win that game with Van Buren scoring 42 in the second innings. Michael Klinger and good grief! Michael Klinger and Jack Taylor got hundreds, and Gloucestershire chased down 320 in 57.4 overs.
It's been sent a fantastic video of a dog tackling a footballer. That's terrific. See if I can get it back to the start so you can see it. Because there we go. Bosh.
Oh no. Oh dear. Jack Morley switched ends. Bowling to brace it. Short, pulled away, and Dahl will just get to the ball. He fumbles it slightly, which is a bit cruel to say, but they did take a second run on that, but he did incredibly well to get there.
It's a bit scruffy in that. That's the one area of the pitch that is a little bit scruffy, isn't it? Where they store the sheets and everything.
472 for 4. Morley bowls a huge swiping sweep, misses outside the off stump. But yes, I was at least right, because I was fairly sure about that part, that the 187 that he made in this fixture last year was his highest Gloucestershire score. Morley bowls reverse sweep from Bracey, goes to short third for no run. Again, an awful lot of
basically doing that, aren't they? They're just swinging from right to left and back again now.
It's like when you give a youngster a bat and they can't really play straight because the bat's too big for them.
They don't know which way to hit it, do they?
Short ball pulled, that's been hit well, and another diving effort out at deep square by Anuj Dahl, and this time he does extremely well to keep them to 1. It was right in the gap. Bracey probably to hit it too hard for 2, 473 for 4. His highest first class score, Van Buren, that is 235, that he made for Northerns versus Eastern Province in 2015.
I'm not sure he'll get the chance to get that many. I mean, he may do. If he does, that would benefit Derbyshire, I fancy.
Lead is up to 262, and Gloucestershire certainly showing signs that they want to get that as close to 300 at lunch as they can. Derbyshire will try and stop them from doing that, partly by not bowling the ball.
I was going to say that seems to be the best way at the moment.
Fielders scattering everywhere.
Yeah.
There's 3 fielders inside the virtual circle on the offside. Even the short fine isn't that short. Everybody else is on the boundary. As Van Buren pulls hard into the gap in the leg side between long on and deep mid wicket. Just about. Ben Aitchison doesn't topple over the boundary.
His right foot hovered over the rope before he brought it back in, didn't it?
In fact, the first thing we've heard out of the FX mic today, you could hear the intake of breath from downstairs. 2 runs.
It's a good piece of fielding.
And Morley bowls a full toss way down the leg side. That is absolutely help yourself stuff, which Van Buren does, sweeps it down to the boundary. I mean, it was a full toss, but I think a full toss way down the leg side we've not seen too many of. And Van Buren has 167, And the lead 268. So if they continue to score, I mean, they are basically scoring at 9s, 10s and over at the moment. So 18 minutes to go until lunch.
3 overs.
Yes, they might still get fairly close to that 3
Oh, they will.
lead.
They will. Well, 10 and over for 3 overs will get them to 298.
Yeah.
I'd like them to make it a nice round figure. That'd be useful. Declare just before lunch. How about that? Give them an over. Just a thought. Alex Thompson's going to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowling to James Bracey, who's on 42 off 53. And Thompson's first delivery is just gently nudged out into the offside. 2 nudge, and it's Dowell who does the fielding. Single taken, 480 for 4. Fielders moving in. Some fielders moving in all directions, some pretty much staying where they were. There's a first sight of the day of David Lloyd as well, who's been forced into carrying a drinks bottle round because both of the other fit substitutes, or the 2 fit substitutes, are already on the field. Thompson bowls down the track, and that's smashed for 6 by Van Buren.
Oh,
that has gone.
I think that's on the
absolute
balcony
mile. An absolute mile. There's a gentleman at the top deck who's cleaning his windows. 100 Partnership comes up with that as well. They're going to need a new ball. Didn't even turn around. He probably heard the ball whistling towards him. That went, and that was enormous.
I think it's on. Well, I lost it, but I didn't see it come down in front of that top area between the 2 flats. Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the blast hit it completely over there and somewhere behind into the car park back there, and I'm pretty sure that hit from Van Buren's gone at least onto that, whatever you call it, area.
The what you call it?
It's not a balcony, is
it? The communal area.
It's an in-between area.
I think that's a communal area, is it?
Yeah.
No. But that chap cleaning the windows, he still doesn't turn around.
If you could see what I could see.
Yes. It was banned by the BBC at the time, I think, that wasn't it?
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, quite right too. Filth. That's what it is. Filth. 486 for 4 now. The lead up to 275. They will have a 300 lead by lunch, having led by 153 overnight. So they have certainly got a move on this morning. Gloucestershire, and fair play to them for doing that.
There's a gentleman on that area now who's from 4 floors up, staring down at the fielder,
trying to find the ball. He's facing the other way, isn't he? As Thompson bowls and Van Buren fiddles it into the offside, and there's no run.
There's a bit of a search party being sent out now.
The bloke in the flat, well, he's had a look, but he doesn't want to join in, does he really?
It must have gone over then. It must have cleared the flats if he can't find it.
It'll have hit one of the cars in the car park that we can just see through that gap, which is amusing, as in comes Thompson. That one turns away from Bracey, bounces as well and goes through to Guest. That's the other thing, when Derbyshire start their in inverted commas chase, as Thompson is in, that one is launched straight up in the air. It'll be caught by Brooke Guest, and is caught by Brooke Guest, and James Bracey goes for 43, trying to move the score along here for Gloucestershire. It's been a decent knock from him. 487 for 5 now, and it's Alex Thompson's second wicket of the innings. 43 of 56 balls for James Bracey. 4 fours and 1 6. Really good innings in the context of this match.
Yeah, I mean, he's come away from this match with a 47 and a 43. And you'd sort of look at that and think, well, he's not even got to 50 either time. But actually, I think he's looked in as good a touch as anybody. It's just how both innings have fallen. First innings he came out and ran out of partners, and this innings he's come out and had to move the scoreboard along, and Ben Charlesworth will, I'm sure, take up the mantle there. But yeah, as you say, he's done well there as Bracey, because he's pretty much, well, he's not quite attacked full on from ball one, but there was a period where it looked as though he was to attack and Van Buren wasn't, and then they both had a bit of a look at the board and went, yeah, actually, you know what, we can both have a go here, and they have got Gloucestershire towards a position where they could set Derbyshire 300 in 60 something overs.
Unlikely. Century for Sam North East at Grace Road. 104, 109 now, in fact.
Well, it's a bit like Ben Stokes batting at Headingley, isn't
Yeah.
it? Gosh.
Colin Ingram 68, Glamorgan at 201 for 3 and trail by just 22 runs now. So that game is not quite saved yet, but it's heading in the right direction for Glamorgan. Leicestershire haven't picked up a wicket this morning, as that one is guided by Charlesworth down towards the third man boundary for 4.
Reverse sweep with 2 slips in place. He hit it into the ground and over the top of them.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Wow.
I don't understand cricket. I might not be in the right job. 491 for 5 at the end of the over. The lead's 280. Charlesworth's got a strike rate of 400. And Jack Morley, who will not enjoy his bowling figures of 1 for 156 from 47 overs on his birthday. He hasn't bowled a ball on his birthday, of course. Followed by a trip up the M5.
Oh, yeah.
What a way to celebrate. I mean,
There might be a few ways to make the trip up the M5 more.
But then I think, well, they'll get back to the cricket ground, and then they'll have to get back to wherever he's, I don't know where he's based. Whether he's still based in the northwest, or, and he could come back with me if he wants, but
What? I can't think of any better way to spend a birthday, actually.
On the passenger seat of my car. Yeah.
Right.
I've used that line a couple of times. I haven't.
So, Van Buren surveying the field. Now there's only 3 fielders pretty much saving the single. Van Buren gets a full ball and drives down to long off. He says, peering around the monitor, it's Chapel down there. It's 492 for 5. So Van Buren 275, and Charlesworth, who has been in this position quite a lot in the T20, where he's basically just had to come out and hammer it and middle it from ball 1. So he's found himself in exactly that position in a red ball match now, with fielders pretty much up everywhere on the offside apart from deep cover, and then everybody back deep on the onside. Morley bowls to Charlesworth, and this is played towards the onside, and Morley cuts it off. I had a feeling Charlesworth might think, yeah, probably prefer just a single, and over to you, Graham. I'm a bit tired of this whole having to hit a 6 from ball 1 business, as he plays uncertainly again from across his stumps and outside the off stump into the leg side, and Morley can field again.
I think part of the batter's job now is to make this pitch look unplayable.
True, yeah. Yeah, he's got to get in the opposition's heads. Morley bowls, Charlesworth reverse sweeps, hits it over extra cover, and that's an extraordinary shot. He's put almost too much spin on it, actually, as the ball threatened to stop as it got near the boundary, but just about limps a foot over it in the end. A strange looking shot, but
remarkable.
Yeah, reverse hit really over extra, taking that deep point fielder out of the equation. 496 for 5.
Of course, by hitting the ball to the boundary, they're only wasting their own time.
285 is the lead, and well, we may as well have everybody back on the boundary, really. You know it's what you want to do. Morley bowls, another reverse sweep comes out from Charlesworth and it nutmegs him.
It's incredible. The reverse hasn't been massively profitable, has it? For anybody. They've just been flailing at the ball.
Hammond had a good go at it earlier on in his innings yesterday, but since then, paddle sweep from Charlesworth down to fine leg for 1. So only 6 runs off that over, but surely Derbyshire will have to get 2 overs in, even if they don't want to, with 8 minutes left until lunch. 497 for 5.
The easiest way of doing that would be an over from Ben Aitchison and an over from Zach Chappell, but whether they want to put them through that or not, perhaps Anashdale, they're not going to do it because Alex Thompson's going to continue. Of course, they could also have done it with other personnel out there who can't bowl. Pat Brown is out there. I don't think Blair Tickner's out there at the moment, which is quite remarkable. Martin Anderson could try and slow things down, I suppose, but he's got fielding pads on. That really would slow things. I don't think he has got them on anymore, has he? I can't see anybody with them on. It'd be foolish because he's not going to field within 80 yards of the bat. No, he hasn't. He's just running down to long on. Zach Chappell at long off. Man on the cover boundary. Man at wide third man. Wayne Madson's sort of 30 yards from the bat. A sort of fly slip almost. As Thompson is in the reverse, paddle comes out from Charlesworth and the ball is picked up by Brown. They go through for a single. Charlesworth on to 10. 287 the lead at 498 for 5. Mickey Arthur, Ashmal Shazad and Alex Hughes on a lap of the playing area. Thompson is in once more. Van Buren uses his feet, smashes it out, and is caught by Ben Aitchison on the boundary. Well, that's the end of Graham Van Buren for a terrific knock. 175 he makes. It was a comfortable catch in the end for Ben Aitchison, who takes his 5th catch of the match. One more and equals Derbyshire's record for an outfielder. So that's something to keep an eye out for. But he goes with the lead at 287.
Yeah, well, what an innings that is from Van Buren. It felt as though Gloucestershire probably needed 2 centurions in this innings, whether it would be one enormous one and another to support, but both Bancroft and Van Buren falling in the 170s, and that really to keep Bancroft company and to move Gloucestershire from a position of weakness to a position of actually being the ones to decide how many runs they might want to set Derbyshire. That is such a valuable knock from Graham Van Buren. 22 fours and a 6 and 277 deliveries for his 175, but really one of Van Buren's finest for Gloucestershire, I think, with the context especially, and his first 100 of the season as well, so I'm sure at this point in the season a little bit of a want to get on the board as far as that's concerned, but I think he's built some confidence through the T20, and it's great to see that from a Gloucestershire point of view translate into the Championship as well. Really vital innings.
Zaman Akhtar has been sent out for 4 minutes and comes down the track and launches this ball a mile. It's gone to the left of the flats in the end. I don't think it would have cleared them anyway, but there's 6 off the first ball he faces. That has gone a long, long way. A gentleman, I think it's a gentleman with a baby, carrying a baby over there, has retrieved the ball. It's 500 up for Gloucestershire, 504 for 6. The umpire wants to have a look at the ball. The lead up to 293. Get it out. Get it up to 300 before lunch. That's what Zaman Akhtar's been asked to do, and he's well, I'm not sure what kind of shot that was, in all honesty. It's a sort of indeterminate little push around the corner he was trying to play. It went through to Brooke Guest. There was no run. 3 minutes to go till lunch. They're probably going to have to bowl another over, which is not ideal. 2 balls to go in this one. Mind you, they're going to have to fetch this one back from the flats as well, because that has been launched down the ground. It's actually just gone to the back of the seats and rolled along the concourse. And 6 more, and Actor moves to 12 off 3 deliveries. 510 for 6, 299 the lead. With 1 ball of this over to go from Alex Thompson, who has 3 for 191. And he still has 3 for 191 as Actor. It was far better just playing straight through the line of the ball and smashing it back over the bowler's head, it would appear. The over comes to an end at 510 for 6. The lead is 299. And it's going to be, you would think, 300 and a little bit from 67 overs. Derbyshire's task.
So about, well,
4.5 and over, that kind of area, isn't it?
It's about 4.62, 68, 65, 671, 64 if they score 11 runs off this over.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of it.
Made it very clear.
That kind of area.
Yeah.
This will be the last over before lunch because there's just been a conference.
Yeah, and I think
I think everybody is probably happy with that.
Yeah, I think I would be shocked if Gloucestershire went out to bat again after lunch.
I'd be delighted.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
it's not going to happen, surely.
Flying about? No, not for Zaman Actor coming out and hitting 2 of his first 4 balls for 6. Sort of showed where that stood. So this is going to be an over of Gloucestershire going very hard at Jack Morley.
A catch would take us to lunch.
Morley bowls, Charlesworth down the pitch, slamming it straight and hard down the ground, but along the floor. And Charlesworth has 511 for 6. Yes, that is a good spot. The lead is up to 300. So Gloucestershire have that psychological, perhaps, milestone. But yeah, that is a point. I hadn't thought about that, of course. If a wicket falls at lunch.
Which is ludicrous, but it is the way of the world.
So I don't know whether that's an argument for not quite taking 5 singles, but hitting it along the ground and trying to maybe hit 2s and 4s. I don't know. Reverse sweep from Actor, and he does hit it along the ground. Hits it hard out to deep cover. And so another single. 512 for 6. Who knows, these runs could.
There's going to be the crucial runs. The crucial runs.
You just never know.
Single off the last 6 deliveries before lunch.
Yeah. Morley to Charlesworth and turned into the leg side, thinking about 2, and they will go for it. Well, they know they won't. Would have been a pretty glorious end there.
How quick is Dal? Yeah. It's remarkable, isn't it? Yeah. I'm sure he could have been a sprinter, you know.
Just had to have turned blind and gone, and even then they'd almost certainly not made it.
They've decided to put somebody a bit closer to the bat. Pat Brown.
Morley round the wicket, Actor down the pitch, lofting it over extra cover. That's a beautiful shot, and it's gone for 6 as well. It's just cleared the boundary. I thought it was actually a little bit wider to start with, and then Chappell was running round, and just for a moment I thought maybe he could just reach and take it, but he's hit that so well. I mean, as much as the first 2 6s that Actor's hit were brutal, that's a shot of elegance for 6. Lead is 308, and there's 2 balls to go before lunch as extra cover drops back as well. Morley bowls a sweep shot round the corner from Actor. That will just be a single.
We've seen more wickets this morning than we saw yesterday.
So Gloucestershire's total at 520 for 6. Actor has 20 from 7. Slightly concerning if you're Gloucestershire, is it? How Actor's just been able to come out and do that? I don't know. This could be still a very exciting day brewing up. Last ball before lunch as Charlesworth reverse slaps it over extra cover, and he's hit it for 6. Well, if that's the final blow of the innings, then what an extraordinary hit that was. 18 from 10 he will surely finish on. The way that he's put his wrists through that and got such power behind it. Extraordinary shot, and that over has gone for 16 runs, so they played it really well there. Few singles. Actor took a relatively risk-free option for a 6 in the end over extra cover, and then the last ball Charlesworth hits for 6. Applause for Actor and for Charlesworth. And so if the declaration comes at lunch, which you think surely it will, it'll be 4.7 and over that Derbyshire will have to score at for those 67 overs to get 316. But the Gloucestershire innings at 526 for 6, with Bancroft's 176 and Van Buren's 175 still the two big innings that have allowed Gloucestershire to get themselves in this position. Real patience, concentration, application, all those words shown. They picked the right deliveries to attack, didn't take too many risks, and compiled a fantastic partnership of 222 in the end, with Van Buren going on for a partnership of 106 with James Bracey. Bracey made 43, and as I said, Charlesworth 12 and 18 and Actor 20 to finish it off. Thompson ending with 3 for 191, Morley 1 for 178, Zach Chappell 2 for 52 from his 23 overs. So we will come back in 40 minutes with confirmation of that declaration, but just to recap, if Gloucestershire declare now, it will be 316 to win for Derbyshire from 67 overs. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you soon.
lunch scores from the other games in a moment. But first of all, there are 2 meal deals in the Thatchers this lunchtime. If you are hungry and fancy either of these, the cold meal deal, which is a sandwich, crisps and a soft drink, is at £4.50. And then for £5.50 you can have either a traditional pasty, an onion bhaji pasty, or a sausage roll plus crisps and a soft drink. That's £5.50. So both those meal deals available in the Thatchers for the rest of the day. £4.50 for a sandwich, crisps and a soft drink. £5.50 for the crisps and a soft drink plus either a sausage roll, an onion bhaji or a traditional pasty. Scores in the Championship, and all these games are at lunch. In the first division at Chester Street, Sussex 186 for 4 in their second innings against Durham. They lead by 220. At Chelmsford, Essex 199 for 5 in their second innings against Hampshire. Their lead is a more slender 42. At Trent Bridge, Yorkshire have just been dismissed for 510 in their first innings, and Notts will resume their second innings after lunch with a deficit of 23. And at Edgbaston, Somerset have declared at lunch 229 for 8, and that will leave Warwickshire 2 sessions to score 377 to win. In the second division, at lunch, Kent are 74 for 2. Lancashire have been declared overnight, so Kent's deficit at the moment is 191. And at Grace Road, Glamorgan have batted throughout the morning without losing a wicket. 214 for 3 they are against Leicestershire in their second innings. They are now just 9 runs behind. And at Northampton, Middlesex declared on 332 for 8 in their second innings. The victory target for Northants is 311, and they are 18 without loss at lunch. As you can see from the main scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, Gloucestershire have declared their second innings at lunch, and that will leave Derbyshire 316 to win in a minimum of 67 overs. So as we start the final phase of this match, the fourth innings, welcome back to Mark Newell and Simon Willett, our umpires. In the field, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft. And to open for Derbyshire, number 4, Harry Kane, and number 23, Caleb Jewell.
Hello. You will have gathered Gloucestershire did indeed declare at lunch, and so indeed the equation is 316 for Derbyshire to win the match from a minimum of 67 overs. So they'll have to score at 4.7 an over if they're to get there. Harry Kane opening the batting with Caleb Jewell because of the injury to David Lloyd, and Gloucestershire going straight to Todd Murphy from the Ashley Down Road end.
That's why he gets the big bucks. If you're brought in for 4 matches in the county championship, you've got to win some games, I imagine.
How big the bucks are, I don't know, but...
No, well, I've got no idea. He hasn't come across for a normal county cricketer's salary, though, has he?
True.
I wouldn't have thought.
The field, slip leg, slip short leg. Gloucestershire are putting 2 fielders back on the boundary, so they... Yeah, I mean, it's probably the field you'd expect, really, isn't it? 3 round the bat and then a bit of protection on each side.
This is the scenario that Gloucestershire were hoping for, wasn't it, when they won the toss and batted first? So,
well, true, roughly. So Murphy strolls in now. He bowls to Kame. It's way down the leg side, and well, a loosener.
Slightly negative bowling, I think.
Yes, already bowling for the draw. Oh dear. Joe Phillips is at leg slip. Hammond at slip, and Bancroft under the helmet at short leg. Murphy bowls again. It's down the leg side. It's turning further down the leg side, making Bracey's life harder. And Harry Kane misses it. I suppose you could bring leg slip into play, but it would be a fairly remarkable catch from Joe Phillips from out there. There's Murphy in, bowls 3 down the leg side as Bracey whips the bails off.
For no reason at all.
Go for a little bit of a shuffle, did Kane, but it was at
back
no point
foot
was
never
there
moved.
was there one foot even remotely close to being out of the crease.
280 for 8 is Derbyshire's highest successful run chase against Gloucestershire, Chesterfield in 1948.
History in the making. Murphy bowls, and a delivery on leg stump is turned down to fine leg Ajit Singh Dale, who looks as if he's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Gets across, and they take a couple, so Derbyshire
He's got his headband on, hasn't he? He only puts his headband on when he's bowling, doesn't he?
I guess so. I'm not sure where he hides it. I guess it's in his pocket, but...
Yeah, he's removing a sweater as well now. Look. He's ready.
He's already warmed up.
Yeah, he's ready.
Chase has just warmed him up now. Murphy in bowls, turned in the air and right between short leg and leg slip. Particularly close to either of them, but Gloucestershire are up and about as the ball was played in the air. As the score moves on to 3 without loss. So they're pretty close to the requirement from this over. Derbyshire. So Jewell will face 1 delivery, and it looks like pretty much the same field in reverse, although Joe Phillips is switching to short leg because Bancroft is at second slip. We've had all sorts of different slip warm-ups this morning, so if any catch goes down in the slip, so I have to blame the warm-ups, which I'll describe in a moment. Murphy round the wicket to Jewell, and that's let go outside off stump. So 3 from the first over. The required rate has climbed to 4.8, and 66 overs as a minimum remains. But of course, if Gloucestershire are pushing for victory, then Murphy and Van Buren could bowl from either end and get through a few more than that. And then, of course, you have that business of the last hour.
Well, the last hour starts with 16 overs to go, so you're only likely to get an extra 3 or 4 overs, really, aren't you?
You could get more overs in before the last hour as
No, you can't, because then the server starts.
No, but it doesn't, because it starts on time then. If
that's at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You could get more overs before then, and then after then, it all gets very
ridiculously
very
complicated. Yeah.
Those slip warm-ups, though, those little bits of, I say little bits of wire, those shards of metal.
Yeah.
That they threw the ball off the machine onto the ramp through.
Marchant
one of
de
which
Lange.
nearly impaled Marchant de Lange on the thigh, which wouldn't have been that great considering that he's trying to come back from injury. And then we had Tom Smith off the back of the bat when he hit them.
Madness. David Lloyd will bat at 7 if required, but he will bat with a runner. Here's Singdale then bowling to Harry Kame, first innings centurion, who gets one that's a long way wide of the off stump and goes wider as it goes through to Bracey. Scratches out his mark. This looks very calm, Harry Kame. Probably calmer than me. Derbyshire's spinners taken to the cleaners this morning by the Gloucestershire batters. Some very unpleasant figures. As Singdale is in again, and that one is off the glove possibly. No, off his thigh into the leg side for a leg bye. It just sort of looped. Certainly didn't look like a ball that had hit any bat. 4 without loss. It's all cranking up now.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's only taken 2 deliveries. Thought it might be a little bit longer than that before umpire would have decided to make Ajit Singdale sure that he was watching.
He needs looking at. He needs looking at. Glamorgan just 8 runs behind now at 215 for 3. Still haven't lost a wicket today, I don't think. As it's behind Leicestershire. Singdale ball short delivery down the leg side, and Caleb Jewell has nothing to do with it at all. Northamptonshire set 311 by Middlesex, are 23 without loss after 6. Kent 75 for 3 now, trailing Lancashire by 190, but they were next to nothing for 3.
For 2, they've just lost Bell Drummond.
Oh, okay, so they
13.
were next to nothing for 2, and now they're 75 for 3. In the basement battle, here is Singdale in and bowls to Jewell, who clips this into the leg side, and will get 4 runs for it. There are 2 fielders out there, backward a square on the leg side, and he got it absolutely perfectly right in between the pair of them. And he is off the mark with a boundary, 8 without loss, to rapturous applause from the... I don't know what the definition of a crowd is. Well, I'm not sure we've got a quorum.
Well, if it's 3 being a crowd, then I suppose we've got it.
Just about, yeah. Just about. As Singdale is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single as the ball is fielded there by Joe Phillips. So Jewell is on 5-9 without loss.
Maybe a few people waiting in the local area to see how many wickets down Derbyshire at tea before they
waiting outside,
decide to come in or not.
I'm sure that's probably the case. They'll have heard that the meatballs are on the menu. That was a very tough lunch. In comes Singdale. Bowls to Harry Kame, who guides that down to wide third man for a single. He moves on to 4. 10 without loss, so now they're ahead of the required rate. For what
Yes.
they're not. They are. Well, they are, but pointless. Yeah, 10 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, they're going to need Gloucestershire. You'd think spin is have to take the majority of the wickets, but they will need seam to chip in here and there, as basically we've seen in the game so far. Chappell took a couple of wickets in each innings. Pretty impressive analysis, really. 2 for 44 and 2 for 52, given there's been very little on offer. But it's going to have to be Murphy, you'd think, with a few. If Gloucestershire are going to pull this off, as Kane plays this down into the ground, picks the gap again between short leg and leg slip, but this time along the ground anyway. And another run to deep backward square. So 11 without loss. So Kane, Jewell, Madsen. Gloucestershire could just get a couple early and get into the middle order, but it's going to be easier said than done. With the quality up top, Harry Kane coming off a century already, Caleb Jewell having blasted Gloucestershire to all parts before this season. Murphy into Jewell, who drives and misses. And there's turn and bounce away from the left-hander there. And actually, in the end, too much turn and bounce for Murphy because he misses the outside edge and can't bring those two slips into play. Murphy bowls, Jewell sweeps and sweeps for 4 as he picks the gap between long leg and deep square, as so often you see a batter beaten by one that turns and they go straight to the sweep as Jewell hits it hard, places it well, and Jewell I don't think is going to really back down from playing his shots. He's on to 9 from 6. 301 to win. Murphy into Jewell. It's a good looking delivery, quick single taken, well taken between backward point and cover. 16 without loss. I mean, a good first 10 overs or so for Derbyshire. They've got that requirement down well in towards, well, heading towards 250 maybe, still 10 wickets in hand. You'd say that could be pretty important. Murphy in, down the pitch, came driving in the air, he'll beat mid-on.
Not by much.
Made to measure. Charlesworth, a fairly tall man at mid-on, didn't ever look as if it really was going to him.
No, it didn't, but it sort of did.
All right. And it wasn't absolutely middle, but, well, they're obviously looking to try and knock Murphy about a bit early here. 20 without loss. Last ball of the second over, Murphy in, and Kane pulls that away, hammers it over mid-wicket, and all the way for 6 towards the car park. So he dragged it down a bit and gets punished, and that is a massive over with 16 coming from it. And it's 26 without loss after 3. 10 for 3, was it said in the other room?
Jokingly, I think. And not by me, I hasten to add.
Yes.
Just in case. But that was a mighty hit from Harry Kane, who already is on 15. Both batters striking it in excess of 130. As Singdale begins a new over from the pavilion end, bowling to Caleb Jewell, who clips that into the leg side, but there won't be a run. There is a man at mid-wicket. And it remains 26 without loss. 316 the target. 290 more runs required. This would be quite the win if they could pull it off. You'd have to say Gloucestershire in the draw on the favourite side. I'll have to say it. As Singdale goes in and bowls to Jewell, who defends this one back to the bowler. And there is no run.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how they manage it, really, because is the aim going to be to try and break the back of it, and then they can
cruise.
maybe manoeuvre it about a
Manoeuvre
bit.
it about, that's what I meant,
yeah, all right, maybe yes. Well, cruise at 3.5, 4 and over, which doesn't look impossible.
Well, if they bash it about, it'll go a long way below 4 and over, won't it? You'd have thought. That's that one. Oh, playing a miss. He swung at that one as duel. It is his natural game, as they say. It may or may not serve him well in this kind of situation, but I don't think you want to take it away from him. Just bowled it across him, really, didn't it?
It's another one. I mean, in the first innings, he was out to a ball going across
Yes.
him, and because his feet are outside leg stump, you can see all 3 stumps. He's reaching for it.
He's reaching a
outside
long
the off
way
stump.
for it, isn't he? He waits now. That one's down the leg side, and well claimed by Bracey, tumbling away to his right.
Might have saved 5. The helmet.
I think it was going helmet towards the helmet. Yeah, might have been.
Close-ish,
The helmet's not directly behind the stumps, is it? It is down the leg side, which is a little risky. Somebody shouting, "Helmet, can you just move slightly straight?" That's how Derbyshire would have done it.
after a 15-minute discussion.
The helmet's just not reacting. What's going on? In Ajit Singh Dale, in and bowls to Caleb Jewell, who pushes it out into the offside. There is no run once more. That's Miles Hammond.
What shade did we decide yesterday? I can't remember now. Coral.
Coral.
That's what we decided, wasn't it? The coral.
It seems to be changing.
Yes, it'll be washing out gradually, won't it?
Yeah. You won't want to be in the showers with him, though, would you? You'd end up with pink feet. Singdale in and bowls. That strikes the pad. That's outside leg stump, surely to goodness. And they're going to go through for a leg by. You got very excited there, Singdale. Leg by is signalled. 27 without loss at the end of the over. It's only missing another set, I would suggest.
He pitched outside leg stump, struck outside leg stump, and probably missing leg stump.
I think it was missing leg stump. I'm not sure. That was certainly the impression I got from here.
Well, it was angled in. I don't think he hit it.
No.
So apart from that,
that wouldn't have saved
everything
him.
else.
Yeah.
Singdale's still having a chat with.
If that had been
umpire.
given, I seriously would have just packed up all my stuff and gone, because there'd be no point in hanging around for that, would there?
Right, Murphy 2 overs for 19. Round the wicket to Jewell, who goes for the sweep early. He's hit it in the air, and it's just fallen short of backward square. And Archie Bailey trying to move in, didn't have a great deal of time to move in, and he could take a few steps forward, launched himself away, and it lands just short of him. You could see Jewell going for that shot so early, and he reacted very quickly, did Bailey, but then had to flop on the ball to stop it from spinning past him. They take a signal.
Body on it, didn't he? Did really well to get his body on it.
Again, Jewell playing miss in the previous over. That shot there, it's not going to be risk-free trying to take the spinner on. There is enough turn out there. They put a long on back now as Murphy is into Came. It's played into the ground, and Bancroft reacts and stops it at short leg. There is no run. So 3 fielders back on the boundary. Long on, deep cover and deep square. Murphy bowling to Came, who plays into the ground, and there is no run. You do always tend to favour the chasing side on final days at Bristol, but well, in recent times that's definitely been the case. Haven't had, I can't remember a chase quite like this as Murphy bowls. Came plays it firmly, and that's a really good bit of fielding by Ollie Price at mid-wicket to get down and stop that one. Because there was a year back in 2021 where there was a succession of final day chases, all by Gloucestershire. 3 of the games at Bristol that year. Murphy bowls cut away by Came, and Bailey will stop that at backward point. They chased 228 in 63 overs against Surrey, so more runs, same amount of overs. 348 in 82 overs against Leicestershire.
Sort of equivalent, isn't it?
Murphy bowls, skews that one away into the offside. He was looking to play it into the leg side, but there's a huge gap there, so a single is added because they want him to play against the turn. He tried to play with the turn, but it went against the turn. Two off the over, sorry, 29 without loss. So 287 more to win from a minimum of 62 overs. And then Northamptonshire, that chase in that game, 266 from... There's a smudge. There's a smudge on my notebook.
Oh no, what does it say?
I think it says 83.
Oh, you need to get that sorted out, Ed.
I think it says 83. But those three rather stick out as the most comparable in recent times, I can think. So it shows Derbyshire have got a fair chance here.
Singdale bowls 2. Harry Kame hits him on the pad. That looked a better shout. Height might have been an issue, but it certainly looked like a better shout. It certainly was a better shout than the first one, or the one that was at the end of the previous over. Let's watch a replay of that now. Down leg side. Good decision from the umpire. That's always going to happen. I'm sorry, I can't get out of my head why you might have smudged your book. Been thumbing through it one evening and just smudged it.
Oh, I tell you why, because we were outdoors.
Oh yeah, that's it.
That season, I think there might have been a couple of drops of rain.
That doesn't help, does it? Singdale in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Kame.
Or indeed subsequent years at Cheltenham, where you're outside every year with a small umbrella.
Small, very small
protection.
umbrellas, I remember, yes.
So, yeah, I mean, there've been a couple of final day chases again since then. Leicestershire chased down a score after Gloucestershire had tried to set a game up a couple of years back and lost too many wickets in the pursuit of trying to set it up, and left it far friendlier than this for Leicestershire. Singdale bowls driven away by Kame, and there'll be no run to Archie Bailey at extra cover, so being kept busy in the early going. You're not going to take wickets with swing. We did see the one ball, probably the one ball that's moved in the match. I don't think it was a slower ball from Chappell either that you'd expect might have gripped. One ball from the seamers that's really moved and taken a wicket was Bancroft this morning, seaming back through the gate to get rid of Bancroft for 176. Singdale bowls, Caton turns it into the onside, and a single to Actor at backward square leg, 30 without loss. And to a certain extent also the other thing that sort of feels as if it plays into this chase is that for Derbyshire, were they to lose this, it is far from the end of their promotion hopes.
A tricky game against Lancashire next week at Chesterfield, which will produce a result, we're all fairly confident. But yes, you're right.
Gloucestershire,
well,
if the loss starts looming, that's real pressure.
Singdale bowls to Caleb Jewell, and he just guides it out into the offside. Two fielders converge on the ball. They come back for a second, and Jewell moves on to 34 without loss. No, 32 without loss. Dear, oh dear. All the numbers are moving in different time zones now.
Speaking of Lancashire, Kent 4 down now, 84 for 4. Chris Green 3 for 28. Not a side that I, especially with Compton out, that I would want to be batting out a day.
Singdale bowls. That turn around the corner, it bounces before it reaches the man down at deep backward square leg. Off Jewell's bat. Singdale walks away with his left hand in front of his face. Jewell moves to 14 and pinches the strike. And it's 33 without loss after 6. Harry Kame has 17, 4 off that one.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to bowl a lot of short stuff at Caleb Jewell, because partly the situation anyway, needing 4.6 and over, but partly just because I think he is a player that will just continue to take it on. So they might have to concede a few runs, but it will be worth a few runs to get Jewell out. But yeah, I felt this with Kent when Gloucestershire got those 6 wickets in the 41 overs, in that they were a side that I would back to chase some good runs. As Murphy bowls to Jewell, paddle swept, going out towards the boundary. It'll be 4. Van Buren took a few steps towards it, thinking he might have a chance of chasing it, but he certainly didn't. Used all the pace there. Did Caleb Jewell round the corner. 37 without loss. Jewell has 18. He went early there, and the ball really was put exactly where he'd want it, on or even just outside leg stump. Murphy still searching for his line, really. Round the wicket he bowls to Jewell, who off the back foot just helps it through a vacant cover point region, and another simple single. 38 without loss. But yeah, you know, you think of those for Kent, you think of the attacking players in the middle, Bell Drummond, well, yeah, you're leaning to some extent. Get down to Everson. Well, even Grant Stewart, that's what Grant Stewart did here, good grief. Murphy bowls to Kame, who deflects it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. If you just get him in survival mode.
You're right about Compton, though.
Yeah.
And he scored in that innings defeat that Kent suffered just before the T20 started at Derby. He scored 156 off 287 deliveries and never really looked like getting out.
Murphy bowls cut away by Kame. That'll beat Van Buren again. 4 more. Gloucestershire have got a real problem here with Murphy going for 30 in 3.4 overs. He's had a couple of, well, he's had one play and miss. He's had a ball just hit over mid-on, but just a few too many of these boundaries are coming without a great deal of risk needing to be taken by Darbshire, and the runs required down to 274 already, and Darbshire well ahead of where they need to be in terms of run rate. Murphy bowls and Kame plays that on straight back to him.
There's a lot of pressure on Murphy, though, and all joking aside, I have joked the odd time, but he is the overseas. He has been brought in, and they've had a pitch prepared for him. That brings its own pressures.
Yep. Murphy round the wicket to Kame, worked away firmly towards deep backward square. They'll think about 2. No, they won't. Well, Kame will, but Jewell.
He wasn't even looking.
Never even considered it. 43 for no wicket after 7 overs, and yes, he's, you know, yes, he has played. Of course, he has played Test cricket, Todd Murphy, but he's only 24, and this is only his 34th first-class match. He played, you know, high-level competitive cricket in Australia before he got to first-class level, but actually that's, you know, still thinking old money in terms of 16s, probably shouldn't, but that's, you're in your 3rd season with the 14 match year. That's still pretty early in your career. And,
I'll say.
You know, and you know, he looked very impressive playing for Australia out in India. I thought he did a really good job in the couple of tests that he played in the Ashes, but there will still be pressure on here, especially with Derbyshire getting on top of him early. Gloucestershire really could do with an early wicket just to slow this down, apart from anything else.
Singdale bowls to Kame. He takes this one on. Where's that gone? It's gone along the ground out to deep backward square like some an actor does the feeling. But
the umpire might have had a chance of taking
the catch.
Yes,
he didn't actually connect with it anywhere near as well as he would have liked. And I'm also looking at the 2 Derbyshire spinners. Jack Morley, 49 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 178, and how well he bowled in the first innings. Alex Thompson, 48 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 191. And the batters will be saying, well, the spinners aren't doing anything. They clearly are, as Singdale is in and bowls. Oh, there's an inside edge onto his pad, and it's a good job he got the inside edge as well. Either would have sneaked through and bowled him, or he'd have been slap bang in front of the stumps. Caleb Jewell That was a terrific delivery. Ollie Price comes across and says, well done to Ajit Singh Dale. Might just
have pitched outside leg,
just
actually.
Have pitched outside leg.
I thought it was looking stone dead if he hadn't hit it, but yeah.
Looking at the replay.
He's close, Singdale, but they need the payoff.
44 without loss, Derbyshire. Singdale in, and this one is driven, but straight to Miles Hammond at mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, replays are there, basically, to make us look foolish. I long for the days when there was no live stream. We could say what we liked, and nobody would know any different.
At least there's no commentator cam.
No. No, that is a good thing. We do have commentator cam at Derby, I'm afraid. All very amusing. As Singdale goes in again, Jewel pushes this one up to mid-on. Joe Phillips in the fielding pads with that mid-on, and there's no run.
Does look like that pace is being cranked up by Singdale. Be interesting to see what Gloucestershire do with their attack for the next game at Cardiff, because Singdale's bowled a lot more than Bailey and Actor so far.
It could be in the red zone. It is, whatever that is. Singdale bowling short ball. He does take it on. He gets the top edge and it bounces once before going over the boundary, directly over wicketkeeper James Bracey's head, and Caleb Jewell gets away with one there. He moves to 23-48 without loss.
Still does look likely that that's the way Gloucestershire are going to have to try and get him, and then do you go for that field that we see more and more these days with the long stop just to the offside?
Not the backstop. We don't want a backstop. Yeah, we've seen plenty of those this season. The short pitched delivery with the backstop. Yep. We saw it in the first away game at Leicester. I think that was the first time we saw it.
Not Ian Holland with that,
no, it was Darbshire who were doing it. Yeah, it drives me insane. The first time I saw it was Billy Godleman a few years ago, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Jewell. Straight to the man at mid-wicket. There is no run. Price, the man who fielded it. End of the over then. 8 gone. Both batters, Kame and Jewell, have 23. Derbyshire 48 without loss. They need 268 to win.
Favourites.
The favouritism doesn't sit well on my shoulders.
No, but if you'd have said at the start of an innings, after a declaration, 268 from 59 overs.
48 for none after 8.
If you take that out of the equation, though, just 268 from 59.
Yes.
You'd say batting sides probably.
Well, you would. I wouldn't out loud, but you would.
Gloucestershire, they've pretty much got no choice at this stage but to persist with Murphy for a couple of overs and think that if he can get one, then might just open things up for him. But he bowls round the wicket now to Kame. A flighted delivery is played back towards him. A good piece of fielding from Murphy to launch himself to his right and send the ball towards Price at mid-wicket, so they keep Kame at that end. We've gone from 3 close catches to 1 with just a short leg. Murphy bowls to Kame on the back foot, stroked out towards backward point.
Can we just mention that Kent are hurtling towards defeat now?
5 down? 5
down. Chris Green's got a 4th. In fact, he got Jack Leaning first ball. He bowled him 86 for 5, still trailing by 179. They're not going to last the day, are they?
No. Well, Lancashire could yet make a stunning comeback. Murphy bowls right up to the bat there, and Kame drives, and yet again Murphy has to launch himself down to his right, but there's no run.
I think he held that back and it looped more, and Harry Kane was waiting and waiting and waiting and just couldn't wait any longer.
Murphy, next ball comes in and Kane pushes that one away from a little bit out in front of himself. It goes square out on the offside to backward point. Again, there's no runs. So no runs from this over so far. It's absolutely no trouble for Derbyshire whatsoever. There shouldn't be any feelings of needing to get on with this. Murphy bowls and came, rightly so, defends a good straight delivery, and there's no run, so at least Murphy might feel he's just building something here. Seems to have settled into a bit more of a rhythm this over so far, but needs to finish it off. And he comes and bowls, and Kane goes back to quite a full delivery, but then he is not the tallest either, and it's played to the bowler again. So a maiden over from Murphy, and Derbyshire 48 without loss. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31, and well, Derbyshire's spinners. Well, is it right to say toiled? Because I don't think you can really toil for a session, but it didn't look as though it was going to be easy to produce the kind of 5 for 30 or 40 type spell. It was not that sort of pitch anymore. So, yeah, Gloucestershire may have been relying on the run rate a bit to take some of these wickets. It's been a long time since we've seen the substantial fall of wickets that we did on the second afternoon it was, when Derbyshire lost those.
Derbyshire crumbled, didn't they?
Those wickets, yeah. It was what they lost, 7 for 55, I think.
Singdale to bowl to Jewel, who pulls this one around the corner. He's pulled it well round the corner as well. He's got 4 for it. Again, there are 2 fielders there running towards the ball. Ben Charlesworth running towards us, and Graham Van Buren running away from us, and it's gone for 4 more.
Yeah, I think Singdale not happy, because it seemed as though the fielders were more concerned with running into each other.
Yeah,
and both of them hesitated. There was a, as Bumble likes to say, after you, Claude, and
50 up.
Yeah, the way it went.
52 without loss in the 10th over. Jewel up to 27 or 24. Singdale bowls to him, and well, that one almost lodges in his pad. Singdale kicks the ball, kicks the ball because he was trying to kick it towards the stumps. That's the equivalent of putting it wide from 2 yards out, but it still alarmed Jewel enough to turn round and launch himself back into his crease. Marvellous. Always like to see that. The long stop is in. There he is, down at the far end, as Jewel drives handsomely out towards the cover boundary for 4. We don't get involved as Cameron Bancroft as a long stop if you're going to bowl there and allow Jewel to drive, because that is one shot that he really has perfected. He is a glorious driver.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that was the attempted Yorker and it just came up quite a long way short, but that's the only full ball that you can bowl, just as the complete surprise. Otherwise, it's just got to be short. There's no bluffing involved when you've got nobody between mid-off and backward point.
Very fine third man, long leg, fine legs. This one is pushed out into the offside for a single by Caleb Jewell, and a man on the square leg boundary, as well as a more regulation third man. So there are an awful lot of 5 in total when Caleb Jewell is facing Ajit Singh Dale. There are 5 players on the boundary from square leg round to third man. 57 without loss now. 32 to Jewell. 259 to win. Say it quickly.
Do it quickly.
Well, people will be switching on all the time, I'm sure, in anticipation. Set 316 to win Derbyshire. They're already 57 without loss as Singdale goes in and bowls. That's just pushed into the offside by Harry Kane, and there's no run as it's picked up by the man in the covers.
The irony being that at the start of the day, all the games in Division 2 looked like being probably draws, with the exception of Leicestershire versus Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And that's the one game that looks
like
as if it will be a draw.
Yeah, yeah.
Northamptonshire 49 for 1 in the 14th over. They need 262 more to win, so I suppose that could still be a draw, but an exciting one.
Singdale bowls to Came, who defends that one straight back to him. He tries some more footwork, does Singdale, and he slices it back to Joe Phillips. There was no run off the final ball of the over 9 off it in total, though. 57 without loss after 10 overs. So they're going along at approximately 5.7, I think. That's the only run rate I ever attempt after 10 overs.
Yeah, you don't need the, whatever it was, 8 decimal places that we went with earlier.
And it is also on the scoreboard along with the required rate, which is 4.5, which is very handy.
Yeah, I mean the required rate actually, because you're 10 overs into a 67 over innings, the required rate's only changed by 0.2 since the start, but it doesn't feel that way because of the current rate. But it's still the case that a couple of wickets and things change. But as Murphy bowls to Jewell, turned firmly to mid-on, there'll be a throw here. No, there won't. Bailey won't. Shy at the stumps. Quick run taken by Jewell, 58 without loss.
It's a shame they don't put Douglas Lewis on the...
There's about everything else on there.
There is, no, it's terrific.
The new scoreboard.
I like it. It'd be better if I could see it, but I like it.
Definitely wouldn't have been able to see the one end of last year. The only information I think it seemed to be putting up was who won the toss. Murphy into Came, who plays that one right through Bancroft, I think, at short leg and out to deep backward square for 1. And, well, the singles suit Derbyshire absolutely fine. As it did seem to be from the interview from Bancroft yesterday that the belief was that the pitch had started possibly to flatten a bit, but as Murphy bowls and that's left alone, he did say Gloucestershire play to win, and actually in the end he's put his money where his mouth is with this declaration.
It was very pleasing to see the declaration. Listen, there's somebody on a balcony up there doing some exercises, look.
Oh yes.
Top floor in the middle.
Murphy bowls a quicker delivery, bounces a bit, but Jewell rides the bounce, helps it to deep square. 256 to win.
It's a sort of, I think they're doing some ballet. Have they got an elastic band on? Yeah.
Oh, it's like sort of resistance.
Yeah.
Training, whatever you call it.
Yes, I've got. You're asking the wrong person.
I don't know what that is. It'll have a crazy name. Murphy in, Came firmly, knocks it down to long on. That was certainly not going to bring the bowler or short mid wicket into play. So 4 singles off this over, and Murphy made an over previous over. Might have been thinking he's starting to build a little bit of pressure, but Gloucestershire are having to put more and more fielders into not just single saving positions but boundary saving positions. Murphy round the wicket to Jewell, and he gets a leading edge which loops up into the offside, but a long way short of extra cover. 61 without loss, 255 to win. A couple of early wickets, especially as one of those you'd feel would be likely to be Madsen, or I suppose if you get Jewell or Madsen, Jewell and Madsen early, then Gloucestershire would start to think plenty of runs on the board. But it's the opposite now. It's that fast start.
Yeah, when's early finish? Ollie Price.
Yeah.
Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. You'll have the figures there.
One.
Oh, just one was it?
Yeah, 2.5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. Came into the attack 7th and broke that last one stand in the end.
Charlesworth got 2, wasn't it?
Yes, 2 for 10 from 4.
And I'm sure that over the course, there's a seagull down there. No, it isn't. It's a gull. Down there, it's just landed not far from that blue gazebo. That would have been absolutely terrifying if you'd been sitting on that bench. But the two people on the bench, or the person on the bench I can see, hasn't moved a muscle. Price is just bowling a couple of practice deliveries out to Graham Van Buren, who's also windmilling the arms after he throws the ball back to him. So I was going to say that Cameron Bancroft will ring the changes, I'm sure, over the course of this innings.
Yeah, Van Buren.
He's seriously warming up, isn't he?
Yeah.
In comes Price and bowls. That one is eased out into the offside by Kane, but straight to the man at backward point. And there is no run. 61 without loss. Another 255 to win. It's a long, long way off, but it's a lot closer than it was. As Price bowls, he's rather hurried there. Is Harry Kane. Changed his mind as to which shot he fancied playing, which can sometimes discomfort you as a batter. There's that goal again. Look at it. Blimey. The huge Price bowls, and he jabs his bat down on this one. Price has his hands on his head. He actually jabbed it down straight into the ground. So it was always going to be okay, as it turned out. Glamorgan now in the lead by 24, and they're 3 down.
About all day.
Madness. Price is in again, and back goes Kane and cuts. He's not going to get 4 for this, I don't think. Ajit Singh Dale will get round. He'll come back for a second though, out towards the backward point boundary. So Kane will move. Already has on the scoreboard on to 27-63 without loss. As Price goes in once more, and Kane goes back and pushes it into the onside, quite straight. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, he has bowled straight this over, Ollie Price.
Final ball of his first over of the second innings has gone through everything. It's come off the pad and been caught by Cameron Bancroft at slip. Not Cameron Bancroft, I beg your pardon. It's Miles Hammond, isn't it? Who's at slip. They went up, but they knew that it hadn't touched. It wasn't far away from his bat, but it wasn't his bat.
Good over though, and even the couple of runs came out to be very quick because of that extra bounce. So even that, there was some interest, and just I don't know, maybe bowling a little bit. Well, I don't know, Murphy was tossing it up quite a lot. Price seemed to be bowling a little bit flatter, maybe, but certainly extracted some turn. I think his length was a little bit shorter as well, but then I don't know, Price is probably a bit taller than Murphy. Van Buren will, you'd have thought, bowl a flatter trajectory. He got through 31 overs in the first innings, 31 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 91, and he ripped one past Anuj Dal from middle and leg to top of off. But see what he does here, whether he thinks about darting them in to try and build some scoreboard pressure, or he's thinking he can get one to grip and turn from the rough to Jewel. This is left alone. There's a serious disturbance in the surface as the ball lands, but it doesn't turn anywhere near enough to trouble Jewel. But that sent a real puff of dirt up. And Buren bowls driven back to him for no run.
Look where he's setting up now, Jewel, who generally sets up outside leg stump. He's setting up almost outside off stump.
Yeah, those foot marks, they will be of concern. Van Buren bowls, defended into the offside, and there's a single there. It is very gentle to cover. I suppose they do have to have protection out at deep cover. They can't just give away the runs now that it's 252 to win. But it is a disappointment if you're Van Buren to get the left-hander off strike, because that's probably who he'd rather be bowling to. I wonder if those footmarks are just close enough to leg stump that he might still think about trying to land the ball in them and rip it out of there. Not this time. It's a straight ball, and a right-handed came is forward to defend it, and Ollie Price fields. So in tandem, Gloucestershire's two spinners that they've had bowl the majority of the overs this season. Down the pitch comes Came and drives hard. There's a slight misfield from Charlesworth up at mid-off, but it looked as if he might get himself in some difficulty there, because he wasn't ever looking as if he was likely to middle it. He had to reach for it a bit, not quite to the pitch. Did a good enough job in the end to keep it down. Van Buren slightly did him there, 65 without loss. Van Buren to Jewel, and he comes forward, bat onto pad maybe. It would have been a possible catch for a silly mid-on, but you're not going to have one at this stage. 65 without loss, 13 overs bowled, and Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren's first couple of overs have just changed a little bit of the feel of the ease of batting out there. 251 to win though.
Yeah, just 4 runs off the last 2 overs.
And a few bits and pieces to hang your hat on if you're Gloucestershire.
If you're looking for those. Yeah. Price then from the pavilion end, bowling to Harry Kane with a slip and a short leg. He settles and then he's in, and Harry Kane goes back and heaves him out into the leg side. That looks quite a big hit, and it's a big enough hit to go all the way for 6. That's a second 6 for Harry Kane in this innings so far. He moves to 34 now. 71 without loss.
It's been so quick on anything short.
Yeah.
It wasn't that short either. He's just gone deep in his crease, and just seems to be the modern way.
That's the way he plays. It isn't the way he plays, actually. In comes Price and bowls. He's using his feet and clipping it up too. That's the way to play, though. Get a 6, get a single up towards Van Buren.
But just the way that batters are so quick to recognise that length.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, they seem to practice it as much as the full ball, launching those down the ground. They seem to get served up those, and just recognising when it's just short enough to go really deep in the crease, use all the power and launch it away.
7 off the first 2 balls of the over. Caleb Jewell can just see out the rest of it. I'm not sure that he will. 244 to win now as Price is in, and that one is played off the back foot, just eased into the offside. Zaman Akhtar does the fielding on the cover boundary. Both batters going along reasonably well. 73 without loss now. That run hasn't gone on yet, has it? Tell me it hasn't. It has now. 36 to Jewell. Price is in again, and back goes Kame and cuts out towards Ajit Singh Dale for a single. 9 off the first 4 balls of the over. 36 to Kame. 74 without loss.
Just over an hour to tea. Gloucestershire probably need, what, 3?
I think they'd hope they'd like 3, certainly. Yeah. Price bowls, and that's pushed. Just dropped into the offside, and Caleb Jewell says, we'll have another one there, Harry, and calls came through. 75 without loss. The opposite of what we say is happening here, of course. You know, Price has slowed them down, and then he goes for 10 as he bowls to Kame, who defends this one, and the 10-run over comes to an end, helped of course by that 6 off the first ball out towards If you were being generous, you'd say mid-wicket. If you weren't, you'd say cow corner. Either way, it cleared the rope. And Derbyshire are 75 without loss after 14 overs, a minimum of 55, 53, I know. 53 remain. It's a 3, that. Which means that the required rate is still 4.6, because it doesn't change much at this stage. And they need 241 to win. Gloucestershire need 10 wickets, we should say, and 10 good balls will see Gloucestershire over the line. Perhaps 15, with a bit of bad luck.
Van Buren bowls, he's gone straight past it, Caleb Jewell, and it's down to the boundary for 4 byes. Came charging down, tried to drive, it turned and bounced out of the rough and past the gloves of James Bracey. And 79 without loss. It was always going to be a tough ask, trying to take that as quickly as it went out of the rough, unsighted, and
so now they need another 14 good balls.
That was one of them.
You're always going to get a bit of bad luck, aren't you? And that was, or a bit of good luck, depending on which way you look at it. And that was very fortunate.
And then, of course, there's the requirement for the over almost straight away.
But he'd given himself up as far as the stumping was concerned. When you look at his body language.
Van Buren in, Jewell sweeps. Have a ball turned past you. Play the sweep shot. Down to backward square. 80 without loss. Did I mention Singdale had gone off?
No.
No, I didn't. Ajit Singdale's off the field, and Jack Taylor is fielding at deep backward square. So Jack Taylor, who is involved in the slip catching warm-ups, is doing a bit of sub-fielding. Van Buren bowls, driving his cane slightly aerially, but he might even get 4 for this, and he will just, yeah, he does.
Unlucky actor.
And that's not the greatest, really, because Zaman Akhtar was running round the boundary, and I think he thought that either backward point was going to get there or that the ball was going to slow up, and it just never did. And Van Buren not best pleased, not just the fact that the ball ends up going to the boundary, but it did look as though somebody ought to have been able to cut that off. 4 runs, Van Buren in, and Kane defends back up the pitch. There's no run. And this has a little bit of the feel of that England chase yesterday, when Duckett and Crawley just took so much out of it that there was that much batting left to come. Van Buren bowls to Kane, and that's defended away into the offside. You just feel, even with David Lloyd having to come in later on, as Van Buren bowls, driving, Kane picks the gap through cover point, takes 1, 10 runs off that over. 85 without loss. You just feel there's that much batting left, and any time Gloucestershire seem to produce an over or 2 that is on the quieter end of things, it's then followed by another couple of 8-run overs or so.
Yeah.
There's just been no real consistency of pressure on the batters, and at the moment it has the feeling of Derbyshire picking these runs off. Can still change, but it's 85 without loss after 15 overs.
It can certainly change. Yeah, 20 off the last 2. Useful from a Derbyshire perspective. Required rate, or not the required rate at all, the target reduced now to 231. Because after 15 overs, Derbyshire have scored 85 runs without loss. That's exactly what you need in a chase. If you're ever going to do it, is to not lose wickets early, because that just sends the panic throughout the changing room. Harry came on strike for Ollie Price's new over, and the first ball is just tapped up towards Todd Murphy at long on for a single.
I think they've surely cannot wait too long before going back to a seamer.
Wow. Zaman Akhtar would be the favourite, would he?
Yeah.
No.
Akhtar or Bailey.
Bailey.
I think you've got to give both of them a go before tea, haven't you?
I think so.
Because actually, well, I don't know. Jewel has looked like he might get out to the short ball against the seamers.
Yeah, and he's swept this ball around the corner. That's a really nice piece of fielding. That Van Buren down at long leg. It was a ball that was pitched outside leg stump and just went straight on, and he just clipped it around. Well, he swept it around the corner for what turned into a single, thanks to Van Buren's acrobatics out there. Good diving stop. 87 without loss. Price is in. Came using his feet just to clip the ball up towards long on for another single. So there's the 3 off the over.
It's great commitment from somebody who's been batting for basically 6 hours, bowled 31 overs in the first innings, is bowling now.
Well, he wants to get involved a bit more, doesn't he, that boy? It's been terrific. 88 without loss. Price bowls, turned into the leg side by Jewel for another single. I'm going to say that's Jack Taylor coming in off the boundary to do the fielding. Lucky first time guess. 89 without loss. Jewel moves on to 40. Came has 43. A run off each of the first 4 balls of the Price over. Came waits, that's outside the off stump, and he drives it backward of square straight to Van Buren, and there's no run.
About left arm spinners in this game, Jack Morley has been involved an extraordinary amount as well.
Yes, quite. Yeah, 7 wickets, couple of catches, decent partnership as came. Just guides that out to extra cover. There are 2 fielders chasing it, and the ball's going to win the race to the boundary. That was glorious from Harry Kame. Really nice shot from him as he moves to 47. Final ball of the over. Jewel has 40, and Derbyshire into the 90s. 93 without loss after 16 overs. 2-2-3 to win.
It'll take something extraordinary for Gloucestershire to win this game now.
Well, it takes 10. I know what you're saying,
but you just feel if it were a 50 over game, let's just say
if it's a 50 over game, it's game over, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, if you felt you had to bowl a side out in 50 overs in a 50 over game, how often does it?
It doesn't happen
that often, does it?
And
I know this isn't a 50 over game. There's differences in field, there's differences in ball, etc. But the batters bat like it's a 50 over game. They don't treat the red ball like it's like it's anything other than a white ball now so much.
That is true.
So it needs to be a sudden flow of wickets, really. And even if there is, there's still the possibility that Derbyshire say, well, we've only got about 25 overs to bat out here with 4 wickets in hand or something, and then they could still bat it out. But that's an awfully long way for Gloucestershire to go to even do that.
I'd be the last person to tell anybody not to get 2 down. Having spent the last 10 seasons being down, so but don't get 2 down.
No, well, it's just where the game seems to be going, isn't it? Van Buren bowls swept away through forward square leg. There'll be at least 2 here, might even be 4. Actor stoops down at the last and picks it up one-handed. So it is a couple to Jewel, who's scoring at a runner ball for his 42, 95 without loss. 221 to win. But yeah, I mean, well, do you see some strange things over the years watching cricket, and you certainly wouldn't write anything off here as this is paddled round the corner. Quick single here. Murphy will throw at the non-striker's end, and Jewel will be home there. Came very quick. Not much of a chance of getting a run out at either end there. In the end, 96 without loss.
Sam North East is out. 139 at Grace Road. They're 262 for 4, leading by 39, Glamorgan.
Van Buren to Kame, who works this one towards mid-wicket. And there is no run as Phillips fields with the shin pads on, trying to G Gloucestershire up a bit here. Slip and a leg slip. Bancroft under the helmet. As Van Buren bowls, it's a reach for that ball there. Kame trying to manipulate it through point, ends up picking out Murphy at backward point. But a couple of deliveries that aren't scored off. Absolutely not an issue. Van Buren a bit quicker. That does seem to just slide on towards Kame's pads, but the bat comes down and keeps that one out. You wouldn't put it past Leicestershire.
No.
The way that things just have run for them this season to take another couple of quick ones. Kame dinks this into the leg side, thinking about two. There surely isn't two there. Jack Taylor whips in the throw from backward square. It seemed to go about a foot off the ground, that throw, and on the bounce to James Bracey. 97 without loss at the end of the over.
Cleverly bounced it on the really scruffy part of the pitch as well, which is absolute. I've got no issues with that.
Well, the umpires haven't even said anything to anybody in
no,
the whole,
but
the whole game.
I really haven't got any issues with that. You could do what you want with the ball for me.
Right, it had to be, really. They had to change the pace. Gloucestershire, Zaman Akhter is going to come into the attack. So, just felt as though the spin was really starting to be manipulated, let's put it that way, and back to seam, and we'll see what sort of a plan Gloucestershire are going to go with. The issue with going with the out-and-out short ball plan is that you concede quite a lot of runs and then don't actually get the one that goes right into a fielder's hands, and it doesn't seem from the field as though Gloucestershire are going to go all out short.
Well, disappointingly, there's no backstop. No future in that, surely. Those meatballs are starting to repeat on me, by the way. And they weren't good the first time. So we're going to see Zaman Akhter bowling to Harry Kame. With no slips. A man catching mid-wicket, and he bowls, and he guides this down to third man, does Kame, to move on to 49.98 without loss. And they have plenty of options on Gloucestershire, don't they? In that first innings, when they did eventually bring Ben Charlesworth on as well, and we haven't seen Archie Bailey yet, so I'm sure that he'll just keep rotating his bowlers, Cameron Bancroft. He'll stay calm. Not there's much doubt about that either. As Akhter's on his way in to bowl to Jewell, and he just turns that into the leg side. No opportunity for a run there, as Miles Hammond does that thing that fielders do. And they pick the ball up, spread their legs, and try and decide which end to throw it at before holding on to it. And it remains 98 without loss. My T20 Oppo Joe is obviously a very busy man, because he alerted me to the Leicestershire wicket. In comes Akhter, that is driven, but almost straight at the man at extra cover. Unfortunately, in tumbling to field it, Joe Phillips couldn't hold on to it, and they scrambled through for another single. 2 off the over so far. Jewell moves to 44.99 without loss. Harry Kame is on 49 off 60, which is a very decent strike rate indeed, but nothing compared to Caleb Jewell. In goes Akhter and bowls to him, and he drives, and there's his half century, and the ball beats the fielder, so it's going to be another boundary, and Derbyshire will get to 3 figures, all from the same delivery. It was a valiant attempt from Ben Charlesworth, who at one point looked like he was about to get there, but once he put the dive in, the ball just escaped his clutches. Harry Kame 53 off 61 deliveries with 5 4s and 2 6s. It's been a terrific innings so far from Harry Kame to add to his century from the first innings, and it's given Derbyshire a flying start with 100 coming up in the 18th over.
That's wonderful timing. Again, it wasn't right up there either. He's picked that off. Well, I mean, it's still a full length, but it's not a half volley length.
As Akhter bowls to him, and he drives again, but that is fielded by extra cover Miles Hammond, and there's no run. 6 off the over. 1 ball to come. 213 required. As Actor turns, running away from us from the pavilion end, bowls a short ball to Came. Might even have been slightly slow. It's been given a wide. It goes looping through to the keeper, James Bracey. Came had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's not the easiest at bowling short ever at Bristol, really. So often you've just got to land it roughly where you think, and there's every chance that it's just going to
But then cross your
balloon
fingers.
over the, yeah.
The next one's pitched up a bit more. He's guided it down in between the keeper and Gully to third man for a single. He pinches the strike. He moves on to 54. 105 for 1 now. Jewel has 44. Derbyshire need 211 to win.
I mean, Came has scored pretty much at the original required rate, actually slightly above it, but Jewel has scored way above it, so that is no bother whatsoever.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? Because at the start of the season he was doing that. 61 off 48, 51 off 48, 83 off 104, all right, but he was scoring really, really quickly. Then he didn't slow right down, because his 232 came off 361 balls, but he was a little more watchful against Kent.
Van Buren will continue from the Ashley Down road end as Came drives to extra cover, and no run. Van Buren not holding back in terms of the speed of his overs here either, as that's driven away in a committed dive. It won't be successful in stopping the ball though, as it goes down to long off for a single. Well, I've been sort of running through in my mind really, what if Gloucestershire had gone out to bat again after lunch? What would that have meant? Well, they were already what are they, 6 down at lunch, with Murphy, Singdale, Bailey to come, so especially as you're looking to add quick runs, it was basically that Charlesworth-Actor partnership that would have had to have added more runs on, so balance of probabilities, probably not adding much more than 30 or 40 on, and if you're trying to look to do that quickly, probably not taking a huge number of overs out of the equation either, so I'm not sure it would have changed the feel of things too much. Jewel sweeps round the corner. There's a shout of cash, but there's nobody anywhere near it. Goes down to fine leg for 1 run. 107 without loss.
I applaud, genuinely, the declaration, because so often we see teams bat on and eventually you think, well, they've got no chance of chasing these. The Derbyshire have got a chance of chasing these.
Van Buren in, Came drives right along the floor. Just intelligent batting again for a single. 108 without loss, 208 to win. Yeah, I think when it comes to the position in the table, I'm sure there'll be those that will make the argument that could you have taken it deeper. This is the opportunity.
Better to have drawn than lost, obviously.
Direct,
yes. Yeah.
The direct gain was there in this game. Van Buren over the wicket to Jewel, and there's an inside edge on to Pad. The Pad was outside the line of off stump anyway. It was the first time really that you could probably say Jewel's been at all tentative in this innings so far.
Kent 7 down now, 116 for 7. They've
seems
gone.
to be nigh. Green and Bailey all 7. Jewel forward, plays with a turn of the wrists into the onside for no run. 3 runs from the over. Singdale has emerged back on the field. That felt a bit more than 15 minutes, but I am not sure that Singdale will get a bowl before after tea anyway. We've not seen Bailey at all yet. And 19 overs the innings gone, 108 on the board. And, well, that gets down below 200 pretty soon. Another little barrier overcome by Derbyshire.
Northamptonshire lost a... Oh, no, they haven't. It's gone back to 2. I thought they lost a third.
It's not quite as... I must say, I looked at that declaration and thought, that looks a little bit edging towards Northamptonshire, but it's a bit less so now. 83 for 2, needing 228 more.
Actor bowls to Kame, who plays the first ball of the over down into the ground. It dribbles just backward of square and they go through for a single. It's a belter at Trent Bridge though, isn't it?
Gosh.
487 played, 510 plays, 77 without loss. They'll be flooding through the turnstiles. But they probably wouldn't anyway, it's Trent Bridge. I'm contractually obliged to diss them.
Is the Derbyshire Nottinghamshire T20 been yet?
Yes, both.
Both.
Yeah. Actor bowls to Jewel, who's beaten by that one. They've gone up for the catch behind. The umpire's unmoved. That was a fantastic delivery. As that nipped back, as he it certainly squared him up a touch, and it flew through. Wow.
Maybe flick the pocket or the hip. There's a possibility that might have been a noise if there was one.
It actually squared him up because it was going down the leg side and he had to square himself up to try and hit it, but
wow.
Sharp around the wicket, Actor, to a man who's on 45 off 49, and he's managed to do that to him. As Actor is on his way in again, and this one's down the leg side once more, and it's whipped away and it's gone for 4 in between the two fielders down there in the distance in front of the flats, and Jewel moves to 49. Derbyshire 113 without loss, needing 203 more. The two T20s, Derbyshire lost as part of that 5-match losing run at home, and then went to Trent Bridge and won there for the first time since 2013 on a very joyous evening.
Good.
Yeah. And less than 24 hours later, they went to Birmingham and beat Gloucestershire. We all thought that they'd turned into a good T20 side, and then they played Lancashire. Last Friday. Wow. Actor on his way in to bowl to Jewel, who is on the move as he's playing a defensive shot and continued to move towards Harry Kame. It must have been terrified for a moment that he was going to run. Fielded by Murphy. And a run would have been it would have been trouble, you would have thought. They didn't run, I'm delighted to say, because had they run, I don't think Kane would have got down the other end. Here is Actor again. Jewel on 49. Turns that into the leg side. There's another half century for the season for Caleb Jewel, of 52 deliveries only, with 7 fours in it. He has been an exceptional signing as an overseas player, Caleb Jewel. He's taken Derbyshire to 100, or helped take them to 114 without loss. Harry Kane has done his fair share, more than his fair share. And their target of 316 is now down to 202. Handy for the person who's doing the update shortly, as Actor bowls to Kame. He's taken this on, it's gone straight up in the air, he's going to get caught. Here is he? No, it lands just beyond James Bracey as he raced into the leg side. Kame escapes. That is a very, very large slice of luck for Harry Kame, who moves on to 58. I was sure he was going to get caught. Bracey really did have to race towards that. And he ran and he ran and he stretched out the left hand, but he couldn't quite claw it in. And Derbyshire, at the end of that over, moved to 115 without loss, needing 201 to win. But that was a huge slice of luck for Harry Kame.
Yeah, well, what can you say, really? There's been Jewel charging down, teasing Bracey, going past, just turning too much. That one, high up in the air, Bracey storms after it and can't quite get there. Just when something needed to fall for Gloucestershire, well, it fell. It fell to the turf. Van Buren bowls dinked round the corner with a little paddle sweep, and that will go for 4. Miles Hammond gave it a chase from slip. Nobody back there. A well-crafted shot from Harry Kame, and that reduces the required runs down to 197, down below 200. 119 without loss. And I mean, 197 needed to win, but he'd look out there and think that it was 97, because when you get a ball fall from the sky like in the previous over, it just adds to that sense of this just is not going our way. Van Buren bowls, and this is pushed defensively into the offside for no run. And they just desperately need a lift, Gloucestershire. Van Buren bowls, and Kame covers up, defends straight back down the pitch. And Van Buren 4.5 overs for 19, and he had that stumping opportunity off duel as this is cracked away, and he's been dropped. But it was going so quickly. It was a slog sweep from Kame that I thought was past Joe Phillips for all money, and he got a good hand on that and just couldn't quite cling on. This is stroked into the offside next delivery for no run, but he got hold of that. He was spinning away, tried to take it up and to his right, and he didn't have time to go for it palms up. It had to be palms down. He tried to help it into his hands almost by spinning his body round, but couldn't do so as Kame pushes that one to cover, and there's no run. And this is swiftly turning into one of those days as Kame gets 2 half lives in 2 overs, but it's one of those you sort of make a note of it, but it's not really a drop. He's hit it so hard, and how Phillips has actually got as close as he has to taking that catch, I'm not quite sure. But 3 half chances, and well, I think it feels as Actor starts a new over, tries a Yorker. It's played into the leg side. He's come a long way down as Kame, and then there could be an overthrow here, and there will be an overthrow as Hammond tried to shovel the ball towards the stumps. There were 2 fielders there backing up, and Bancroft deflected it away from Murphy, and they get through for the run anyway. 120 without loss, and if you didn't laugh as a Gloucestershire supporter, you'd cry, as it feels as though fate and Derbyshire are doing everything they can to ruin their day. This is a short arm pull into the onside next ball from Actor to Kame, and they'll sprint through for a single as Phillips again, especially with the shin pads on. In fact, it's a good piece of fielding, but they can still take that extra run. It's 195 to win, and the next little milestone will be the halfway point. Still no wickets down. Actor into Jewel, who gets a ball that just maybe catches him a bit higher up on the bat, and yeah, making a bit of a signal with his left hand there. Probably didn't feel particularly good through the bat, but he plays it down into safety into the offside, and there is no run.
When I mentioned how good an overseas signing Caleb Jewell had been, when he got to 48, he reached 1,000 all-format runs for the season. He's been exceptional so far.
Actor bowls full and wide, and Jewell gets down on that, digs it out towards backward point. out on the boundary, and that is another run closer. 122 without loss.
Still some way from the halfway point though. It might be the next landmark, but it's still a way off, isn't it?
Well, wait, it's going. 6 overs. Actor shuffling start to his approach, then he lengthens his stride as he runs in past the umpire. Bowls short and down the leg side. Came has a flash at it round the corner, misses it. Bracey tidies up. Capless Bracey, is he? I suppose it's not that rare really to see Bracey without his cap on. Sometimes just stops bothering swapping it. Deep square going back to the boundary, so last ball of the over, putting 3 fielders back deep on the leg side, presumably because he's still got one of his bouncers up his sleeve. It is a bouncer and Kane pulls out of it, and he wants a wide, but he's not going to get it, and it's 122 without loss, so 3 runs off that over, but really 4.3 and over for 45 overs. It's not nothing, but these days it's pretty much nothing. It's nothing with 10 wickets in hand.
It's the wickets, isn't it? It's the wickets. The ideal. I mean, Derbyshire for the previous 4 sessions were desperate for wickets and got precious few.
Yeah.
They did manage to get a few in the session this morning, but that was once Gloucestershire had decided that 300 plus would be enough.
And we have had another dose of the heavy roller in between.
Well, it's killing the game, mate.
Well, we've seen
killing the game.
I think we've genuinely seen the effect that it's had on the pitch each time it's been used.
Yeah, awful. Ban it. That's just a thought, anyway. I don't think anybody's listening to me.
No. Well, you're not the only one saying it. Nobody's going to continue to listen. It's in the laws of the game. We can't change those.
Nobody listens to me ever, Ed. Van Buren then 6th over, 5 overs for 19 so far. First ball is swept by Caleb Jewell down towards Todd Murphy, who's at deep backward square leg by the time he feels it. Single taken. Jewell moves to 53, 123 without loss. This would be quite a big day for Derbyshire, I fancy, if they can get over the line here. So that one keeps low. Kame has been caught behind. No, he hasn't. And even Graham Van Buren, he's just laughing basically at Miles Hammond, or smiling at him, isn't he? As he,
it's like a sort of walk down the pitch.
Yeah. No.
I know it's not out.
I know it's not out, but I'll join in. As he went for the ball, would have been an under edge, would have been a great catch had it taken the under edge, but it didn't. As Jewell pushes this one out into the offside for a single. He'll move on to 64. Jewell's got 53, 124 without loss, 192 to win. The without loss, crucial. T at 20-4, as apropos of nothing. That one is defended by Jewell out into the offside, so still a fair way to go before that.
Yes, it even just one, mind you, they need one to get it started, but with one down at tee, feel enough.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Caleb Jewell. He's going to have to hurry here as he hurries and gets his bat rather cleverly in the way of Ajit Singh Dale's throw, which deflects it off down towards the boundary. They're not going to run anymore. That would be controversial. They pick up a single. Jewell, he thought he was a comfortable single, didn't he? And then all of a sudden he realised that it was no longer a comfortable single. I don't know whether he didn't see Singh Dale there or... Very strange. 125 without loss. Kame comes forward and pushes it out into the offside. Final ball of the over. 3 runs from it. Van Buren's bowled 6 overs for 22. Kame has 64. Jewel has 54. Derbyshire 125 without loss. Minimum of 44 overs remaining in which to get 191 more runs.
Looks like a 3-over spell for Actor, during which he was not far off removing Kame on the short ball, and still would be surprised if Gloucestershire don't give Bailey a go before tea, because it's not just Jewel now that has looked as though they might just give a catch on that pull shot. They've been taking it on, but it's back to Murphy, who felt like he might have to be the man at the start of the innings, but 6 overs for 35 in his first spell, and was knocked about a bit.
Kirk says, don't forget, not only just the heavy roller, but the Kookaburra ball as well. It's all conspiring to make it a batter's game, certainly.
Yeah.
No question.
I mean, it is just such a different game, isn't it? You've got bowlers with the new ball bowling with almost no slips. You basically, as a seamer, your only hope of taking wickets is to bang the ball in short
And hope that somebody top edges it or makes a mistake. Yeah.
Because and seamers have just seemingly pretty much given up bowling full. Having said that, though, I still think we've seen enough evidence from this game and around the country that actually occasionally putting on somebody bowling less quickly with the Kookaburra can produce something. So Murphy will have his first go of this innings from the pavilion end, just bringing his fielder on the 45 in a little bit closer as Murphy bowls to Jewel. It's up to the bat, and just pleasantly along the ground it goes up to mid-off. Nice straight bat, but no run. Just the slip around the bat now. Murphy bowls. Jewel across his stump, sweeps it away. He's hit it to that fielder, Van Buren, that Murphy motioned to come a little bit closer, but he was never saving the single still. 126 without loss, more there for the top edge on the sweep. 190 to win. 10 wickets in hand, 43.4 overs. It's a lot of wickets in 43.4 overs.
Yes.
Whatever happens.
Well, what did we work out? It was a wicket every 12 overs or so, was it, that David Griffin worked out in the match? Up to, I can't remember the number.
I don't think I was in the room for that one. But if I was, then I wasn't really in the room for it.
Yeah, you do right.
Long on goes back. Murphy bowls full and up to the bat, driven out through the covers. There'll be at least 2 here. Phillips should get there, and doesn't slide tackle the ball over the boundary, so they get back for that second run. 128 without loss. Just anything full from the spinners as well this innings. It's just been lean into it, from Kame especially, into the gap for runs. Murphy bowls down the pitch, yorking himself a little bit there was Kame, but he gets bat on it, plays it to Bancroft at short mid-wicket. And on day one it felt like the sort of pitch where you might get a ball, and we saw a couple just turn right through the gate. Murphy bowls all inside edge. Well, had there been a short leg, might have been interesting, but inside edge onto pad in the air for a while, but out to forward square leg. But because it's 128 without loss, there isn't a short leg in place. But it just doesn't have that feeling now of a pitch where you'll see a ball turn straight through the gate. Murphy bowls on with the arm again, and came the drop and run into the offside, and 4 runs taken in that over, meaning 187 to win from a minimum of 43 overs. And Kame and Jewel still not separated. We've seen, what, a couple of century partnerships, sorry, double century partnerships already in this match. We could yet have a third.
Yes, it'll have Ben Charlesworth's going to come on to bowl. It'll have David Griffin scrambling through his database, should it happen. Jewel can get another 71 runs, but that's a long way off.
Ben Charlesworth, I think it was just announced, had gone off the field.
Oh, he's gone off the field.
But I'm wondering if that might be to put his bowling boots on.
Sorry, it is going to be Graham. I heard his name. Graham Van Buren's going to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Came, who just pushes the ball back to the bowler. That's the thing. I should not listen to the announcements.
Well, I just heard the name Ben Charlesworth, but yeah.
So if he might have gone off to get his. Does he need bowling boots? Here comes Van Buren. Came defends. Harry Came didn't go off for his bowling boots when he bowled that one over. Imagine, just change them round. I need to go and get my bowling boots on, Skip. That's not happening. I doubt he has them. That one is defended into the offside by Came. 3 dot balls to begin the over. 129 without loss, 187 to win. As Van Buren bowls and Came drives, he's going to get a single here as it beats Ollie Price at extra cover. Came moves on to 68, 130 without loss. Caleb Jewell goes for a little walk towards square leg while the field adjusts for the left-hander. Slip and a leg slip, almost a leg gully. Cameron Bancroft. Miles Hammond in at slip as Van Buren bowls, and that one is punch driven out towards the cover boundary. That'll be 4 as it races across the square, then onto the bumpy bit and over the rope. Nice shot from Caleb Jewell. He moves on. Oh, they've given those to Harry Came, have they? What's going on here?
I'm not sure what's happened.
No.
Oh, they gave it a single initially, now it's changed to 4. There we go.
Yes, he's moved on to 59, 134 without loss. So after 3 dot balls, 5 off the over with 1 to go. As Van Buren bowls, that one looked like it kept a bit low to me. And it's kept out by Caleb Jewell, hence the slight anxiety in my voice. Jewell survives. He's on 59. Came has 68. They've put on 134 so far, Derbyshire's opening pair. Now, David Lloyd, of course, he is slated to come in at 7 with a runner due to that hamstring injury. Derbyshire need 182 to win from a minimum of 42 overs. I just wish minimum wasn't such a difficult word to say.
Yeah, you have to say it so many times on a day like this. At Northampton, by the way, Northamptonshire now need 195 from 45 overs as that word again.
Minimum?
Yes.
Okay.
Luke Proctor 51 not out, James Sales 23 not out. So partnership has started to build there. Sales has obviously come out on the attack. 23 from 24. Glamorgan 5 down at Grace Road. They've lost Ben Kellaway for 14. Oops. Does help if you don't hit your laptop as you're trying to move the mouse. 65 ahead, 5 down. Murphy bowls, a quick delivery as Kane has to go back and defend it.
Ingram and Cook, though, useful pair.
Yeah, so he's number 7, Chris Cook. I seem to remember he batted for about 250 balls to save a game once against Gloucestershire.
Very useful crap. I think we've seen him score a century against Derbyshire.
Murphy bowls. This is worked into the leg side. Quick single. Charlesworth will not pick up. It doesn't matter. They were home anyway. 135 without loss. And he's the sort of player that can play that sort of innings where he whacks 6 or 7 sixes and scores it way over a runner ball, or just can be really obdurate and bat for...
Well, look at it. I mean, I wouldn't have known this clearly, but he averages 39.5 in first-class cricket. I mean, that's outrageous.
He's a criminally underrated keeper as well.
Yeah. There's a few of those around the country. There's one here.
It looks as though he's got, got plenty of years left as well from what I've seen of him of late, as that's been cut away by Jewell through the offside. And a single to move Jewell onto 60, 136 without loss.
Not tall enough to play for England, though, of course. 7-foot wicket-keeper is what they're ideally looking for.
Well, it's not the easiest up to the stumps, but it's good. Good when you're back. Clipped away into the onside by Kame for no
Don't
run.
need a first slip anymore.
Yeah, and you don't need the long stop either, because you'll be able to reach everything that
Yes. Yeah.
goes up in the air behind. Hammond in at leg slip. Murphy round the wicket to Kame, reverse swept and helped away for 4 runs. And again, Kame just taking the intelligent option. Murphy, well, in fact, to be honest, other than a couple out of the rough, we haven't seen a great deal of turn this innings, and Murphy just sliding it across a right-hander. He got a full ball just outside off stump. There's a short boundary down there and helps it on its way. 140 without loss, 176 required. Bless you. Good grief, that was a sneeze down there. That's not somebody on the balcony below us as well, that's somebody on the ground. As Murphy plays bowls, sorry, to Kame, plays towards mid-wicket. Diving effort there from Bancroft. There is no run. And 140 without loss after 26 overs.
I just stood up then because I just had a look to see where David Griffin was, because he's got quite the sneeze on him. But he's away to our right-hand side. I can see him in whatever that stands. Is that the mound stand?
Yes.
Just at this end of the mound stand, away to our right. So it wasn't him. He's on the phone to somebody. As Van Buren is going to continue, once he's had a long chat with Cameron Bancroft, his skipper. .140 without loss, 176 to win, 60 to Jewel, he'll be on strike. 73 to Kame, looking to back up his century in the first innings with one in the second. One in the excuse me, one in the first innings was only his third in first-class cricket. But he has been in good nick this season. Jewel on strike then, and that one is swept. It's aerial for a while, but it was never going to get all the way out to Zaman Akhtar, despite the cries of catch. They pick up another single as Jewel moves on to 61. I think I'd ban that. Derbyshire are terrible for it. Catch it. If it's coming towards a fielder, he's going to try and catch it. There's no need to tell him.
You can't help it. Reflex reaction, ball in air, catch it. Do you know who
ball along ground, catch it.
Deliberately drive batters up the wall.
Yeah.
Remember Paul Nixon behind the stumps, every ball, get it.
That's keepers though, isn't it? They are slightly strange human beings. Here at Van Buren bowls to Harry Kame. That one is squirted off the bottom of his bat and escapes the clutches of the man at leg slip. So they go through for a single as Singdale has to come around to do the fielding, and Harry Kame moves on to 74, 142 without loss. It's Cameron Bancroft, who was at leg slip, couldn't quite get there. Now we have, it's a leg gully. I'm sure it's just further round than a slip. We don't have an actual slip. As Van Buren bowls to the left-handed Caleb Jewell. It doesn't matter which way you're trying to turn it, but it was a full toss, so he was only ever going to get a single from it.
Worth a try.
Yeah, yes. And he sort of punches it down the ground to move on to 62. There's been a difficult delivery to get away, the full toss. They were in Bristol this week. As Van Buren is in, Kame uses his feet and launches it back over Van Buren, said that's going to go a long way. Crashing into the sight screen, I think, and 6 more to Harry Kame. I think it's gone over the sight screen possibly. And Harry Kane moves on to 80 now, 149 without loss, 167 to win with his third six of the innings.
Buren giving him a bit of a stare. Yeah, well, he used his feet. He didn't get to the pitch of it, but the way that he was able to adjust with his hands, keep the swing smooth.
Buren bowls to Kane, single incoming as he turns it into the leg side. Moves to 81, 150 up for Derbyshire in just 26 overs and 5 balls. And I'm not entirely surprised the applause is muted. The home support are possibly starting to lose faith here.
Starting?
I don't want to be. I've been in this position not in this position, Gloucestershire's position so many times as Jewel leaves this last delivery of the over alone. 10 off it though. Derbyshire 150 without loss. Came 81, Jewel 67. Harry Kane has faced 30 more balls than Caleb Jewel, but it's been a terrific knock by the pair of them. And they now need Derbyshire 166 to win. You were right about the halfway point as well. It's come round a lot quicker than I imagined it would. Just another 8 balls and they'll be there. 8 runs rather, and they'll be there.
Yeah, it's funny that the bets that you have to make nowadays on pitches as a captain on day one. I was thinking back to day one here, and then day one at Headingley, where England inserted India, went on to make 471. But because they still felt that on the final day it might be the best time to bat, and then they go on and chase 370, what was 371 they needed, I think, wasn't it, in the end, and got there very, very easily. Whereas Gloucestershire knew that there'd been something done as far as to prepare the pitch to turn a little, whereas in fact, having won the toss and decided to bat first,
it's almost been turned on its head because it turned too early, didn't it? It turned too early for Gloucestershire.
And this is what I have seen happen. I've seen it happen several times, even in my short time doing this. Murphy to Kane, worked round the corner down to short fine for a single. To take absolutely nothing away from what Darbshire are doing here. I mean, this is fantastic batting. They've really just played this absolutely perfectly in terms of tempo and level of risks that they've taken. Haven't taken too many, but when they have been calculated ones and they've paid off. Murphy bowls and Jewel across his stumps, sweeping away down to fine leg and another run. But you still sort of, just from memory, think of a few occasions where the ball has turned more on day one on a surface which has been prepared to try and spin than it has later on. As Murphy bowls to Kane, turn into the onside, and there's no run.
Well, we sort of discussed yesterday, the ends had been shaved and done whatever, and I again got no issue with you do what you want with your own pitch. But as it's mown throughout the innings, the grass will grow and it just becomes the pitch again, doesn't it? And with the heavy roller flattening anything that had happened to it.
Murphy bowls, Kane defends to the leg side, Bancroft fields. And I don't know this because I know nothing about pitch preparation or anything like that. But sometimes they try and put some loose stuff there for the ball to grip hold of, and so there's a bit of disturbance in the surface as well. Get the heavy roller on that, and that surely just makes it uniform and turns it into a smooth surface again, doesn't it?
If it's breezy, it blows it away.
Murphy in, and Kane flicks it down to long on, and he has 83 from his 100 deliveries faced, 163 required. Just over 10 minutes to go until tea. I'm not sure the Gloucestershire dressing room is going to be the cheeriest place to be there. They'll try and gee themselves up, but I think even a consolation wicket at the back end of this session isn't going to do a great deal for their morale.
They're over 8 +7 though.
Cameron Green is batting for Australia, by the way.
Sorry, it's you, isn't it?
Sorry,
I have no idea what I was doing there.
Murphy bowls short and wide, and Jewel cuts to deep cover, and the single completes that over. 154 for none, 162 needed, 39 overs left as a minimum.
I've got to apologise again because that was awful of me. I just got overexcited for a moment. It's not like me.
Australia are playing West Indies in the first test of that series at the Kensington Oval. Sam Constas out for 3.
Oh dear, they've got problems, haven't they? They've got problems. There's an Australian opener batting here.
There's another Australian opener
who's just scored. Just scored 100. Yeah, but it looks like they don't want to pick him. To me, I don't know why.
76. Oh wow!
What's happened? Oh, there we go. Miles Hammond.
Miles Hammond.
See, that's got you excited.
Well, Miles Hammond in the pink hair bowling is the photograph, surely, that everybody wanted from today.
Yeah, now they're going to get it.
Yep, he's...
they're not going to get it from Grit. Oh, yeah, they are. He's got his camera trained on him.
He's going to bowl it much slower than the other off-spinners that we've seen. And just sometimes that means that he can get some more turn.
It is shades as well, which is I very much approve of. He's going to be bowling to Caleb Jewell around the wicket and bowls to him and turns the first one into the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, they can see Hammond off almost, can't they, really? Has Hammond ever been seen off before?
Not sure about that, really. Is he the 7th bowler, though? Because that's what you've got to watch. Not quite.
He's in again. Balls as a sweep shot comes out from Caleb Jewell. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. It's Zaman Akhtar. There is a single taken, and Jewell moves on to actually moves on to 65. Sorry, I was reading an email at the same time. Sorry, Ian. Sent a message at 29 minutes past 3 saying when we say the score, we say how many overs are left, and you're absolutely right, we should. And then he put, thank you, your colleague just did. We aim to please, Ian, we aim to please on occasion. There are 38 overs and 4 balls remaining. I'm always wary, and it is important, clearly, but you do it so often in T20 cricket that the number of the ball of the over, you sort of get out of that habit in 4-day cricket, but I understand the need to do it. 155 without loss. Kame waits as Hammond bowls, and he's going to get a single as Joe Phillips rather dived over that one.
You also tend to, and again this is wrong of me to do, you tend to assume that because it's before tea, there's a general assumption that it's somewhere around 30 odd overs.
Yeah.
And
on the last day,
with the required number of runs being as such, it's not quite in the equation at the moment. But yes, I say that's wrong of me to assume that.
Caleb Jewell clips the next delivery from Hammond to Price at mid-on, and there is no run. 2 runs of the first 4 balls of Miles Hammond's first over of the second innings. He's in again, bowls. That one spins away from Caleb Jewell. Has nothing to do with it. Extravagant turn and bounce from the footmarks.
Even 15, maybe even 10 years ago, required rate of 4.7 to score over 3.
No chance.
Not quite. No. Well, it was not quite unthinkable, but it would be headlines around the country.
Yeah. This one also turns away from Jewell, and he waits and he clips it away out to the offside and picks up 4 runs for it. Van Buren was running around the boundary. I didn't think he'd got enough of that because he was sort of leaping into the leg side as he played it. But he does pick up a boundary, and the 6 off that one. Jewell moves to 69. Kame has 84. Derbyshire 160 without loss. They're more than halfway there now. 156 more required from a minimum of 38 overs. We've got all the information in there.
The over rate's +7.
Yes.
Well, and serious piece of information, Derbyshire, should they win this game, they will take 23 points. So they'll be...
Will they not take 22?
22? So it is. Yeah, of course. Got 6 so far, haven't they? Not 7. Murphy into game on drives down to deep mid-on 1 run.
They were on the brink. 398, they were on the brink.
Of course, yeah. Just short.
Yeah. I only thought that because I just looked at it myself. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I don't really like looking at anything like that too early.
Murphy to Jewel. Cut away, diving effort at backward point. That will go for 4. Once it beats the infield, not much catching really to do for the boundary rider Zaman Akhtar. Mostly just a jog to go and pick it up. 165 without loss. And they might just be able to make it a couple of overs before tea. And well, doesn't quite feel processional, but not too far off. Murphy bowls to Jewel, and there'll be a quick single there, short of backward point. And 74 to Jewel, as it is exactly 150 required to win with 10 wickets to spare.
Virtually going at a run of ball, Caleb Jewel as well. Harry Kane's going well.
Murphy in. This is played into the onside. Not really in the air. And out to Bancroft at short mid wicket. Yeah, there's been. I'd be interested to know actually how many, sort of percentage-wise, what's Caleb Jewell's defended percentage? Because he's been playing many defensive shots. Murphy in, leaning forward and over the ball is Kane and angles the ball to cover point. They'll jog through for another run. There's 167 without loss. The required run rate is now almost below 4 runs and over.
So he's faced 33 dot balls in his 75 balls.
That's a few more than I thought. Murphy bowls. There is a defensive shot straight back to the bowler.
I knew you'd be interested.
It's complete. Sorry. Sorry, was that not theatrically interested enough? 167 for no wicket.
Well, he hasn't necessarily defended them all, of course, but yeah, a flock.
Wow.
What?
The gulls are absolutely swarming.
Yeah,
over
they
there.
are, aren't they? They must be following a bin wagon.
God. Everywhere in the sky. Sky's full of them.
It's like a scene out of an Alfred Hitchcock movie. Can't remember the name of it. Miles Hammond. Don't write in, by the way. Hammond to bowl to Harry Kane, who's on 86, and he turns the ball into the leg side for his 87th run. I hope that Caleb Jewell doesn't see that number on the board as an Australian.
Didn't seem to affect Bancroft too much in the first innings.
No. I think it's just people in commentary boxes with nothing else to say who mention it all the time. My apologies. There's a slight change in the field, so Jewell does what Jewell always does, and has a little walk into the leg side and then comes back and settles himself. There's an extra cover and a cover now for Hammond, who bowls on leg stump, of course, and that's turned into the leg side for a single. Hammond goes out to mid-wicket to do the fielding himself. Jewell moves to 75, 169 without loss, 147 to win. 75 off 77 balls now, Caleb Jewell. Harry Kane just makes Hammond wait. Short leg comes back into play. Two men on the leg side boundary as well, as Hammond is in. That's bowled a long way outside the off stump and allowed to go through to Bracey. Dot ball. This will be the last over before tea.
Gloucestershire always were going to try and ensure that it was.
Yes. Hammond in and bowls to Kame, who whips this into the leg side. A tumbling stop by Joe Phillips. Still got the fielding pads on, although he's not in at short leg. That'll be Cameron Bancroft, who crouches down now, and Hammond is in to bowl, and that one is played by Kame to Bancroft. All the way along the floor, there's no run. So one ball to go.
There is. Hammond staring off at the clock, but it will change now.
There we go. So, last ball of Derbyshire's session. In comes Hammond and bowls, and Kame defends it, and at tea, Derbyshire chasing 316 to win. 169 without loss. Harry Kame leading the way with 87. Caleb Jewell on 75. They need 147 more runs from a minimum of 36 overs in the evening session to pull off the third win of the season, the second in succession, and one which seemed highly, highly unlikely when they were in the field and being subjected to a Gloucestershire second innings of 526 for 6 declared. But it's been a really, well, it's been an outstanding session for Caleb Jewell and Harry Kame as they walk off for a well-earned 10-minute rest.
Yep, pretty much all it is, isn't it, with the time taken to remove gear and get into the dressing room, etc., and go back out. It's going to take the most almighty regroup from Gloucestershire, and well, I think it seems pretty obvious which way this game is going, but Kame and Jewell will not show any mercy. They'll not show any signs of relenting. Gloucestershire have had a few half chances. Maybe if one of them had stuck, they might have been able to open things up, but it does look as though it is just a question of when and by how many, but we'll see. As far as Derbyshire are concerned, that is 20 minutes for tea, and Fletcher and myself will be back to bring you the evening session.
13 for 5 they are in their second innings at Chelmsford. Their overall advantage 156. Heading for a draw at Trent Bridge. Notts 113 for 1 in their second innings lead Yorkshire by 90. And probably a draw you would feel also at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 100 for 2 against Somerset. They still lead them by 277 to win. Elsewhere in the second division, they're still in play at Stanley Park in Blackpool. Kent 185 for 7, still trail Lancashire by 80 overall. Kent in their second innings. It's tea at Grace Road. The Morgan 305 for 5, second time round. They lead Leicestershire by 82. And at Northampton, where it is tea, they're 149 for 2 against Middlesex, needing 162 more to win. final time, please welcome back Mark Newell and Simon Widdop to the middle umpires for this match. In the field at the start of this session, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft, and resuming for Derbyshire their opening pair of number 4 Harry Kane and number 23 Caleb Jewell. And to roll the first over after tea from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 39, Ajit Singh Dale.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the final session of Derbyshire and Gloucestershire at Bristol, as Harry Kane and Caleb Jewell continue what seems to be an inexorable victory march, as the target is 147 runs away and all 10 wickets in hand, 36 overs as a minimum that they must get them in, which is a required rate of around about 4.1 runs and over. Ajit Singh Dale, 5 overs to 24. He will start proceedings from the pavilion end with a slower ball, which is pelted back past him for 4. And Caleb Jewell is on to 79. He put out a boot there, did Singh Dale, but I think he's probably going to be quite glad that the ball didn't make any contact with it. It was a pretty straightforward thump as Singh Dale tried to take some pace off and fool him with 2 short mid-wickets in place, but it didn't work. Singh Dale in, shorter ball, clattered away on the pull shot for 4 more. Sent flying out through mid-wicket. A shot of aggression and really a shot of somebody under absolutely no pressure at all, and really why should he be? 83 he has, and well, over 300 runs at 4.7 runs and over. I'm sure there's a lot of people thinking, well, wouldn't have pulled the trigger there, but I don't think anybody could have thought that Derbyshire would be in this good a position. This is slapped away in the air and brilliantly caught by Miles Hammond at mid-off, and well might he embrace Graham van Buren. He took 5 catches in a T20 on this ground only a few days ago, Miles Hammond. I think that was better than any of those. Singh Dale bowled it short into the pitch. It was a straight smash from Caleb Jewell, and goalkeeper style Hammond up and to his left, launching himself away. And that's to his wrong side, and has caught it, so at the very least Gloucestershire will avoid what would have been the absolute unthinkable at the start of the innings, and some sort of extraordinary record, surely would have been a record partnership in a first-class chase opening. But it's 177 for 1, and all that does is bring Wayne Madsen to the crease. 139 more required, but Jewell was clearly looking to just get on with it, really. Take any sting that there might have been after tea out of proceedings. He scored 8 runs, but he has lost his wicket. Actually, Singdale actually has his first wicket of the match. 1 for 32.
Yeah, good catch. What a start to the evening session.
4-4 wicket.
Yes.
Now Madsen. Gloucestershire need it. Well, they need a hat trick, really. That's sort of the order of things to try and get back into it. It's not just a couple of quick wickets, it's 3 or 4. So Madsen, open stance, 3 fielders close on the onside. There's a short leg, a short straight mid on and a short straight mid wicket as Madsen goes back and gets hit, I think maybe in the stomach by that one, as he's just giving it a little bit of a rub. And leaning on his bat now casually off at square leg, doesn't seem to have done too much damage. But Gloucestershire, well, how do you go on the attack, really? You sort of actually go on the attack by bowling short and having 3 fielders deep on the leg side. It's just been that kind of game. There's no point putting 5 slips in place because it's not going to work. Singdale bowls it is short. Madsen helps it away. He's going to get 4 for this. That's really well played. It didn't get up as much as Singdale would have hoped for, but that is the plan, and it's not a bad plan. It's just that, as we've said, there's difficulty that you have bowling short on a final day slowish pitch, but again it was well helped by Madsen and kept down. So fairly action-packed start to the evening session.
I had 12 for 1 off 5 balls.
Okay, it's proper cricket there. Yes. Long live the county championship. 135 to win. And Madsen pulls away. I haven't mentioned, because I thought it would be better to wait until you're back with us, the proceedings at tea, because about the only thing that looked as if it might hold play up, or Derbyshire, was a massive swarm of a mixed flock of gulls.
All sorts of gulls weren't there out there. It was remarkable. They covered the pitch, and then just before the players came out, I'll go back to that in a minute.
Singdale round the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who allows that one to pass by behind his back. 181 for 1, 135 more needed.
Zach Chappell in a pair of shorts and just his sleeveless Derbyshire top. There he is on the stream now. Came out whirling a towel around and cleared the pitch, cleared the playing area. Absolutely remarkable. Didn't run on the pitch, so he couldn't get a 5-run penalty. There's the umpires coming on as well, if you're watching the stream. And they all disappeared. Yeah,
and then celebrated as though he were the footballers, having removed his shirt.
He's sort of the
winning goal.
The reverse Pied Piper of Hamelin, really. Rather than following him, he just shooed them all away. I don't know how much he's had. He's obviously been in the bar. Excellent work from...
I just can't believe how
Chappell.
well it worked. You know, I thought maybe a few of them would take off and then
they'd
land
move
in a
around.
different...
Yes, no, they've all gone, and they're not even up above anymore. It was remarkable.
Just scared them out of the entire city limits.
Yeah, they've gone down to Taunton. It's going to be Todd Murphy.
Not usually much to eat down there.
No. Todd Murphy from the Ashley Down Road end. Let's ball the second over after tea. Derbyshire need 135 from a minimum of 35 overs. And the wicket fell at the worst time for those doing updates that are timed to 20 seconds, I have to say, as Murphy is in to bowl to Harry Kame, who drives that ball down the ground for a single. There is a man at long on, quite a straight long on as well. Who is that down there? Archie Bailey. Did the fielding. 182 for 1 brings Madsen back on to strike. Guest and Anderson and Dahl next. Murphy is in. That one's turned gently into the leg side. Harry Kane might have to get his get a move on here, and he does so as Hammond fielded and threw the ball to Bracey. The stumps were disturbed, but not as not in time to dismiss Harry Kane. 1 or 2 goals are now returning, by the way. We might need Zach Chappell again soon. It would be fun if he came on again, wouldn't it, while they were out there. Murphy into bowl, and that one is turned a little uppishly into the leg side by Kame. 133 off 34.5. Derbyshire couldn't be firmer favourites if they tried in this game now.
I think they will try.
I think they might, yes, I think they might. Kame goes back and defends this one into the onside. It remains 183 for 1. Grumbling in Leicester about the declaration.
Ah.
Yes.
Have Gloucestershire gifted Darbshire?
It's always good to hear from Richard Ray, as this one is defended by Madsen. No, Kame.
Gloucestershire have gifted Darbshire the extra 8 points, have they?
That was the sort of gist of it, really, yes, I think. I don't agree with it at all, as Murphy is in and Kame defends. Just 2 runs from that one. But 12 off the first helped enormously. 183 for 1. They did lose in that first over, though. Caleb Jewell. Singdale 1 for 36 from his 6 overs. Murphy 11 overs for 58. And Derbyshire required a further 133 to win off 33 overs at less than 4 and over. They cannot not win it from here. 10 minutes past 4.
I was trying to work out what's more unlikely from this point, the draw or the Gloucestershire win, and you're talking decimal points, I think, between the two of them.
Yeah.
Singdale in round the wicket to Madsen across his stumps, flicking into the onside as Singdale goes flying forwards in his follow through. Single to backward square leg moves Madsen to 6, 184 for 1.
Nick's done the right thing. He was trying to work and watch the stream, but he stopped working. I think that's the way forward. I stopped about 10:30.
I think I stopped in about 1999. Here comes Ajit Singdale, charges in past the umpire, and this is deflected down to fine leg. They have a very fine leg to Gloucestershire, so just the single to Harry Kame. He's on to 89, 185 for 1. And this pair were the pair in the first innings, Madsen and Kame. Kame batting, well, both batting in different position because of David Lloyd, but the architects in building that lead for Derbyshire. Singdale bowls, swaying out of the way of that one is Madsen. Down on one knee, past his chin. 103 for Harry Kame, 123 for Wayne Madsen. At that stage, Derbyshire 301 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 187. And if you'd have said it would be a straightforward Derbyshire victory at that point, I don't think anybody would have been surprised at all. But at 526 for 6 and declared, Gloucestershire in their second innings turned the match seemingly completely around. Singdale in now, short, down leg side. Madsen had to think about that and then just pirouettes and doesn't play a shot at the ball. well, I mean, you know, what can we say? I think both of us thought, declaration-wise, it gives.
I liked it. I said at the time I liked it.
It gives a chance. I did say I felt that it. I didn't feel Gloucestershire were. I thought Gloucestershire were going to have to play extremely well to win it from there, but they've given themselves a chance. And also, just if you take an early wickets, then you may at least force Derbyshire to bat it out.
There's a balance between giving yourself enough time,
yeah,
and batting Derbyshire out of the game, which they didn't do. So, but Derbyshire still had to score at nearly 4 3/4 and over, which is going to be, if they get there, the best rate of the match.
Singdale bowls, and Madsen, I think he was initially looking to on-drive there, and then puts a bit of a flourish on it as it goes through backward square. They will come through for another run, 130 to win, 33 to go after this one.
Getting gloomy out there.
Well, perhaps that was Caleb Jewell's worry. I think we'll be absolutely fine.
Should be raining now, according to the rain radar.
Really?
That goes off to the advert. In a minute, it'll disappear. But the spin.
Are you playing games whilst you're commentating?
No, I'm not.
That's a good way of covering it up. Gosh, they're so mindless, those as well. Yeah.
It disappears quite quickly.
Singdale in full and on the pads, flick down to long leg by Harry Kame. He's on to 90. Darbshire to 187 for 1 at the end of the over.
Might be a shower at 5. Is what it's predicting.
Be absolutely fine.
That's in 45 minutes, by which time Derbyshire could probably take 10 minutes off.
Bless you again.
I'm sure we'll see this playing area mopped up as quickly as possible.
The goals might get on the covers.
Oh,
might need Chapel to do
a rain dance, an anti-rain dance.
Must be high pollen levels today.
Oh, only in that particular chair. Todd Murphy to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Just one goal on the playing area at the moment. He bowls to Harry Kame, who turns this nicely into the leg side. Murphy looks exasperated. And they go through for a single. Kame moves to 91, 188 for 1.
Sorry, it's just you said there's one goal on the playing area, and he bowls to...
Sorry. Yes, well, I said that Cameron Bancroft would try all sorts. It's Murphy who's bowling to Madsen, turns that into the leg side, but Van Buren is lurking, and there's no single there.
And yet, on a serious note, we have not seen Archie Bailey.
No.
Which I'm a little bit surprised by, but perhaps there's something there's a lot I don't know.
That one is pulled into the leg side by Madsen. It's half stopped by Van Buren, who stays on the floor momentarily. They go through for a single. They did brilliantly to get down to it. It's hit him on his knee, I fancy. Either way, he was unable to prevent the single from being taken. 189 for 1. Came on 91. Waits for Murphy to bowl to him, and then he pulls it into... Oh, it's a one-handed catch by Hammond. That is an exceptional catch. And they've got the two openers out early in the evening session. Hammond does a little dance, and he's every right to do so, because that was struck really, really hard by Harry Kame, and he's caught it one-handed, diving away to his right-hand side. That is another stunner, and Derbyshire are now 189 for 2.
I'm not one for comparing, but they've both been incredible catches, and really, if you want somebody to pull off the incredible catch, it is Miles Hammond. He does really just, when it comes to those one-handed efforts and the goalkeeper style ones, he's just got a real ability seemingly just to launch and keep his balance, keep his eye on the ball. time his leap to perfection, and he's done it again there. It just wasn't quite as short as Harry Kane thought it was, so he went back and deep in his crease, but he just couldn't really quite get hold of it. Bat turning a little bit in his hands, but it still didn't look, in the instant that you had before the ball nestled in Hammond's right hand, as though he was going to be able to get there. But fantastic work from him. Well, I suppose it's just about asking a question now.
It's definitely asking a question. But guess the new batter coming in at 4 rather than 5 because of the injury to David Lloyd. He did bat as high as 3 a couple of seasons ago and is an exceptionally capable bat. But there'll just be 1 or 2 nerves in the Derbyshire changing rooms now. They were massive, massive favourites at tea, and they've lost 2 wickets in relatively quick succession inside the first 4 overs since the interval, as Murphy is in to bowl to Guest, who turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run.
I mean, there's been a couple of astonishing catches, but the energy in the field at least seems to have been reinvigorated by the tea break, because understandably, as they were being pummeled about, it wasn't particularly there before.
Murphy bowls and Guest plays this into the leg side. He's going to get off the mark here. He might just get a single as Van Buren gets around the boundary to do the fielding. The ball actually comes in and hits the stumps. Todd Murphy appeals. 190 for 2 at the end of the over. Then 126 to win off a minimum of 32 overs. Guest has 1, Madsen has 8. They're just going to rebuild it a touch, but they were in such a fantastic position, thanks to the 2 openers who have now gone, that they can just, it's not like they've got to put the foot to the floor straight away, these 2.
Well, it's like that Headingley chase, isn't it? Openers do most of the damage, then a couple of quick wickets fell, but from then on there wasn't really much of a wobble. But can Gloucestershire buck the similarities to the England-India game? Van Buren is into a short straight mid-on, a fairly deep short leg, and those 3 fielders back on the leg side boundary as Singdale bowls round the wicket. He bowls a full toss, and
difficult to get away full toss.
It's only difficult to get away with that one. It's a missile into your upper thigh. Brooke Guest has done pretty well to turn it away for a single. Down to long leg, 191 for 2, 125 is the requirement. Another wicket before it gets
dark
down into, well, there's that as well, before it gets down into double figures. Singdale bowls to Madsen, pushed away into the offside. Thought for a moment that they were going to try and run 1 there. Got back pretty quickly. Archie Bailey fields. The Gulls are threatening a comeback.
Zach Chappell's at the far end of the ground, leaning against the advertising board.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
There's about 15 of them that are landing. A few more are choosing to have a bit of a peck at the ground. Perhaps it is Flying Ant Day.
It's like Melbourne, isn't it?
Yes. I hope none of them get hit. Singdale in now, and just tucked off the thigh area by Madsen. This time the ball did pitch, I should say. It's fielded by Phillips at mid-wicket. Ben Charlesworth looking slightly concerned over towards the large now cluster of gulls, talking to umpire Newell. At least they've all got caps on. There's more and more dive bomb, the point fielder and the umpire. In comes Singdale. A short ball is pulled away by Madsen. He keeps it down and will amble through for 1 more to long leg. 192 for 2. Again, I think there's little else that Singdale can do here other than to continue to test out the shorter ball. Madsen's shown that he will take it on. It would be a surprise to see him top edge one, but again, trying to bowl line and length top of off stump. I don't think that's going to work. Singdale in another short ball grunt of effort, and Guest ducks underneath it. It signalled as the first one for the over.
He top edged a reverse sweep, didn't he, to get out in the first innings?
Madsen, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what started off the collapse.
The old collapse.
Yeah, you just never know. Caleb Jewell flat batting a ball to mid-off.
Harry came flat batting a ball to mid-wicket. Both of them being caught brilliantly by Miles Hammond.
It seems unlikely, but then the first innings collapse seemed very unlikely. Singdale bowls, pulled away towards about 15 goals and a fielder. Got to be careful with the throws in as well.
It's a remarkable sight.
93 for 2.
They're everywhere.
Continue to swarm, yeah.
They are absolutely everywhere.
Oh, there's the sound effect.
Do they eat flying ants then?
Well, I was told a couple of years back at Cheltenham it wasn't the same in terms of them landing on the outfield, but you could see them all just swarming in the air, just thousands of them. And somebody told me that it must be the day that the flying ants come out.
Oh, I can barely see the pitch.
Yeah, down tools and refuse to. If Gloucestershire were batting and trying to save a game, you'd be making a deal out of this, wouldn't you? Because Derbyshire are batting and they want to play on, understandably so, but it's got to be off-putting.
In comes Murphy and bowls to Guest, turns it into the leg side, straight to the man at square leg, Ollie Price. But no, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they didn't pull away on the odd occasion, the two batters, because it is. They are in their eye line, certainly. As Murphy bowls, that one is swept by Guest for 4 runs. 1 or 2 goals do decide to leave, but more arrive, and Guest moves on to 7. 197 for 2, 119 to win now from 30 overs and 4 balls. The way that Ajit Singdale is cleaning the ball there, I think it might have landed in something.
I wouldn't want to wipe it on my shirt,
no,
though.
No. I'd wipe it on your shirt. No. Very unpleasant, I'd imagine. Good shot from Brooke Guest.
The guano might just slow it down in the outfield.
Yes. As this next one is the reverse sweep, and it's well fielded, diving down to his right by Zaman Akhtar, who started off at backward point and ended up at backward square leg. The reverse from Brooke Guest. Halfway through his 13th over, Murphy, 1 for 65. Very straight run up and then bowls to Guest, who defends up towards mid-on. The required rate is round about 4 and over, so the boundary means we can relax for this one. Nick telling me there's no excuse for Derbyshire not winning this, as back goes Guest, pushes it into the onside, suggesting that Miles Hammond is nailed on to be the next Superman.
Well, he must feel it a little bit in the field at the moment, as I say, after taking 5 catches in a match here about a week ago.
Murphy bowls to Guest, turning to the leg side on the bounce, fielded by Cameron Bancroft, and the over comes to an end with Guest on 7 and Madsen on 9. Derbyshire 197 for 2, 119 more to win off a minimum of 30 overs. The one thing about rain, if there is any about, I'm assured by my colleague that there isn't, but the rain radar suggests that there might be, is that you start losing overs straight away. No extra time allowed in on the final day. More messages coming in all the time. Even Derbyshire can't Derbyshire this from here, can they? Come on, positive vibes, positive vibes.
Did somebody write that, or was that you saying?
No, somebody sent that in.
Oh, good. Singdale bowls and deflected by Madsen down to that extremely fine position on the leg side boundary where Actor fields. Madsen to 10, 198 for 2. So just under 30 overs. I mean, it could be interesting, a runner ball, 10 over delay. Why not?
Just to spice it up a bit.
Excitement, yeah.
Cover the wrong pitch. Thank you to Ethan for his email. I met him on Friday night. It was nice to meet you too as well, Ethan. He said, let's hope we can see this out. This partnership will be key, you'd assume. Well, there's still Darrell and Anderson and Lloyd on one leg. And Zach Chappell, Alex Thompson and Zach Chappell, then Jack Morley, the wall, and then Ben Aitchison.
Singdale into guest driven. There's no mid-off, and the Gulls, unfortunately for Gloucestershire, are getting out of the way of the ball. And down to the boundary it goes. The 200 comes up for Derbyshire with Brooke Guest. A nice looking straight drive, but there's very little mileage seemingly for pitching it up on this. With this ball, it's not going to do anything, and once the modern day batter can trust where it's going and hit through the line of the ball, especially with the field set for short pitch bowling, there's very little other than a boundary that's likely to occur. Singdale in, a short ball that's well controlled down to long leg, more of a deep backward square in the end, and they've scored off every run this over. 203 for 2. Got a flying object in this box as well, a fly that's just missed my left ear.
Which fortunately is covered up.
Protected, yes. I didn't hear it, which actually made it worse, because then at least I could have dodged out of the way of it. I just suddenly had this
I had one in the house
vision
the other day and it was driving me mad. I got it in the end.
I mean, Wayne Madsen's having to look through about 30 gulls directly in his line of sight, and there's more flying across it as the ball's being bowled. Singdale in now, and this is played leg side. There'll be a diving effort there from Bancroft, which is able to latch on to the ball. There is no run. Yes, it was a bit difficult to concentrate even up here in the box. I've no idea how you concentrate out in the middle, at least.
No.
At least it's not a white ball. I'd imagine that might make it worse with a lot of grey and white things.
Just get on with it. It's the job.
Just get on with it.
Get on with it. It's your job.
The fuss that's made about somebody moving 3 floors up on a balcony. Singdale in to help sway off the back foot down to fine leg. And Madsen adds another run, 204 for 2. Can't imagine Singdale's spell, especially trying to bowl as quickly as he can and into the pitch, is going to be a massively long one. There's any number of directions that Bancroft could go at the end of it, but whoever he goes to has got to produce a spell of 2 or 3 wickets. Guess 12, Madsen 11. Singdale in and bowls, tries a Yorker, and a pretty good attempt at the Yorker, but Guest just shovels it out into the onside. 204 for 2. 29 overs left. I don't think the skies are really looking any darker than there were. In fact, if anything, I think some of the darker clouds seem to be moving away.
I think so. Northamptonshire need still 2 down. They need 121 more runs from a minimum of 31 overs and 1 ball. So a similar position to here, where Derbyshire need 112 from 29.
And people wonder why sides don't set games up in the 4th innings.
You've got to, though, haven't you?
Well, you've got to, but the odds just seem to be so stacked in favour of the batting side these days.
Madsen waits as Murphy comes in to begin a new over. That's turned larily into the leg side, but there isn't a short leg there, so it's fairly safe. And there's no run. There isn't going to be a 4th innings, it doesn't appear, at Grace Road. No wonder Richard Ray was angry. He wasn't angry. Richard doesn't get angry. Glamorgan 323 for 5, leading by 100 now as Murphy's in and bowls to Madsen, who tries to cut this one and basically chops it straight back to the bowler. And in the game at Blackpool, Kenton 7 down, still trailed by 42 runs in their second innings.
If they could just get ahead,
but yes,
help a little bit. Oh, that's what Stewart's doing. 69 off 62. He's at it again.
As Murphy bowls, that one's turned into the leg side by... He's a good player, though, isn't he?
Absolutely unstoppable, seemingly.
That one's turned into the leg side. There's no run.
It was criminal that he ended up, as much as it was fantastic for Gloucestershire that they broke their home drought. It was criminal that he ended up on the losing side after that innings.
Murphy bowls. Madsen sweeps aerially. There is a man out there on the boundary, but he's not even going to get anywhere near it, Van Buren. It was in the air for a while. There were so many men on the and gulls on the leg side that I had no idea where it went, really, in all honesty. And he picks up 4 first runs of the over, moves to 15, 108 to win off 28 overs and 2 balls. Palms are sweaty.
Mine aren't, actually.
They shouldn't be.
Quite...
emotionally detach yourself.
Yeah, quite emotionless here.
I'm more concerned about him to do the interview being dive bombed by gulls at the end of the game, actually, which may well happen.
I think we'll be all right indoors, won't we?
Will you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you carry on then. Murphy on his way in to Madsen, who goes back and forces it into the leg side, straight to Hammond on the bounce. Murphy, hand in front of his face, walks slowly back to his mark. Final ball of the over then. Madsen waits. Murphy bowls. Oh, and that one comes off a leading edge out into the offside. Trying to turn it into leg. Picks up a single and pinches the strike. 5 off the over. Madsen 16, Guest 12. 209 for 2 now, Derbyshire. 107 runs to win from a minimum. And it will be 28 overs now. I don't think we can almost certainly stop saying minimum. They're not going to bowl many more overs, are they?
The only way it happens is if Darbshire lose about 5 wickets
quickly
in the next hour, and then all of a sudden there's the possibility of zipping through overs quickly, but I don't think that's very likely at this moment. Change of bowling, it will be seam that Gloucestershire will stick with from the pavilion end. Actor returns, replacing Singh Dale. 3 overs for 18. I think the booming tones of Ian Randall has scared off some of the gulls.
Yeah, you're right. They've definitely found something to eat though, because they're all pecking at the ground and looking very interested with what's happening. Quite excited, some of them too. Big things. Cruel beaks.
I'm sure if you were good at this sort of stuff, there must be, because there's clearly a few different sorts.
No, there are.
There must be one. There's probably one that's incredibly rare. There's Actor bowls around the wicket to Madsen, and this is defended into the onside.
Tell everybody in the country the Twitchers will arrive and have to pay a £5 to get in to see it. What a marketing ploy!
Right, let's see. What could we have?
We've got
a glaucous gull. That's one, isn't it? I've spotted a glaucous gull, definitely.
What we have here is black-back gulls and herring gulls, I think.
Actor bowls down the leg side. There's an inquiry from Gloucestershire. I think the ball maybe did just carry to Bracey, but there's certainly no bat on it. Crowd getting very excited. The possibility of a third wicket, and well, they saw one fielder's hands go up in the air. So,
well, Van Buren and Madsen had quite a conversation there as well. Van Buren's very straight at mid-on.
Actor in short ball, and Madsen can easily get on top of that one. That was one of the ones that just hits the middle of the pitch and dies, and Madsen has plenty of time to line that one up. It's pretty hard to hit a boundary with the deep square long leg and fine leg, but plenty of singles, and that's fine for Derbyshire with that required rate not moving really. 3.85, 210 for 2. As Guest on strike tries to shovel that one, misses it, but it cannons into his pad and just bounds past Bracey behind the stumps, and a leg by is added. 105 required. It's got less of the feeling of the march, unstoppable march towards victory, and a little bit more of a slow death now for for Gloucestershire. Actor bowls. Oh, there's a top edge on that one though. He's gone. Madsen's out, and James Bracey takes the catch behind the stumps. The plan has worked for Gloucestershire as Zaman Akhtar bowls it short and onto the shoulder. Madsen was showing that he was going to take it on, which always made that plan worth pursuing. And from Madsen's point of view, he gets just the wrong amount of bat on it. And Bracey takes the catch, and still 105 required. Whether that makes any difference at all, looking up onto the board and seeing 3 figures still. But whatever happens, Gloucestershire have now grabbed a vital wicket as Madsen goes for 17, 211 for 3.
First innings collapse from Derbyshire. Surely they're not going to collapse in the second inning. Martin Anderson walks out to join Brooke Guest. And all of a sudden there will be jitters in the changing room. There's no doubt there'll be jitters in there. They've just got to remind themselves they need 105 from 27 overs and 1 ball. It's not too big a task. The palms just get sweatier.
I'm going to get some of that spray we were talking about yesterday.
I could do with a bit.
So the gloves.
Yeah.
There's 1 ball left in this Akhtar over. Phillips with the helmet back on to go into short leg. I mean, the plan's pretty clear. How's Anderson going to combat it? Is he going to try and take it on as well, or is he just going to have nothing to do with it? And we wasn't quite ready, so Akhtar's going to have to do it again. Not a goal in sight. Wasn't their fault. Akhtar just tried to ambush Anderson, I'm sure. Yeah.
Disgraceful.
3 close on the leg side now. Mid on and mid wicket go closer. Akhtar bowls wide outside the off stump, and a drive and a miss from Anderson. That is, I know. Said what I did about bowling full on this pitch. Batter's just trusting the line of the ball, but first ball angled across him full and wide. That is as airy a drive as you're ever going to see.
Nerves.
It hit thin air, and fortunately for Anderson, not the ball. 211 for 3, 27 overs, 105 runs, 7 wickets. Put those numbers in the right.
In an order. Any order you fancy. Kent still 7 down but 22 runs adrift. Morgan 6 down, leading by 104. Northamptonshire 102 more runs required.
Stewart 87 from 68 now, 6 4s, 8 6s.
And here's Todd Murphy bowling to Brooke Guest, who defends the first ball of the over back to the bowler.
Mitch Stanley, 13 overs, 0 for 81.
Ooh.
Jimmy's only bowled 4 overs.
Clever.
I'm not surprised.
Well, you just wonder if he might be injured if he's only bowled 4 overs.
It'll be all over the live text service if it is. We'll check that out.
Murphy is in to bowl. Reverse sweep comes out from Brooke Guest. He's only going to get a single for it down to Zaman Akhtar. Score moves on to 212 for 3. 13 to Guest, 104 required. Now just 7 more wickets for Gloucestershire. Just got a little bit of a sniff here. These two have got to try to make sure they snuff out the sniff. If you can snuff out a sniff. Here comes Murphy, bowls. Oh, reverse sweep comes out. Again, there's a big appeal for leg before, for a catch behind, I beg your pardon. Anderson's unimpressed. That bounced more than he was expecting, I think. He's played 2 shots now and missed the ball both times, Martin Anderson. Just needs to calm down. I'm sure he is calm. He's a very calm character. Twirls his bat.
Oh, gosh. Must have come off body, I think.
Yeah,
over
arm.
the top of the stumps.
In comes Murphy again. Struck on the pad and he's given. And he never looked happy at any stage there, Martin Anderson. He kicks at the ground. Murphy strikes. And now Derbyshire are 4 down. And memories of the first innings collapse come flooding back. Anderson goes for naught, and Derbyshire are 211 for 4.
It's back leg. I don't think there's any question it's going on to hit the stumps. The only question is, was that in line? There was no hesitation at all from umpire Newell. He went back, and that's always dangerous. Well, I don't think it's any worse than umpire's call anyway. You can certainly see why it was given out, because he just went absolutely nowhere. A quick delivery from Murphy, and yeah, like you say, he just looked very skittish out there from the moment that he went out there. Perhaps Anuj Dal will be the calm, collected one, but somehow Gloucestershire have clawed their way back in with a chance now, and they've still got a score at 4 and over as well. With, I mean, you know, again, it's not masses, but it's not as though they can just think about purely surviving going out there.
Well, you've changed your tune, haven't you? Mr. Cheerful now. Mr. Cheerful.
I'm just calling it as it is.
If they don't do this, it would be remarkable, Derbyshire, if they don't win this game. Absolutely remarkable. But there will be so many nerves in that changing room now. 177 without loss to 211 for 4. And Anuj Dal with, 2 balls to face. First one is defended. Picked up by Miles Hammond for Todd Murphy, who's got 2 for 71 now in his 14 overs and 5 balls. Comes in again and bowls, and Dal drives into the ground. Murphy stops it at the end of his very short follow through, and the over comes to an end. Guest 13. Dal yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 212 for 4 now, needing 104 to win from 26 overs minimum. Ooh. If they don't do it, I don't know what it'll do to them. That's the problem. Having got into such a good position. I mean, odds on, very large odds on favourites at tea. Not so much now.
I wonder when David Lloyd, might still not be required, whether they're thinking going to save Lloyd until right at the end if he's injured, or whether they are actually thinking we'll send him out at 7 and maybe have a dart and try and knock 30 or 40 of these runs off. Actor bowls into Guest, and Guest is up onto his toes to defend it straight back up the surface.
It's a good question.
There's certainly, I suppose, a lot depends on how Lloyd is feeling, doesn't it? Because if he's saying, well, you know, okay, I think I can bat through it, I'm not in agony, then maybe you might be tempted to try and send him out to make inroads, because another, you know, if he goes out and scores a 30, then could take a lot of the sting out of it. Actor in now, and Guest plays it calmly enough into the onside, and there is no run.
Might get timed out coming down the stairs.
Oh gosh, can you imagine? The second timed out in, what is it, about
150 years.
Gosh. Well, there's probably been probably more instances in first-class cricket, hasn't there? It was the first in international cricket, the Shakib Al Hassan, Angelo Matthews one. Actor bowls, cut away, good shot, through cover and out to the boundary for 4. It's the issue, bowling right arm round and digging it in if it's just a little bit too far across. And that was, and that just allows Guest a pretty free swing of the arms really, because there's only a mid-off backward point and then fielder back on the deep third boundary, very fine as well, so there's lots of space for that cut shot. So it's exactly 100 to win with 6 wickets in hand. Deep short leg, short mid on. Actor in, another bouncer rises over the head of Guest, who appears to be trying and succeeding to restore a little bit of calm.
Be nice if he could.
Luke Proctor has reached 100 at Wantage Road, as Northamptonshire now require 82 to win, still with Proctor on 101 and Sales on 78. Actor in now and turned into the leg side off. Fantastic fielding from Joe Phillips. Down to his right, and okay, it's only a single, but it's a single that Gloucestershire can't afford to be conceding with only 100 runs to play with. And just to keep that pressure on, I mean, I think there were a few lapses in the field before tea, but there's certainly been nothing of the sort since from Gloucestershire. They've fielded like demons, and a couple of terrific catches from Hammond, of course, as Actor bowls another short one. It's very short, and I think at this stage it's not as though that required rate's going anywhere particularly quickly. There's actually no real need to take on that short ball. You're just bringing in exactly what Gloucestershire want you to do, those modes of dismissal. 216 for 4, it's 100 to win from 25 overs.
Approximately 4 and over. I could do that one as well. Quite proud of myself there. Todd Murphy's going to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Anish Dahler's only faced 2 deliveries so far, both from Todd Murphy, after he dismissed Martin Anderson leg before wicket. He comes in and bowls to him, and that one just hurries him. It comes off the bat as well and turned into the leg side, drops to the floor thankfully quite quickly.
Did he manage that?
Looked as though he'd been stung by something as he played that shot. Anish Dahl.
I thought he was going to do a complete 360.
Yeah. Murphy's in again and bowls. That one is coming off the
gloves, I think.
I can't see what it's come off from here because he goes back to me, but
I
loops into the offside, backward of square.
Like the glove out of the corner of my eye on the screen.
2 balls to begin the over. 216 for 4. The tension. As Murphy is in again and bowls to Dahl, who turns this into the ground, and it's fielded by Bancroft at short leg. Three dot balls, 100 to win. How can they not do it? Murphy bowls, and that one is defended by Dahl into the offside. I'm sure they haven't shut up shop yet.
No.
Good.
I'm still wondering, though, it's always the balance, isn't it, as it is with declarations, but can you get one more around the bat now that there's a few more defensive shots?
Dahl goes back, clips it into the leg side. So there he is again, look. Miles Hammond scrambling away to his right, gets his right hand to the ball and denies Anish Dahl his first run. Wonderful piece of fielding. He's taken 2 stunning catches. 216 for 4, Derbyshire. Murphy to bowl the final ball of his 16th over. He's in and he bowls it to Dahl, who clips it into the ground. It's a maiden over for Murphy. And Derbyshire still need 100 to win, but now from a minimum of 24 overs. With Anuj Dahl now having faced 8 deliveries yet to get off the mark. And at the other end, Brookcast has 17.
Spectators on the benches down below don't particularly seem to be sitting much further forward. In
No,
fact,
they don't,
a couple
no.
of them were even looking at their phones, so they're obviously going to need to take another couple of wickets, Gloucestershire, before for the undivided attention of everybody at Bristol is on the proceedings. But yeah, but T, can't say I thought we'd be here. Well, I thought we'd be sitting here. I just didn't think that we'd be at 216 for 4. Actor in now, and that's played actually well by Guess just around the corner. It was in the air a little bit, but he always just manoeuvred it fine enough that the short leg wasn't going to be in play, and able to take a single as well. He's on to 18, 217 for 4, so that brings Dahl on to strike. And Actor is going to stay round the wicket to the new batter. Pretty similar field. Actor goes in, bowls a short ball to Dahl. It's a good short ball, which Dahl has to just incline his head down and away from. It was one of those ones that does just carry through nicely. Don't think you really want to be going after that one. Gosh, the gulls are back again. One after the other, flying right behind the bowler's arm. They're coming off a short run just to make sure he's got them in his eye line. Actor in now, and Dahl, has he got something on that? Gloucestershire are going up, but it doesn't seem very convincing. I don't think James Bracey really went up for it. It was quite close to the gloves, but when the keeper doesn't appeal, especially in this situation, with 99 required, I think it's out, but I'm not quite sure what Dahl was doing, whether he was trying to maybe have a go at one point at playing at that, or whether he always meant to move inside it and just didn't really quite move inside it as much as he might have done. Actor into Dahl, who's forward defending, and Actor will track across to his left and stop the ball. There is no run. This might even be the last over of Actor's spell, because his first over was only 3 overs. First spell was only 3 overs in the innings. Trying to keep them short. Again, haven't seen Bailey bowling in this innings. Just the 1 run from this over, 23 left after it. Actor bowls full and wide, that's driven out through the covers. It's not perfectly timed. There's about 50 gulls in its way, all getting out of the way and just tipped back in by Charlesworth. Excellent commitment again. Back into Singdale. It's only saved 1 run, but another fine effort in the field. And again, that's the one that you're waiting for, probably, really, from Actor, just pitched up and across the right-hander. And there's that big gap in the covers. 96 to win. So they've got 4 from this over, which is basically what they need. Actor in now to Guest, who is getting behind that, playing a solid defence. And there's no run, so 220 for 4.
Dahl off the mark, which is good news for him. But a century in the seconds last week. Not been playing T20 cricket. Guest has, towards the back end of that opening tranche of matches, didn't play in the first couple. Naren Donald kept wicket. And he's currently playing with the 2s in New Malden, which I'm sure is very, very nice. It's Todd Murphy bowling to Anuj Dal, turns this one into the leg side, and he's going to get a single. His first run that he scored off Todd Murphy, and he's faced an awful lot of Murphy deliveries. Price does the fielding. $221 for 495 to win. Sorry, in a reasonable position in that game against Derbyshire seconds. As Murphy is in, and the reverse sweep comes out from Brooke Guest, and it's fumbled in the deep, and they're going to come back for the second. Now, he might have to get a move on here. No, the throw isn't quite as accurate as it might have been from Zaman Akhtar, who was still fuming from the misfield, I think. And when you're fuming, you tend to throw a little bit waywardly. And he did. If waywardly's a word. Guest moves on to 20, 223 for 4. Guest defends the next delivery from Todd Murphy. Surrey's twos 240 for 8, which means in their second innings, which means they lead by 209. Mitch Wagstaff's picked up 3 wickets there. He might be an option at the top of the order in place of David Lloyd against Lancashire. The reverse comes out again from Brooke Guest, and he picks up a single this time as the ball goes straight to Zaman Akhtar. And that's the 4 runs from the over that Derbyshire require. They need 4.1, but 4 will probably do it. How they get 0.1, I'm not entirely sure.
0.1 of a run might be quite good from a Gloucestershire point of view.
Well, I think we saw Graham Van Buren run 0.1 of a run any number of times as Dahl comes off the edge of his bat as he tries to defend it. Akhtar at short third man fields.
It's why I still wonder whether they might at some point rue not having a slip, because Murphy's not really turning it, but he is now getting some drift away from the right-hander.
Final ball of the over. Murphy bowls. Dal goes back and cuts, and that's nicely done from Anuj Dal, and he's going to get 4. That'll make him feel a whole lot better. Didn't get 4 from the ball that went out to the boundary earlier. It was hauled in, but he picks up 4 there. Moves on to 8. Guest has 21. Derbyshire 228 for 4. They need 88 to win from 22 overs minimum, which is about 4 and over.
Also, you start getting it down into double figures, and you know, every 10 just boosts.
I'll be happy. I said in the game at Trent Bridge, the T20, when they were playing Notts, I was only happy once the required rate got over 36 and over, even though it looked like they were going to win from about 13 overs out. I'll be happy when it's down into single figures. Not double figures, single figures.
Tom Smith has come a fair way out onto the field, having words with Cameron Bancroft, just making his way off now, as Akhtar will have a 4th over this spell. He bowls round the wicket now, and Guest is blocking this one back to the bowler. Kent still 7 down at Blackpool. What a remarkable day that's been, with Matt Parkinson opening the batting and out for 4. Chris Green reducing Kent to 84 for 5, and then 116 for 7. They're now 268 for 7, with Everson on 60 and Grant Stewart on 108 from 88 balls, 10 fours and 8 sixes, which just makes you feel a little bit better as a Gloucestershire fan that he's not just doing it to Gloucestershire. This is dropped down, next delivery from Akhtar into the offside, backward of square, or just on the square really. Charlesworth does the fielding, and there is no run. Bancroft looks as though he wants Phillips to go from short leg, and looks as if he's still staying under the helmet, so he's going to field at silly point or short cover. I don't think there is a silly cover, is there? Akhtar bowls. This is flicked away to long leg, who'll end up fielding it. Miles Hammond down there. Anuj Dal will return to strike as Guest is on to 22, 229 for 4. 21
overs. They are firm
overs
favourites still, though.
and a half remaining.
4 wickets since tea.
Still
out there on 22. He's with
roughly
Dal,
scoring at the
David
required
Lloyd
rate
to
the
come.
last couple of overs.
Well,
He said that they have to think about the scoring. They again have struck a good balance since these two have come together, saw themselves in and then started to find the gaps, and then defending the good balls like that. Back of a length, Dahl keeping it out into the on the side. In the first division, I can tell you there's been draws between Durham and Sussex, between Essex and Hampshire, and between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Essex in a perilous position coming into the day, but Michael Pepper and Tom Wesley scoring hundreds. Dull pulls that one in the air, cries of catch, but it'll fly in between the two fielders at fine leg and long leg, and one bounce for. Sort of what they're bowling for, Gloucestershire, but they need everything really to go to hand, and that one not even able to be stopped, as we welcome in our listeners to 5 Sports Extra 2, as Derbyshire require 83 to win from 21.1 overs at 233 for 4. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher here, as Dahl pulls that one over the top on the bounce of short leg and out to mid wicket. 234 for 4. It's 82 required from 21 overs. It's been a extraordinary game of cricket that started with Gloucestershire winning the toss and deciding to bat first, assuming that it was going to be quite a low scoring affair, possibly on a spinning pitch. Gloucestershire collapsed in their first innings after a good start to 187 all out. Jack Morley, mightily impressive, 6 for 55. Wayne Madsen and Harry Kame seemed to be sending Derbyshire off into the distance at 301 for 2 in reply, but Derbyshire then lost their last 8 wickets for 97 runs. Cameron Bancroft and Graham Van Buren, some amazing rearguard action from them, both scores in the 170s to lead Gloucestershire to a point that they were able to declare at lunch, and they decided that an equation of 316 runs, effectively at 4.7 and over for the rest of the day, was what they wanted. In fact, if reports are to be believed, they may have been quite happy with a couple fewer than that, yeah. But that's what they set, and Derbyshire off to a fantastic start, a 177 run unbroken opening partnership, but a bit of a wobble has got us to this position.
Graham Van Buren comes into bowl to Anuj Dutt, goes back and cuts the ball through the seagulls out to the cover boundary. We are infested by gulls. I call them seagulls, and I apologise. The gulls are everywhere. Chased off the pitch at tee by Zach Chappell, the Derbyshire quick bowler, waving a towel round his head in a pair of shorts and a sleeveless top. As Van Buren comes into bowl to Guest. That one is turned around the corner. It's fielded by Bancroft. There's no run. Guest has 22, Dahl has 14. Derbyshire have lost 4 wickets since tea. That's why they're in this position. Jewell for 83, Kame for 91, and then Madsen for 17 and Martin Anderson for a 3-ball duck. They need 81 to win from 20 overs and 4 balls, as Guest pushes this latest delivery from Van Buren into the onside, where it's fielded by Joe Phillips. They've already called the game at Grace Road. First against third. This is fourth against second, as Guest pushes the ball out into the offside. And there's no run, and Kent now lead by 8 runs up at Blackpool, and they're still only 7 down. They're still 7 down. Northamptonshire look like they're speeding towards victory, needing a further 62. They are 3 down now. That was Guest, is caught behind. Van Buren strikes, Brooke Guest poked at that. They're 5 down now, Derbyshire, and the nerves really are starting to jangle. 235 for 5. Guest goes for 22.
An excellent bowling change from Bancroft. Turn and bounce from the middle of the pitch there from Van Buren. It's a lovely delivery. Bit of drop. Plenty of revs to spin the ball away from the right-hander. And I mean, Guest looks disappointed, but to be honest, I got a bit of sympathy for him really, because we haven't seen a ball do that for a very long time. I don't think we've seen a ball do that today, not off that part of the pitch. I think he just saw the ball on a line that he could play the drive, and then he's done actually quite well, I think, to get an edge on it.
Alex Thompson coming out rather than David Lloyd, who is still to come, the Derbyshire opener, but he didn't field all day yesterday or this morning due to a hamstring injury, and he will bat, we're told, but with a runner, and they've decided to send Alex Thompson out. They could have brought him in now, 7 down, but it's Alex Thompson who goes out to join MATCHDAY. After Thompson, Zach Chappell, Jack Morley, Ben Aitchison and David Lloyd, rather peculiarly.
I would quite like to see Zach Chappell walking out to bat, whirling his...
Yes, he would almost certainly do that, yeah. Wearing his shorts and his muscle vest.
That'd be great. There's a few more goals to scare off first.
Yeah.
Much more important than scoring runs to win a game. Well, he might not yet be required.
Derbyshire collapsed horribly in the first innings. Not quite as horribly so far in the second, but you never know. 81 off 20 overs and 1 ball as Van Buren bowls it spooned up into the air, into the leg side off Thompson's bat and misses everybody. 1 run and 1 wicket from the Graham Van Buren over. 1 for 38 his figures. Thompson yet to get off the mark. Dahl has 14. Derbyshire at 235 for 5. They need 81 more with 20 overs to go as we approach the final hour. As it's known.
Right.
I believe.
Oh dear.
Thank you.
4 overs until that, and Actor is done as far as his spell. He provided the potentially, well, I think no matter what you can say, it's a vital wicket of Wayne Madsen for 17. Short ball, perfectly directed, top edge through to James Bracey. But for the benefit of our Sports Extra 2 listeners, this session started off with the first 2 balls being absolutely thundered to the boundary by Caleb Jewell, and the third ball of it, he tried to flat bat it through mid-off, and Miles Hammond took an extraordinary goalie style catch up and to his left. He then produced a one-hander off Murphy to get rid of Kame for 91, and that just gave Gloucestershire a bit of a look as Murphy in from the pavilion end replacing Actor, so they're going with double spin it seems, and Dahl drives this one back up the pitch, and another excellent piece of fielding. Murphy launching himself full length down onto the floor and just grabbing it in his fingertips to his right to save a run. 81 required. As Murphy bowls to Dahl, it goes back and turns it leg side, fielded at square leg. Still got protection back on the boundary, deep backward point, who's almost there for both the cut and the reverse sweep, and then long on deep mid wicket and long leg. Murphy in now, and Dahl helps that round the corner down to that fielder at long leg, and that will bring Thompson onto strike against Murphy for the first time. 236 for 5, 2 for 80 this innings. Murphy 3 for 120 in the first innings, but certainly seems to have grown in confidence, particularly since that wicket of Martin Anderson, because that was a good wicket. There's a little bit of fortune involved in the Harry Kane one, but despite Anderson looking rather nervous, he did go through him. Round the wicket he will come to Thompson. Thompson turns this just past short leg. A sprinter single. Hammond turns and shies at the non-striker's end. Probably feels he can do anything, even effect a run out from there, but he can't. Thompson's off the mark. 37 for 5. Does look quite brave to bowl round the wicket with nobody between deep third and straight extra cover. Again, Dahl is only interested in tickling it round the corner and picking up another single. 78 required. Gloucestershire, again, with some thinking to do as far as that's concerned, because I'm not sure they can keep just conceding singles to decent deliveries. And there's at least a change of thinking as far as Thompson, as Murphy will switch back to over the wicket and then a short leg. Murphy bowls quick and full and really taking the pitch out of the equation there as Thompson flicks it down to long on. So 4 singles, and that's the way to do it.
That's the way to do it.
Derbyshire, 239 for 5.
Yeah, I prefer them to do it a little bit quicker. 77 off 19 and 5 wickets. It is perfectly poised now. It wasn't perfectly poised at tea when Derbyshire were firm favourites at 169 without loss. But as Ed just described, that catch from Miles Hammond to get rid of Caleb Jewell was pretty impressive. As impressive as the one to dismiss Harry Kane. Both of them hit the ball really well. And Hammond went leaping through the air, one-handed catches both. And it precipitated a mini collapse. Thompson and Anuj Dal in together, and Graham Van Buren around the wicket to Thompson, who defends the first ball of the new over. Back down the pitch. Anuj Dal, a more than capable batter with a career average over 30. Alex Thompson averaging 17 throughout his career. This one is just squaring him up. Again, pushed out into the offside. And then it's Zach Chappell. And then it's Ben Aitchison and Jack Morley. And we wait to find out when David Lloyd goes out with his damaged hamstring and a runner. He's left that one, Thompson, outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think it's a good job that didn't...
it was a good leave.
Didn't just do nothing.
Yes.
Turned.
As Van Buren's in again, and Thompson's lifted this into the leg side. Ajit Singh Dale can't get to the ball. It was in the air for a long, long time, out towards square leg. Singh Dale came racing in off the boundary, but it dropped short of him. And Alex Thompson moves on to 3. 240 for 5, 76 to win off 18 overs and 2 balls. Still many, many goals on the outfield. I mean, many. As Van Buren is in to bowl to Dahl, who drives it into the ground and out towards Price at extra cover. There's no run. This is horrible to watch, by the way. Horrible. They were so in the driving seat at tea, as this next one is guided by Dahl, but just dabs it down to Todd Murphy, who's fielding at sort of short third man, and the over comes to an end. Just one run from it, and it was a fairly fortuitous one at that. And now Derbyshire needs 76 off 18, and the required rate just starting to climb back to where it... Actually, it isn't anywhere near where it started, but it's up to 4.2.
Yeah, it'll start to climb a little bit quicker with
because the fewer overs, yeah,
down,
absolutely.
but it's certainly not a concern at this stage. But you know, the batters out there aren't just thinking either purely about block or purely about just, right, go and score these runs. There are these calculations that are having to be done, and that just adds to the level of potential stress and pressure as more batters go out there. But
well, we're all under enough stress and pressure, Ed. We're all under enough of that. First and third in the table have already drawn.
Murphy round the wicket with a leg slip in place. Thompson defends carefully back to the bowler, bends down to one knee, as he actually did quite a few times when he was bowling. Alex Thompson, whenever an appeal was needed, one of those that sinks to his knees. So the leg slip there to dissuade Derbyshire from that turn round the corner, and
doesn't dissuade him though.
Does it anyway, with some yelps from Gloucestershire as the ball goes a fair way in the end away from Bancroft, who's under there. The captain under the helmet decides to move to a leg gully now, of course, because he's just seen that. Thompson on to 4, 241 for 5. Be very cheeky of MATCHDAY to flick it finer of him. This is flicked in the air. Oh, fantastic work again from Hammond. This
Hammond is astonishing.
He's got magnets in his hand and one in the ball. One bouncing to his right. It looked like at least 2, if not 4, because they've got a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Would have been straighter of the mid-wicket. As the gulls encroach closer to the pitch. Murphy bowls to Dahl, who turns this one into the gap, wide of backward square. Gosh, I can barely see the ball.
It's incredible.
Gulls flying in its path. It's quite gloomy here as well. 242 for 5. It has definitely got gloomier in the last 10 minutes or so. Murphy into Thompson, who flicks it away. Even Hammond can't stop that one.
There?
Need some assistance to get back up to his feet. Although it looks as though Todd Murphy seemed to be more pushing him into the ground rather than helping him up. I'm not sure that was really of much use. One more run, 73 required from 17 overs after this ball. Murphy in, Dahl turns it leg side. Well, it's Hammond again. It was pretty straightforward, really. Got 2 hands to it, tumbled to his right, easy enough. 243 for 5.
Gotta stop that. Possibly 73 off 17. Required rate just inches up to 4.3. That's a very poor way of explaining it. Nudges up to 4.3. It started at 4.7. Came down to way below 4 when Harry came and Caleb Jewell were in their pomp in the afternoon session. Didn't lose a wicket, but have lost 5 since tea. This has happened before. I'm trying to remember when to Derbyshire. They got into a very good position at Sussex a few years ago and then shut up shop with about 3 overs to go. I'm not suggesting they do that. I think they're in a better position here than they were there. Here's Van Buren from the Ashley Down Road, and that's driven very pleasantly by Alex Thompson. He's going to get 4. It beat the man close in, who is Price, and it also beat the man out at Ben Charlesworth at a deepish mid-off, and they get the 4 runs at the first ball of the over, and you can almost feel the tension dissipate momentarily. This is the last over before the final hour begins. Thompson settles himself. He's moved on to 9. Van Buren is in and bowls, and he pushes this one out to Price at extra cover.
Somehow the gulls circling just adds to the tension, whether it's the extra eyes on the playing surface. There's just always something happening.
I can't work out what is happening. Thompson cuts this one away to short third man. Todd Murphy's there. I know what you mean, though. It's very strange. Scarborough. That's the last time I saw this many goals on the outfield. In comes Van Buren and bowls, and Thompson just dabs it into the ground. Back with a square on the offside, no run. Hammond, who is at slip for Van Buren, runs around to do the fielding.
Those aren't easy if you're a tall man, those ones that just stay down a little bit off a skiddy spinner.
That's Van Buren bowls. This is eased out into the offside by Alex Thompson. He picks up a single off the 5th ball of the over. Moves on to 10. 248 for 5. 68 to win of 16 overs. Van Buren bowls and Dahl goes back and cuts it off his stumps out towards the man on the cover boundary, who is Zaman Akhtar, and he picks up a single.
That wasn't what you needed, was it?
No.
The
No,
sight of a batter backing away, exposing all 3 stumps.
With the ball fired in, Dahl moves to 18. He keeps the strike as well. Thompson has 10. I'm going for a lie down in a minute. 67 to win off 16 overs. The last hour begins at 5:22.
The
last hour. Yeah. That's my best Kevin Howells.
Oh, is that what it was?
No. Well, it's talks a bit like that, doesn't he, Kev?
I'm glad you're saying that, not me. I would like to distance myself from this right now, because I can practically feel my phone ready to erupt in my pocket.
Yeah, you've got your IPL to think about.
Oh, please. Todd Murphy with a rather backward short leg now to Dahl, who flicks it in the air, and I think that might have been off thigh pad, possibly. I'm not sure it was off glove, but it did loop. Let's see if we can have a look again. Oh no, maybe it was off. Maybe it was off a bit of glove or bat. Bancroft's taken a tiniest of step to his left now as Dahl clips it into the leg side. Quick single taken. Hammond will show at the stumps and will miss by a distance just for a moment.
So he can
Hammond.
catch, but he can't throw.
It looked as though it might be close, but yes, it wasn't the best of throws. That
wasn't massively close, was it? No.
His haste to try and get rid of the ball. The 250's up, but nobody's particularly interested in that at this stage, because all they care about is the fact there are 66 runs required from a minimum of 15 overs after this. Murphy bowls, played into the ground, and then Murphy slightly fumbles it. They thought about a run, which would have been very unwise. There is no run, and the gloom seems to be gathering a bit.
It's all right out there.
Well, certainly all right whilst the spinners bowling. Floodlights unavailable.
Ludicrously.
Game. Murphy bowls, and this is played back to the bowler. Who gets down into the old-fashioned long barrier. Stops the ball from going down to long on for a single.
These windows are tinted as well, aren't
they? I'll tell you they are.
Well, they are.
Makes it look a little bit worse with the balcony overhanging as well. Thompson turns it into the onside. Puff of dust as Hammond dives into a used pitch and stops the ball dead again. 1 run from the over. 66 required from 91 balls, if you'd like it that way. Murphy in now, and forward defence, steady as I like from Thompson. The crowd appreciate a tight over from Murphy. 66 required with 5 wickets in hand. I think they realise that it's not just about overs that produce wickets. Those overs of 1 or 2 runs, even just slightly, if they could just build it up to 5s rather than 4s, it would be a little bit different. Long conversation. They can probably afford it, Gloucestershire, because at this stage it doesn't feel as though they need to rattle through extra overs. I think the overs probably are as they are. Whatever happens, even if Gloucestershire end up having taken 9 wickets at the end, which would take some effort, but I don't think they're going to regret not having rushed through overs at this stage.
No, I think you might be right. Van Buren to begin a new over from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Anu's Dada, goes back and cuts. He's going to pick up a single. The first fielder doesn't get there. The second one does, and they're going to come back for the second because Darley's quick. It was Todd Murphy who couldn't quite get to it initially, and Zaman Akhtar who was backing up behind him. 2 to start the over. 252 for 5, 64 off 14 and overs and 5 balls. As Van Buren is in again, bowls to Dahl, who cuts it again. They're going to go through for the single, and Todd Murphy misses it again. Akhtar picks up behind him. 1 more.
Must be getting gloomy out there.
To the total, yeah. One can't see the ball. Of course, they won't want to bring on their quicks, because if they do go off, I mean, they think they've got a chance of winning as well, Gloucestershire, don't they? So it's fascinating that we're going to be playing in virtual pitch darkness as Van Buren bowls, and there's a sweep shot attempted. It's come off the bat and it's caught at slip, and it's that man again. Miles Hammond takes the catch. This was far more simple. Thompson went for the sweep shot, got a top edge, and Derbyshire lose another wicket. They're 253 for 6 now, still requiring 63 to win.
Well, I must admit, to start with. I wasn't entirely sure what that had come off, but it looked like a very straight delivery. How's he managed to do that? There we go. This will be the replay that should show me at least. Does that come off the toe end of the bat? The very toe end and through to the wicket keeper? Because I thought through to the keeper, through to the slip. Sorry, because I thought that it had probably either just turned right past everything, or that it was going to hit him on the pad to start with. It's a very odd dismissal, because I don't think you could recreate that dismissal again if you tried. The way that it just looped up to slip, you just don't see sweep shots go to first slip. But Van Buren, he looks as though from that Ashley Down Road end, there's just a little bit more disturbance out of the surface, out of the middle of it. Again, there's a slight puff, as I think you can just about see as the ball pitches there, and that just makes that sweep shot that much harder. And well, Zach Chappell's out on the field. He might scare a few goals with some of his cricket shots, though.
Might scare a few commentators as well. He's a big hitting lower order batter is Zach Chappell. Let's have a quick look at his records this season, which 61 in the first game against Gloucestershire, 37 in the second against Leicestershire. He's got a 30 and a 24 to his name as well. They'd be very useful at this stage, with Derbyshire needing 63 runs to win, with 4 wickets in hand now and 14 and a half overs left in this match. And we were getting suggestions from people who'd been out in the crowd that there was a lot of moaning about the declaration. We thought it was a fair declaration. Gave them enough time to try to bowl Derbyshire out Gloucestershire. And Chappell now defends this of a fashion. Back to Van Buren. First ball he faces, he's having a look around, is Zach Chappell, which rather suggests that he likes the look of that leg side. Might be dangerous. Drives this one up to mid-off, and there's no run.
He really floated that one up.
Yeah.
Van Buren right up above the eye line, very full.
Wants to hit one, Zach.
Trying to sneak it under the bat.
Next delivery is a bit flatter, and he keeps it out somehow.
Turn past
He didn't keep it out. He's gone into the keeper's gloves. Blimey. Good over. 3 runs from it with a wicket as well for Van Buren. He's got 2 for 48 now. Dal has 22. Chappell's yet to get off the mark. A lot rests on Anish Dal and potentially David Lloyd, who will come in, well, presumably last, if he's not coming in ahead of Zach Chappell. Still to come, Ben Aitchison, Jack Morley and David Lloyd with 1 leg. 253 for 6. 63 to win from 14 overs.
There was always that, well, I don't mean this cruelly towards David Lloyd, but there was always that enticing possibility of the batter having to come out and there being a runner right at the end. There can't be much more dramatic.
We've seen it already this season at Cardiff, right, where Lewis Rees had a runner. He was out there in the middle. They were the last pair together.
Right.
He and Blair Tickner saved the game down at Cardiff. This will feel like one thrown away, but they certainly don't want to lose it, Derbyshire, from here.
Here's Murphy bowling to Dahl. He goes back, plays into the ground, straight to short leg. A reminder, 20 points separated these sides coming in. Derbyshire in second, Gloucestershire in fourth. The current output from this game is Gloucestershire 3, Derbyshire 6. So if Derbyshire were to win, it would really knock the stuffing out of Gloucestershire's promotion charge. That's Murphy bowls. It's a drag down. Dahl pulls it away hard. Should just be a single though, and is, as Van Buren fields it backward square leg. 62 to win. Well,
Leicestershire have moved on to 155 points now after drawing with Glamorgan, who've moved on to 110. Derbyshire will return to second place no matter what, with their bonus points, but huge consequences this match.
Yeah, Gloucestershire right in there with a win, but possibly quite right out of it, but a long way back with a defeat, as that's pulled away hard by Chappell. Will be cut off by Actor out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they do not take a second run That's good work from Actor as the cloud of goals explodes off from the leg side and thinks about settling somewhere in the car park. I think they're going to find too much food there. 255 for 6, 61 required from 13 and a half overs. Murphy bowling to Dahl, whipped into the ground, could be a run out. Oh, Bancroft's thrown it past the stumps and now they take a single. Dahl was off on a bit of a wander and Bancroft was alert to the possibility. Has conceded a run, so it's 60 to win, but hit straight into the ground. I mean, what a bit of reaction work from Bancroft to stop it to start with. One-handed up to his right, and then if he'd hit the stumps, Dahl was out of his ground.
He's missed it from 2 foot.
One stump to aim at. But yes, very close to it. Back goes Chappell, drives it hard, straight to extra cover, no run.
Northamptonshire are going to win. They're 4 down, but they need 43 off about 17 overs. They should win that.
Get an update on Grant Stewart in a moment. This will be the last ball of this over. 60 required. Chappell on 1. Murphy bowls 2. Chappell, it's short, hammered away through mid-wicket. Actor trying to get there. He won't get there. It's away for 4. 56 to win. Murphy just dropping one a fraction short, and Zach Chappell, who will be an aggressive mindset, not going to miss out on an opportunity to try and score, and you can't have them everywhere on the leg side. It's getting very dark out there now, and the umpires are just coming together.
Wow. This would be a thing. Both sides could then claim that they were going to go on and win the game, of course, and everybody would be fine. They're not going off.
And we're going to play on.
Yeah. Kent now lead by 33.
But the question would be, and this would be, well, I hope this doesn't happen, put it that way, but I don't imagine that. Is the light really good enough at the moment to bowl seam in?
No.
And we've been there before where the
get down to the last 2 overs, with still 4 down, and Derbyshire needed 20.
Yeah.
Bring a quick on. Van Buren then continuing from the Ashley Down Road, and Anashdale goes back again and just pushes it out into the offside. I wonder if it's worth Zach Chappell just teeing off for a couple of overs, seeing if he can clear the ropes, which we know he can. Not necessarily in a situation like this. He's on 5. 55 to win off 12 overs and 5 balls. Van Buren is in. Back goes Chappell, pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
They are still essentially tempting it mid-off and mid-on, not all the way back to what is a short boundary. Nobody back at deep mid-wicket either.
As Van Buren is in, and he goes for the reverse sweep, and it's going to be a successful reverse sweep from Zach Chappell as it goes over the rope for 4. A couple of times the reverse has gone straight to Todd Murphy at short third man. They got it fine enough to miss him. Chappell moves on to 9. The Grant Stewart watch is out for 130 off 122 balls. But Kent lead by 33 at Blackpool. This next one is driven, but stopped by Van Buren at the end of his follow through. Wes Agar has joined Joey Everson, who's on 68.
So 12 left.
Yeah, and a lead of 33 and 2 wickets to go. Nipper. And James Anderson is on and bowling. This one is pushed by Chappell into the offside. 1 for 26 from 7 overs and 5 balls. Jimmy Anderson, Lancashire skipper for this match, and the one at Chesterfield against Derbyshire on Sunday, as Chappell just taps this into the leg side and they run, and the shy from James Bracey misses at the non-striker's end, and Chappell gets home safely. And he moves on to 10, and Derbyshire now need exactly 50 from 12 overs to win this one. Gloucestershire need 4 more wickets from 12 overs to win this one. Who's your money on? I've got absolutely no idea. Just asked myself a question on the radio then. I didn't mean to do that, but I have got no idea. Full stop.
Well, I didn't know whether you were asking me, but I thought...
No.
I'd actually rather not deliver an opinion at this stage.
Excellent.
Exercise my prerogative.
You can't be wrong if you don't proffer an opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire will stick with Murphy. I mean, potentially they have to still to
Stay out there. Yeah.
It's got very dark. But
blue sky away to our left, wherever that is.
Yeah, I can't even tell where the weather's really coming from. The clouds don't seem to be going anywhere.
I think it's going that way.
Yeah.
What is it going that way? Could be going that way.
Murphy into Chappell, who thrashes a pull shot down to long on. Bailey still hasn't bowled in this innings.
I don't think he's going to.
Going to bring somebody on now, you wouldn't have thought. No. 267 for 6, so 49 to win. It's into another column of tens. As Dahl faces up. Murphy jogs in round the wicket, bowls to Dahl, flicked away through mid-wicket. You've got plenty of fielders back on the boundary. 3 back on that leg side, and fine legs pretty deep as well. There's quite a lot of singles available. 48 is the requirement. Bancroft has got rid of the helmet. I think he's... is he thinking about trying to plug a gap on the leg side, or possibly about a different line of attack? Him and Murphy just discussing, pointing out to the offside. They've got a fielder back at deep, well, quite backward point for that reverse sweep that Chappell's brought out a couple of times. Just nudges this one onside, straight to short mid-wicket for no run. So the required rate still isn't moving very much. Derbyshire is still scoring at around about 4s. It's not coming down and it's not going up. Chappell 11. Murphy in, drops another one short, pulled in the air, but there is that fielder out at deep mid-wicket now in Zaman Akhtar. 269 for 6, but well, I suppose unless Murphy's thinking he might get Chappell to hoik one of those out to the deep. Again, it feels possibly a little bit easy for Chappell to rock back and hit it hard and try and see if he can hit it so hard he can power it into a gap. 3 off the over so far, 47 to win. Murphy bowls, Dahl whips this bottom-handed down to long on. 1 run closer. And there's the 4 from the over. 46 required. Take it to the wire this way.
I think so.
Gloucestershire starting to look as though they might need to break this partnership as it's building up well. Zach Chappell feels like a man for this sort of situation. Calm and collected. As Murphy bowls to him, driving to mid-off. They're going to sprint the one. Singdale's pretty deep there. And 5 runs from the over. Does seem to have got slightly brighter. Scoreboard still looming out in the darkness away to our right. I say the darkness, I mean it's trees and it's dark coloured seats rather than it being pitch black out there, but it is noticeable how bright the numbers seem. 271 for 6, 45 required from 11 overs.
Well, I can read them, which hasn't been the case for the entirety of this match. 45 off 11. 66 balls. Blimey. $13 to Zach Chappell off just 15 deliveries. 27 to Anish Dahl, has been out there a little bit longer. 18 from 21 is the partnership these two have put on so far. After Derbyshire, since tea, have lost 6 wickets. Jewell for 83. Kane for 91. Wayne Madsen for 17. The skipper Anderson without scoring. Guest for 32. And Thompson for 10. Van Buren begins a new over. It's been pulled into the leg side and he has been caught. Zach Chappell turns on his heels and marches back to the pavilion. Joe Phillips with the catch. And Derbyshire are 271 for 7 now and in danger of throwing away victory here in Bristol.
Van Buren seemed like the man, and I mean, he's dropped it in quite short, but it's an easier catch for Joe Phillips than it was for Hammond to get rid of Harry Kane, but it's a similar dismissal in the fact that he's gone back and tried to pull, but the ball hasn't got up very much, and so it's quite hard to get the elevation. He just wasn't really in a position to get the elevation. It's off the bottom part of the bat.
Here we go.
Joe Phillips had to catch
Here we
it.
go.
We've got a pair of...
David Lloyd comes out with
walking in the
Brooke
middle.
Guest. Interesting.
Excellent.
So we're going to have a runner with 45 runs required from 65 balls.
Do you know, I actually quite liked, they were discussing runners on the test match the other day. I quite liked somebody's suggestion, I can't remember who it was, that, because you're not allowed them in international cricket, you can have them here, but the suggestion that they should bring them back, but the fielding side gets to choose who the runner should be.
Yeah, we could have a lottery. I could set off fireworks and whatever colour it comes out. Just leave it alone. Just give them a runner.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just think there's something that doesn't
What cricket needs,
you
Ed,
can send
is
your quickest runner
another
out
gimmick.
there.
That's what cricket needs, another gimmick.
I'm not sure that's really a gimmick.
It'll get the crowds in. And then they can sell off the runner for £100 million.
Oh dear.
I can't believe you've even entertained that. Was it Tufnell?
No, I think it might have been Stephen Finn actually.
Well, there we go. Nobody needs more gimmicks.
It was either Stephen Finn or Alistair Cook. I think it was one of the two.
What do they know about cricket? Here's Van Buren bowling to David Lloyd, who goes back and pushes this one out into the offside. Doesn't look too hindered after that shot. Looking for signs of hindrance. He didn't field all day yesterday, and he hasn't fielded today. Didn't open the batting. Van Buren in and bowls to him, and he pushes this out into the offside. No run. 45 off 63. 271 for 7 as Van Buren is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Lloyd once again.
If he is incumbent, he's doing a lot of backing away towards the edge of the pitch and back again.
That one is defended by Lloyd off the back foot. He, Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren, the only three playing this game at the moment. It's heading for a wicket maiden, and what a time to bowl one. In comes Van Buren. Back he goes, Lloyd, and he's going to get a run here, which isn't going to cheer anybody up because it means Lloyd will have to walk down to the other end to face the first ball of the next over. But Derbyshire now need 44 to win from 60 deliveries, with Lloyd on 1 and with a runner. Dal on 27 at 5:45 with brightening skies above Bristol.
Yes, brightening. I did wonder if Gloucestershire might, especially with Lloyd, possibly feeling it a bit. I did wonder if they might go to seam to get Lloyd hopping about, but at least for now they've not done that. It has definitely got brighter, and it's got brighter to a point where I think they were bowling seam earlier on, so I don't think that would be an issue. But Gloucestershire is sticking with spin, sticking with their overseas recruit playing his first game for Gloucestershire, Todd Murphy. 2 for 99. He bowls round the wicket to Dahl. It's flicked in the air, and they're going to come through for the run down to backward square. Didn't particularly help there that the mullion of the window in front of me was completely obscuring the runner, so I might have to swivel my way away from you, Fletch. It's getting too tense. No, couldn't actually see Brooke Guest there.
No, it is an issue with runners, isn't it? You have to have eyes everywhere.
So a single, first ball of the over, 43 to win. Wasn't too far short of Bancroft, but short enough and wide enough for a single. Murphy bowls, it's another shorter ball. Dahl works it away into the onside. It is another single as Dahl's on to 28. I just feel as though something probably has to change. Murphy clearly is more comfortable bowling round the wicket to the right-handers than over, but even with that angle they're happy to work against it. Murphy in, bowls, a bit slower that one, and Lloyd goes back, treats it respectfully, defends it away. 42 required from 9.5 overs. Murphy spins himself a catch, raises that left leg as he does before he starts his approach. It's another loopy delivery. It's over pitch, driven for 4. There's nobody at deep cover, and it's now 38 to win.
Well, it's one of his shots as an opening bat, usually against slightly quicker bowlers, but David Lloyd has a good cover drive.
Well,
Northampton need 19 now for their victory against Middlesex. 4 down, they're going to do that. Kent lead Lancashire by 42 at Blackpool in the dying stages there. I can't imagine it'll be too long before they shake hands.
Murphy has switched to over the wicket, bowling to Lloyd. Another flight to delivery up to the bat and defended back towards the bowler.
Yeah, 9 overs and 1 ball remain at Blackpool. So similar to us. Well, exactly the same as us.
Already, or 6 overs actually, because they're 8 down, aren't they? Murphy bowls, and this is played back to the bowler. There is no run. 6 runs off this. Murphy over. 38 to win. Just wonder if Gloucestershire do need to go back to seam from this. Ashley Down Road End. It was a tricky line and field to bowl to. I felt for Murphy, because all he had to do was over pitch, and okay, maybe he might get a drive through the gate, but there was really nobody to take a catch. There was no slip. Lloyd could drive really with some abandon, and it's a critical boundary, and again it just reduces that requirement now into the 30s. No surprises that it'll be Graham van Buren from the Ashley Down Road End. I can't imagine he is going to be changed at all.
3 for 55 from his 14 overs, but the last 3 wickets to fall. Guest for 32, Thompson for 10, and most recently Zach Chappell for 13. Phillips with one of the catches, Miles Hammond of course with another, and James Bracey helping Van Buren pick up those 3 wickets.
A remarkable game for him, 175.
He's done all right, hasn't he?
2 for 91 in the first innings, 3 for 55 now.
Comes in around the wicket to bowl to Anuj Dal, who drives, and he's going to pick up a single here out towards long off. Derbyshire's target reduces to 37. All 4 results possible, and Derbyshire's only tie was on this ground in first-class cricket. I should know when it was, but I've forgotten.
I can't take another tie, not after last year at Cheltenham.
I've never seen one. As Van Buren is in, bowls to Lloyd, who just squirts that one out into the offside. Treating Van Buren with the respect he clearly deserves. Fewer goals now, which is a blessing. As Van Buren is in and bowls to Lloyd on leg stump, turned into the leg side, but fielded by Joe Phillips, who's still got the fielding pads on. And Van Buren comes in again, bowls to Lloyd. I thought he'd edged that, you know, and it's gone out into the offside in front of the stumps. It was a bit of an airy-fairy looking shot. And just for a moment I thought Miles Hammond was going to have another catch at slip. He didn't. Calm down, everybody. 279 for 7, especially me. Van Buren is in, and that one is played out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single here. For a moment I thought that Brooke Guest was the fielder. He wasn't. He's the runner, and they do get through for a single. David Lloyd marches off to square leg. He's on 7. 280 for 7, 36 to win.
Just a nightmare for commentators.
Well,
I mean, again,
there are so many.
That was the
I was sure it was a fielder. Van Buren bowls to Dalla, goes back and chops it into the offside. There's no run, so the over comes to an end at 280 for 7. Derbyshire just got 2 off that one. 36 now from 48 deliveries.
Mark Lane is on the boundary, Gloucestershire's head coach, having a chat with Cameron Bancroft. I thought maybe one of the things that might be worth reminding Gloucestershire out there is that if David Lloyd leaves his ground at any point, he is able to be run out, which is a law that, as we've seen in the past, not every county side knows.
Oh, no. No. 8 overs to go.
Singdale is jogging off the field. Well, I say he's jogging off the field.
He's going back on again.
Yeah.
Jogged on. That's how you do it on the buses round here, though. You tap on and tap off. That's what he was doing.
Gloucestershire players, I think, have moved down into where the players' families have been during the T20. There's a few players sitting in deck chairs down there. Obviously that relaxed.
Nobody wants to move anymore. They're sitting there, they're now regretting it, but they've got to stay there.
Mark Lane leaning on the railings next to them. There won't be a change. It will be Murphy to continue, but they have put a fielder out at deep cover now. Murphy in, Lloyd off the back foot, just runs the ball gently to mid-off. There is no run. 36 from 47. Don't think they'll get through anything extra anyway. Gloucestershire will make sure that they don't. We're about halfway through the overs for the last hour, about halfway through, as this is driven down to long on by Lloyd. And a single.
Northamptonshire have just lost Safe Zabe. They only need 12 runs to win, but they're 5 down now. They should still win.
Middlesex. Middlesex could be bottom. Lancashire and Kent drawing. Murphy bowls on the back foot, flicked on the bounce to forward square leg. It's Miles Hammond there, so that might just be in the minds of Derbyshire's batters, apart from the fact that he's a bit difficult to miss with his pink hair still from the other night. Murphy bowls, played away into the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, out to the sweeper on the leg side. 34 required from 44. And Mickey Arthur and Derbyshire Brains Trust deciding to use Lloyd before it gets to the end, and I think
that's
I
right.
like that. Yeah. Just having it come down to the last pair and then that wicket ending the game, it would have felt like a bit of a waste. Forward goes Lloyd and just calmly runs the ball off the face of the bat through the offside into a yawning gap. So there's nobody between backward point and mid-off, saving the single. They do have that protection back on the boundary now, but 3 singles taken in the over. 33 from 43. It sort of feels like a one-day game in terms of an important last ball coming here, and it'll be a dot as Dahl turns it to Hammond at short mid-wicket. No run. It's just extraordinary how this narrative is developed through the 4 days, of course, set up by Gloucestershire's declaration in the end. But first Gloucestershire had thrown it away a bit, then Derbyshire had, by not really going massive in their first innings when it looked as if they would, then Gloucestershire declaring and drawing at 177 without loss. I'm sure the ire of some who suggested they'd thrown away what could have been a remarkable recovery and a draw, and now I don't think anybody quite knows what to think.
Blair Tickner's on the pitch. Derbyshire's substitute fielder has just taken a drink to the 2 batters. He's also had a word with one of the umpires. He does like a chat though. There is Graham Van Buren bowling to David Lloyd, who's on 9 and on 1 leg, and pushes this out into the offside. That's a good stop. Is that Price?
Yes.
Moving away to his right, one-handed, stops the ball, Ollie Price. Dot ball, pressures, 283 for 7. 33 to win. Van Buren in, Lloyd pushes it to Price again. Not getting any kind of width, all very full at the moment from Van Buren. as he's in again around the wicket, and Lloyd is, oh, was he trapped leg before wicket? He is. Van Buren goes off celebrating. David Lloyd is out now, and Gloucestershire suddenly become favourites to win this game. Derbyshire 283 for 8 now. They still need 33, but Gloucestershire, well, they're in the box seat.
Well, he went back, did Lloyd. The ball only just missed the stumps, ricocheting off his pad. It certainly looked as if it pitched in line. I mean, if he's not hit that, I mean, talk about 3 reds. And I think, judging by his body language, he certainly didn't hit it. That is middle of middle. And Graham Van Buren has 4 for 57. He's never taken a first-class 5-fer. And he's got Ben Aitchison coming out to the middle. He brought up 4,000 Gloucestershire runs in this innings. Today in first-class cricket, got to 150 for the 3rd time in Gloucestershire colours. And 4 for 57 with Aitchison, and then Morley to come. It's been Jack Morley's match to some extent. Perhaps it seems only fitting that he should be there at the end.
Well, Aitchison has a first-class half-century. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, they can all bat.
He got it in a losing cause against Nottinghamshire. And it's, early in his Derbyshire career. Remarkable. 177 without loss. Early stages of the evening session to 283 for 8. 6.5 overs to go. Oh, he's left that one. That was brave. Aitchison leaves the first delivery. He faces from Van Buren, raises his bat a long way into the air. Dear, oh dear. Here comes Van Buren again. Use your bat, son. There we go. Plays it out to Todd Murphy at backward point. There's no run. How much did that miss by? Oh, it turned away actually. It was a brilliant leave. Here comes Van Buren again. Bowls to Aitchison, who defends that one. And the over comes to an end, and Darbshire need, it was a wicket maiden from Graham Van Buren, and Darbshire need 33 now from 36 deliveries with 2 wickets left. And Graham Van Buren's got 4 for 57.
Well, now what do you do if you're Anuj Dal? 33 required from 36 balls, because that's the other thing, the runs and balls equation starts to close up, so that just pushing singles and facing a couple of dots, you need the odd boundary possibly in amongst those. Murphy to continue into his 25th over. He bowls to Dahl, who's back and working it gently leg side. As backward square, still with the shin pads on, Joe Phillips has to trot away to his left, so 1 run closer, 32 more required from 35 balls, and Aitchison takes strike to Murphy, helmet lobbed to Bancroft, who will field it short leg. Phillips finer on the 45, if that's possible. He's probably not a 45 then, is he? He says just cutting the tension, but it's true. Plenty of fielders back on the boundary though still, as Gloucestershire feel as though Aitchison might have a dart.
But Aitchison's got a big hit in him, it's fair to say. I'm going to have to leave you momentarily, I'm afraid. Everybody's interested in cricket all of a sudden.
32 needed. Hammond will be in at a straight mid-wicket. There are 3 back on the leg side boundary. 32 required. Murphy bowls to Aitchison, who's forward defending cautiously into the onside. And there is no run. I can't tell whether Aitchison's gone out there yet and he's been sent out just to block this. 32 to win from 34. Murphy bowls full and wide, driven, square on the offside. Singdale has work to do around the boundary. He'll get there, and they will just take the single. Good work from Ajit Singdale, but I think also because it's Dahl on strike, I think that's why they didn't come back for two. He did well to get to the ball quickly, Singdale, but had that been Dahl running to get back on strike, especially with his speed, you can guarantee that it turned it back. Murphy into Dahl, he struck on the pad, big shout. No, says umpire Widdop. It looked as if it might be turning, and it might also have bounced, so not out, but just at this stage, you wonder if the umpire gets a bit twitchy. Actually, maybe more like outside off, but it wasn't a bad shout. Murphy into Dahl, that's a fairly easy help round the corner. Just enough length, and you can rock back and just turn it away. So Dahl should be on strike for the next over if it works out that way, and Aitchison just continues to block it. It's 30 required from 31 balls, and we saw on, when was it? Last Friday. It's not always easy scoring a runner ball at Bristol. Murphy into Aitchison, who pushes forward. He gets a thick inner part of the bat on it, but it goes along the ground. It's stopped at short leg by Bancroft. More applause, because an over that's only gone for 3 is still handy for Gloucestershire. It's 286 for 8. With Aitchison at the other end now on 1. Dahl on 32, holding the key for whatever Derbyshire's hopes are for the final 5 overs, whether that be to bat out for the draw. They will take 3 more points from this game than Gloucestershire if it's a draw, or whether Anuj Dahl is thinking about still trying to manufacture a win from this position with Jack Morley to come. And it's Graham van Buren from the Ashley Down Road end, hunting down a first class 5-foot. Round the wicket, he bowls to Dahl, beats him. Turn and bounce away from the bat. And Miles Hammond looks up to the skies, clenches his fingers and just thinks, I thought that was coming to me. Followed it a bit dull, but just turned too much in the end. 30 from 29, so it's over a run of ball now for Derbyshire. Van Buren bowls a quicker delivery, cut away by Dahl. They'll jog 1 through the covers. So happy to hand Aitchison the strike early in the over. Gloucestershire won't be too bothered about that, although it does bring the requirement down to 29 from 28. Derbyshire, again, we're 177 without loss. They're now 287 for 8. Van Buren bowls to Aitchison and beats him. The ball that drifts in, spins, turns away. Aitchison doesn't get the edge on it. There's no short leg, there's just a slip. Do have to be a little bit wary of Aitchison's big hit still, possibly, but he's again just coming forward and defending a very full ball, which Van Buren was trying to slide into the boot. Hit that in front of the stumps. 29 from 26. Van Buren just pausing for a moment. 2 balls left in this over. Steps in and bowls. Aitchison drives past backward point. They might get 2, they won't, as Actor has fielded it out on the boundary. 28 to win. Aitchison on to 2. 288 for 8. It's not a massive crowd today at Bristol, but it is absolutely rapt attention. I can see nervous faces everywhere. Van Buren into Dahl, he tries a quicker, wider one. It's chopped away straight to extra cover, which means that Aitchison will be on strike for the next over. It's another over that's only produced 2, and the required rate is now 7 runs per over. In terms of time, there's 15 minutes, I make it, left in the game, so I still don't think it's any more than 4.
No, I'd be surprised. But you never know. Strange things have happened in... Anyway. Ben Aitchison 2 off 9. He hasn't looked 100% certain out there to me, has he? Do you think Ben Aitchison not 100% comfortable?
I think it's hard because at this stage, that's all we've got to go on, is that he might have been told to go out there and play for the draw, and
he doesn't want to.
He might not want to.
Aitchison on strike now as Murphy is in. He goes back, it goes through his legs. It comes off an inside edge through his legs and misses the stumps.
Grinning back at Murphy.
I'll bet he is. 28. Well, I think we can discount the 28 now. I think Derbyshire are now playing for the draw. In comes Murphy again and bowls, and that is driven out into the offside. He's going to get 1 run here. If they were going for the win, they're trying to get 2 there, and they've got 1. And it means that Anuj Dal, the senior bat, is on strike. He has 33 off 51. And we have 3 overs and 4 balls remaining. Who said? I'd like anybody downstairs to come upstairs and tell us that there was a terrible declaration. It was magnificent. Murphy is in, defended by Anuj Dal with his front pad, I fancy. But now, we said at the time, some were saying they should have batted on this afternoon. Gloucestershire, well, if they'd done that, we'd have probably finished by now. They had to give themselves enough time to bowl Derbyshire out. They had 67 overs in which to do it.
And they had to make it enticing for Derbyshire as well.
No question, and it was. And Derbyshire took up the offer, 177 without loss. They're now 289 for 8. Murphy bowls. Dal clips that one into the leg side. They're not going to take the single, so we are now playing for the draw here, Derbyshire.
It would be a bold move to have Bancroft draw everybody in and then to start
pop a couple
going
over
for
the
it.
top. Yeah, pop a couple over the top and just drawing them in. Can you imagine?
They want to single off one of these 2 deliveries, really, because Van Buren is the danger man. I don't know that you'd want to expose Aitchison for too long against him.
2 deliveries left in this over. Then 3 more overs after that as Murphy is in. Back goes Dal, and he's going to take the single here. That's sensible. He moves to 34, but more importantly, another ball is ticked off. 19 balls remain in the match. I think we can rule out the Derbyshire win. We can rule out the tie. Just 2 results possible now. The Gloucestershire win or a draw.
Do you know what? There's still a part of me though that just thinks,
will
they? I don't think they will, but it's just still there in my mind.
Todd Murphy bowls to Ben Aitchison, prods it out into the offside. The over comes to an end. We have 18 deliveries to go. Derbyshire have shut up shop here. They're 290 for 8. And if they hold on, they'll take 14 points from the match and return above Glamorgan into second place in the table.
Yeah, the gap will be 23 between these 2 sides if the match is drawn. And, well, Gloucestershire would love to, as they have done quite a few times over the years, they would love to swap the second and first innings around as far as bonus points are concerned, but that's not possible.
Not as far as I'm aware.
No.
Bit gimmicky.
Gimmick.
Bit gimmicky, I think, Ed, you'll find that.
3 overs to go. And, well, again, 11 minutes? The way that Van Buren nips through them.
They could get 1 extra one, which would be nightmarish.
Bowls round the wicket, Dahl goes back, forces it away off the back foot. 1 bounce into the hands of short extra.
Lancashire and Kent have drawn their game at Blackpool. So this is the last match standing in Division 2.
Van Buren bowls and Dahl back again, defending straight back to Van Buren. And with Derbyshire now blocking,
Bring them in.
Just,
Bring them in.
It might just mean that do Gloucestershire start to think about trying to get another over in. Flighted delivery, it's driven down to long off, and Dahl doesn't want the single. Third ball of the over. The requirement is 26 now from 15 balls, so yeah, I think even I, now in my darkest, deepest fear, would concede that Derbyshire are not trying to win the game.
No, they're not. They're not. Every game has finished now, indeed. All matches in the First Division, barring Surrey's win at Worcestershire, drawn.
In goes Graham van Buren. 2 slips and a short leg in quicker, and Dahl plays that one, I think, actually from just outside his off stump, but Gloucestershire is still going to put it in his mind that he shouldn't be doing that, but he's got off strike. He's given Aitchison 2 balls of this Graham van Buren over to survive. Resisting the temptation to absolutely crowd the bat, seemingly. Although,
here they come.
well, yeah, Bancroft, yes, that's right. I was going to say they might need an extra helmet, but actually if Ollie Price goes to second slip and then Bancroft goes to silly mid-off, they don't need one. So 4 round the bat. Van Buren bowls to Aitchison, he leaves it alone. And I don't know how, other than just by crossing your fingers and almost shutting your eyes, you can leave a ball like that.
Remarkable.
It's drifting in towards off stump, and then he's just thinking, oh, that's going to turn, isn't it? Isn't it? It just did. Last ball of the over. Van Buren bowls quicker delivery. It's edged by Aitchison. It's going down towards the boundary, and it's going to go for 4. And it's going to be 21 required off
2 overs.
2 overs. 295 for 8. Terrific bowling again by Van Buren. He got Gloucestershire so close to a win earlier in the season at Old Trafford, actually on the same day as you had your drama with the runner at Cardiff.
Morgan, yeah.
And Gloucestershire were trying to effect a victory out of nowhere with Van Buren bowling into the rough on that occasion. Where's that edge gone? Short, wide of second slip. Certainly no chance of a catch. And, well, 7 minutes until the official close of play, so Gloucestershire will slow this down.
They could get themselves into a tangle and concede 15 off these 2. You know what I mean? They won't, clearly. But the tables are starting to update. Northamptonshire have moved on to 94 points after their win today against Middlesex, who aren't quite bottom. Kent bottom on 76, right. Middlesex 77, Lancashire 80. Gloucestershire will move on to 91. No, yes, 91.
If they lose.
If they lose, and then of course it'll be 99. Yes, they'll move on to 99. My apologies, which will take them above Northamptonshire again.
Deep mid wicket coming in. It's almost even in microcosm. 2 overs to maybe tempt Dahl at all. No, they're going to send him back again.
I don't think Dahl's going to be tempted. Here is Todd Murphy then, penultimate over of the match. He's in and bowls to Dahl, who defends into the ground. It's fielded by Bancroft at short leg. There's a leg slip. There's a slip as well. They're the close fielders. A lot of fielders rounded about the boundary still. Should he want to go for the big hit? Dahl goes back and defends it. There's no run. Not sure why they've put so many fielders out on the boundary, because I think he has now switched off from any thoughts of a victory here. And there's Dahl. In goes Murphy again. Dahl pushes it back to him. We have 9 deliveries to go. He's going to go around the wicket as Van Aitchison swap sides, and in come the field. I suppose they were out because they wanted to give Dahl the single. He was never going to take it. Now he'd like a single. There aren't as many available as you might expect halfway through the penultimate over of the match. Derbyshire 295 for 8.
It's a good move, putting that leg slip back, I think, as well.
Yes.
He's favoured that little turn round the corner a few times.
He also likes the dab, doesn't he? It does look like an offside dab.
And he does have the ball sliding across him. It's just not been that many deliveries, really, that have ripped back from this pavilion end.
Singdale's offering his words of advice to Todd Murphy. What I'd do, Todd. Here comes Murphy in around the wicket to bowl to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside. 2 balls to go in the over. Can Dahl get off strike? If he gets off strike, this delivery, it's not a disaster. Well, it is, but it's not a major disaster if Ben Aitchison gets out. I think it's raining as this ball is pulled into the leg side, and there's going to be a single taken by Anuj Dal. Ben Aitchison has walked it. Anuj Dal forgot and then had to get into a jog. I can't see any rain. David Griffin suggesting that everyone's getting wet now. Must be a very fine drizzle. 7 balls to go. Murphy comes in to bowl to Aitchison, who defends out into the offside. The over comes to an end. We have 6 balls to go. Gloucestershire need 2 wickets to win this game. Derbyshire need to survive 5 balls. And then hands will be shaken without the need for Jack Morley.
I was going to say, penny for his thoughts at the moment. Let me out there, I'll win it from here.
Night watchman up at Old Trafford. Scored 40. He's getting plenty of chirp as well, apparently, from his former teammates.
I bet.
Yeah.
They don't tend to be too quiet in the field, that lot.
No.
Everybody's going to be round the bat now, with 20 to win off the last over. Actor in a leg slip, which I don't think I can recall him ever seeing him before. Everybody's getting excited. 2 slips, silly mid-off, short leg. Couldn't quite throw a blanket over the field because there's a fielder at backward point, and actually Singdale is being told to go and stand at short extra cover, but there's a short mid-on and mid-off as well. As forward goes, Dahl defends that first ball away. 5 to go. And, well, even if Van Buren could just pick up 1 wicket this over, be a fitting way for him to end an amazing match if he could take a 5 first. Dahl goes back and skews this one a little bit, but he does manipulate it to safety. It wasn't, if you're a Derbyshire supporter, sort of defensive shot that wouldn't have had your heart in your mouth, as he just pushed it off his shin in front of off stump. 4 balls to go. Van Buren into Dahl, well forward to that one, smothering that into the ground. And 3 deliveries remain in the match. 2 need to be wickets for a remarkable Gloucestershire victory. Van Buren into Dahl, a loopy delivery which is kept out again. Squeezed to Bancroft at silly point. And there's 2 balls to go, and Graham Van Buren must take 2 in 2. Everybody round the bat. Van Buren moves in, he bowls to Dahl. It's wide outside the off stump. He lets it go, and we will surely shake hands. It's 6:21, but by the time they get through another delivery, it will have gone to 6:22, and it will be the close. And there is the handshakes. Just a bit of hesitation because the board hadn't quite ticked over in terms of time to 6:22, but that ends an absolutely remarkable game of cricket. Both sides will feel that they had their chances. Gloucestershire overturning a first innings deficit of 211 to score 526 for 6. Bancroft and Van Buren the chief architects of that, and then Van Buren with 4 for 64, threatening to bowl Gloucestershire to victory after Jewell and Kame look to be walking this chase. But both sides end up with 8 points plus bonus points. Gloucestershire take 11, Derbyshire take 14, and I think both sides take, well, I don't mean to sound patronising, but an awful lot of credit from it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Leicestershire 155 points at the top, Derbyshire 122 in second, Glamorgan 110, then Gloucestershire on 99, Northamptonshire 94, Lancashire 80, Middlesex 70 and Kent 76 is how the second division table lines up, I'm fairly sure.
Well, it sets up a rather mouth-watering game at Cardiff on Sunday, because Gloucestershire will take on Glamorgan directly above them. So that should be a good one, and you're off to Chesterfield.
We're at Chesterfield Sunday. Lancashire, Jimmy Anderson and all that will be at Chesterfield for the first time in a long time, I think since the 1990s. I think Jimmy Anderson played in that one as well. Yeah, he didn't. He's never been to Chesterfield, Jimmy Anderson. I can't wait to see what he makes of it. But yeah, this has been a terrific 4 days. Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, thanks very much, Fletch. It's been magnificent alongside you.
I'm not sure about magnificent, but it's been all right,
yes,
hasn't it? It's been okay.
It has. No, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and well, it's always just magnificent. when we get a game that goes this deep.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
4-day cricket, and it's at its absolute best in the end. And
who needs to go home?
Both sides shaking hands. I have no idea what questions I'm going to ask head coach Mark Elaine after this one. I hope he's got more words than I have. Lots to digest. I'm sure we can hear reaction in the usual places tomorrow morning. But match drawn between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire here at a gloomy Bristol. Derbyshire finishing 8 wickets down and 20 runs short of victory, and I would say it's about as perfect a declaration as you could get. From Fletcher and myself, thanks very much for your listenership over the last few days. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. Big thanks as ever to James Healy and to Harvey Machin for his efforts on the cameras from the Gloucestershire live stream point of view. And both Fletcher and myself will be back on Sunday. Respective sides take to the field. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.